Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV. This is your favorite open forum political discussion show that is geared towards keeping you on the cutting edge as far as Kenyan politics are concerned, the position you need to take in order to be part of what is the solution to what bedevils this great country. Well, it is important that we begin to ask right questions in order for us to demand right answers and therefore help propel the country to move forward. Today, we'll be looking at the great grand entry of Azimio in Kisii, Nyamira, and their environs, led by Raila Odinga. And there was also the lukewarm reception of Oka in NZOIA. What is happening? There is also the sustained attacks against Uhuru Kenyatta by his deputy president, William Ruto, in the US. Is the kitchen becoming too hot? Why is William Ruto blaming everybody else for what ails him? Well, Oka is still arranging for another presser. I believe you should anticipate that. It is almost becoming synonymous to their name. When you hear Oka, it is another presser for another explanation of why there should be another presser. An interesting time in Kenya. Let's get down to talking. Well, it is Kenya Kwanza Alliance that had a lukewarm reception in NZOIA. Is Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi still having a muscle to control the vote basket of the Western region? An issue that you and I need to get down to the same and be able to get right answers for these right questions. Thank you very much, those of you that are joining us. Well, if you want to be part of the crew that will make sure that this conversation is kept on, the link is now in the comment section. You click on the link, allows StreamYard to have full control over your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in studio to join me into the discussion. I want to salute Alum. He made it today, the first one. Congratulations, Nico Ndani. Karibu sana. Douglas Onzinyo, thank you so much. Wycliffe Nyatado, asante sana. Dama kwa Mboka, karibu kwa show. Nashukuru sana kwa wote ambao mnakuja. Mwalimu Mbathe, karibu kwa show. Kuna John Kochok, asante sana. You're welcome to the show. I'm glad you are there. Paul Tony, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mnakuja kwa haraka tena kwa fujo. Karibu sana na washukuru kila mmoja. Kuna Eriko, kuna Grefas Ingati, asante sana. Mike, asante sana. Kuna nani huyu? Good luck Jonathan, karibu kwa show. Alafu kuna Morai Jim, you are welcome to the show. Eliaja Kwach wow. Alafu Martin Mushiri, karibu kwa show. Raila Odinga is the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. You're welcome to the show. Kuna Bakis Mohammed, good evening to you. Thank you so much for making time to join us into the discussion. We are glad you are here, and you make us keep going because of your faithful followership and continued support. So let's keep the ball rolling by diving deep into understanding what is happening on the political front and what must be our right position in order for us to demand right answers from these people who claim to have the solution to what bedevils this great country. It is an awesome, great day that we have today as we continue with the discussion. I would want us to remember our standing orders and our highest demand of great ethical interaction. You have no business insulting anybody you meet online. You never know, he could be on the panel of the next interview you are going for the job. And you know that you will have your goose cooked even before the interview begins. So let's all be in the highest level of good behavior, even as we get down to understanding what is it that we must do to help this country become better, who stands a better chance to help this country move forward. I'm so happy that you are all here. Let's keep going. Alex anasema Kisii tunapenda Raila damu. Asante sana, nashukuru wote. Edwin Ochieng, kuna Salome Mbone, kuna Obiero Real Major, Margaret Achola, of course. Thank you so much for your continued support. Susie Ann, asante. Felix Ole, asante sana. Nicholas Otinda, I'm happy that you are here. Kuna Pius Otonga Jashindo. Hey, majina makali kweli. Nashukuru kila moja. Naomba tusonge mbele. Haya, mwalimu, habari ya leo?
Mzuri. Hapo mko sawa?
Naomba uzime TV.
Okay. Acha nimpishe Mama Selina atuanzilie mjadala live.
Okay, asante mwalimu. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Salama sana Bernard.
Yes, I'm happy to see you today.
Thank you so much. As usual, mambo inaenda moto. Kisii iliwaka moto, Nyamira. Wow, they really come out in the morning. Nyamira ni Azimio. Kisii ni Azimio. Na furahia vile viongozi waliongea katika Kisii, na Temba, unaona wananchi wenyewe. Hii siasa ni mzuri sana kwa sababu Wakenya wenyewe wanaiendesha. So niona baba aliongea, na ile kitu inanifurahisha kwake ni yale tena chenda aliweka. Aruki leo kusema hii pande hii, kesho mali hii, anaifuatia. Hiyo yote vile alitengeneza atafanyia Wakenya. So akiwa Nakuru, akiwa Nyamira, akiwa Kisii, yale yote alituwekea ya kwamba anatengeneza kwa agenda yake, patu anaiambia wananchi hiyo consistent, na hiyo ndiyo mzuri kwa sababu watu wengine leo wakienda hapa wanasema mambo ingine, pale ingine mambo ingine. Sasa hii ni ya kushangaza na ni mzuri kwa sababu tai mbili tulikuwa tunaona brothers walikuwa wanafaa na walikuwa wanapendana. Sasa mambo inatokea. Sasa hiyo pesa tunaambiwa imetumika kwa ofisi ya rais, na yeye pia bado ni deputy ya serikali. So ikiwa ni kurutisha hiyo pesa, sidhani kama ni Uhuru, ni serikali ya Jubilee. Na serikali ya Jubilee ni ya president na deputy na vice principal wake wawili, kwa sababu walichaguliwa kwa tikiti moja. And why now? Kwa nini hatukuambiwa hiyo mambo kitambo? Why now? Hiyo ndiye ningetaka kusema. Alafu kabla sijaenda mambo ya NZOIA, naona running mate yenye tulikuwa tunafikiria anatoka Nyeri, Kashakwa, ametrop ambitions sababu moto nafikiri Mount Kenya imewaka moto Temba. So anasema ametrop national politics, amelipa kiti yake ya member of parliament. Sasa hapo kuna mambo watu by maybe kitambo parliament ifunjwe tutaona mambo mingi sana. So nikienda NZOIA kama kawaida ni watu wanajaribu kujitetea. Yes, ground walikuwa hapo. Naona Sudi anasema watu wasiangalie Citizen TV. Sijui kama hiyo yake anajaribu kusema vile baba aliongea akasema tuwache Fitco, tuwache Safaricom. Sijui impact ya suti itakuwa ache kwa Kenya. Naona Wetangula anang'ang'ana kukuwa kiongozi hapo. Naona Kindiki kutoka Meru. So I think those are the national officials now wanaongoza Kenya KKA, na mimi naona wanalilia Kalonzo, wanataka kukua, wanauliza Kindiki anasema tutume Wetangula walete Kalonzo, anauliza raia. So they are just trying, they are crying babies. Hiyo ni sawa, Kalonzo akiamua pia kuungana na hawa ni right yake. Na nikaona Peter Kenneth alimwambia kuja bila vikwazo. Nikaona Mutua akisema sahi Ukambani wanashangaa. You know, you cannot say this in the morning, afternoon unasema mambo ingine, jioni unasema mambo ingine. So as this generation inaenda ikichange, kuna watu wataumia, lakini ile kitu tunataka kusema ni amani kwa Kenya. Na ingine foreign countries, hakuna kitu wanakuja saidia Kenya. Hata ukipata Joe Biden mwenyewe, wacha hii watu wadogo ya mkono. Sidhani kama Americans watakuja kutushika ama watusaidie tupike kura. I thought kitu mzuri yenye DP wangefanya ni kutafuta friends wale wanaweza saidia kampeni yake hili apate pesa ya kutosha ya kufanya kazi yake. But Uhuru ako na 6 months atoke kwa serikali. Unaenda kuambia wasungu it is outgoing government. Sasa sijui, alafu nasikia Raila anaitwa puppet, sijui hiyo jina inamaanisha nini, hata sisi wengine hatujui hiyo. Tunajua Raila ni baba na tunajua alianza kuingia siasa 97, kabla hiyo kitambo hata akipigana na baba yake pale Limuru. So hii story ya kuambiwa baba ni puppet, wacha nitumie kwa sababu nasikia watu wakisema hata ukimwambia msungu hata ule wa Donald Trump ule ajui kitu, atakuangalia mara mbili. Who is real puppet? Watu wanafuatana huko kama anyway, tunawaombea mema, warudi nyumbani, wakae kwa bench, wangoje miaka zingine watuongoze. But for this, baba ameenda naye. Na mambo ya rigging, tunataka kujua msimamo ya IEBC, kwa sababu wakati Sabina Cheka aliongea kitu tu kama hiyo, aliitwa. Sasa tunataka kungoja pia tuone Deputy President ya Kenya akirudi, kwa sababu ametuambia kuna vile serikali wanajua kuipa. Yes, kama deputy anasema wanapanga, he knows. Unajua Penat, mimi na wewe hatujui, lakini wale watu walikuwa napiga wanajua. Mtu hawezi kuja nje aseme bibi yake amelala na mtu kama yeye mwenyewe hakupata bibi na mwanaume kwa kitanda. Hiyo sasa, hiyo kama angesema nilisikia ni tofauti, lakini ukisikia mwenye bibi akisema lazima ni ukweli, anajua vile hiyo bibi amepatikana na mwanaume mwingine. So sisi wa Kenya tunataka watu waambie serikali ngapi imekuwa ikiipa kura. Sisi tunajua baba amechukua mara 3 na alinyimwa. Sasa tumekundua ya kwamba wale wanaipa kura wako huku ndani. Basi wakuje watufungulie sapa na watuambie vile inaipwa. But hole wenu kuipa kura ya baba this time round haitawezekana. Wananchi wanapiga kura, tutakaa kwa polling station, tutakuwa pale, tutakuwa tunachunga kura zetu. Na hata najua siku hiyo baba alikuwa akona yake alikuwa ameweka kwa cloud. Sasa tutachunga zaidi, tutakuwa na macloud mingi hili makura ya baba isiipiwe. So nataka kuachia hapo, niwaachie watu wengine waseme pia, lakini hii miezi 5 Bernard, mambo imeisha. Najua by April tunasherekea, tunanunua nguo. Sisi wengine tutaanza kushona kitenge ama tufae nguo gani kukuja kusherekea ushindi ya baba. Asanteni.
Thank you Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Na mambo yanapamba moto. Tunashukuru kwamba mchoro umechorwa vizuri na wajenzi wanajenga kulingana na mchoro. Wale ambao hawakuchora poleni, lakini lazima game ichezwe. Huwezi kusema sikujiandaa, nao kipenga kimepulizwa. Kama hukujiandaa tutaona matokeo. Thank you very much. Mwalimu, uko tayari sasa hivi?
Niko sawa.
Haya, dakika zako 3,
Okay.
endelea.
Sawa. Mimi nikiingilia mambo ya naibu wa rais kwenye zile kauli zake anazosema kule ugaibuni, inamaanisha kuna kitu ilifanyika 2013 2017. Juu huwezi ukalaumu ukasema Kenya haina demokrasi na nyinyi ndo mulipigwa kura na ulikuja ukasema mulishinda kwa hiari. Sasa kwa nini unabadilika unasema Kenya haina demokrasi? Kwa sababu gani? Na pia kama vile Mama Selina alivyosema juu ya IBC kuchukua action, kama wao ndo walisimamia na anasema hakuna demokrasi mpaka anatafuta usaidizi kutoka ng'ambo, hapo pia inabidi IBC waje wajieleze vizuri. Kwa sababu gani huyu mtu ndo alipigwa kura mkasema ameshinda na saa hii anasema hakuna demokrasi? Alafu nikirudi nyuma kidogo 2017 the same hiyo Raila ndo alifanya, nadhani alienda tu kwa wazungu huko. Ruto alitoka yeye akisema hata katafuta wazungu, kura itapigwa Kenya na sisi ndo wenye kuamua. Then juzi tu this year akasema hata mkachagua Oburu Odinga akuwe hapo kama chairman wa IBC, mimi nitapita asubuhi na mapema. Sasa kwa nini uende nje ukaanze kuripoti nini sijui nini? Hiyo kweli haimeki sense. Na kama naibu wa rais unajaribia heshima, na wale wazungu sijui kama wako na akili ama hawana. Manake hivyo vitu wanavyoambiwa wangejaribu kumuuliza, sasa kama hiyo kitu nasema ni hivi na hivi, kwa sababu gani? Inamaanisha nyinyi mlifanya vipi ndo mkapita ama ni vipi? Unaona? Na hata akasemaje huko aliko, Kenya ni nchi huru, haiwezi mtu atoke huku aje atuongoze sisi ati fanyeni hivi fanyeni hivi. Hiyo tutakuwa tunarudia kama nyuma tena kwa ukoloni. Unaona? Halafu nikirudi hapo akisema serikali imechukua loan nyingi na imetumika vibaya. Kabla mkopo uchukuliwe kwa nchi nyingine, nani na nani huwa anasaini ndo wakubaliwe kuchukua hiyo mkopo? Na kwa nini wakati umechukuliwa huu mkopo wa kwanza tuseme na umetumika vibaya, wakati huo kwa nini hakuja hadharani akaeleza, mimi kama naibu wa rais nimeambia rais tufanye hivi, ile pesa tuliyoomba, lakini rais akakataa akafanya mambo yake? Kwa nini hakuja wakati huo? Sasa hii kitu ni kama watu wawili wameandikwa kazi na jamaa mwenye duka. Sasa wale wafanyakazi waanze kuiba vitu polepole mpaka wafungue duka yao. Alafu kati ya wale wawili mmoja wao arudi kule kwa bosi amwambie, ni kweli unajua sisi wakati ule tukiwa pale tulifanya hivi na hivi. Unaona? Hasa huyu mwingine ni kama anaona vile venye hao wameshikana ni kama ananiripoti mimi. Unaona? Hiyo ndo kitu ambacho Ruto kuna question mark ambayo inaringi kwa akili yake. Kuna kitu alifanya, lakini sasa anaona huyu Mr. Prezo alimwambia ile kitu na mimi nitaonekana mbaya. Unaona? Sasa hiyo kitu ndo inaumiza kichwa watu wengi sana, mpaka ndo naona wamebidi wahame Kenya waende kwa wazungu. Sijui kama wazungu ndo watapiga kura ama ni sisi ambao tuko hapa Kenya. Na hata wa Kenya ambao wako huko wakapiga wote, tuseme wampigie kura nini Ruto, haizi akashinda, achanganye na hao wazungu tena, hiyo still bado. Make huku sisi ndo wapiga kura na sisi ndo wenye kuamua. Acha akitoka huko aipitie nchi zingine pia aombe msaada tena, lakini 2022 game kwisha, baba mpaka Ikulu. Asanteni.
Okay, asante mwalimu kwa mchango wako, asante sana kwa maoni yako, na mimi yako tayari. Kuna nani ana swali? Ogayo.
Bernard.
Yes.
Yes, Bernard.
Yes, I can hear you. Uliza swali lako.
Oh, no, the question is to Mwalimu.
Yes.
I think the issue of Deputy President talking about the rigging, the corruption, like today, he talked about that the government is supporting corruption. So I think that should not be a problem. That should not be a problem because he has that freedom of saying whatever, because it is like he's fighting from inside. So the main question is, who will Ruto take as the deputy?
Aya, mwalimu jibu swali. Umeelewa swali?
Hebu mwambie asemeta make alikuwa nakatakata kidogo.
Aya.
Ogayo.
Ogayo, unauliza swali vipi? Unasema
I just supported what Mwalimu was saying, and I've concluded by saying that now Ruto is criticizing almost everything, be it IBC, corruption, rigging, all those things. He is not trusted. So it is like he's telling us that he did all these ones last time, that is 2013 and 2017. So he's thinking that almost these things are going to happen against him. But now, here, whom do we think will be Ruto's running mate? Because here also is a very critical position. If we check the Western, yes, those two men, then we also see the Central Kenya, there is a lot of voters and votes from the other side. So between the two tribes, where do you think Ruto can pick the running mate? Then we just, we call it a deal, because knowing the two, we will say that Ruto has close.
Sawa Bwana Ogayo, I think that's a new subject. We'll get there sometime, but not now. Thank you very much. Mwalimu, asante sana. Naomba tumsikilize Nicholas, lakini kabla Nicholas aje, mute, everybody mute your mic. Naomba tucheze hii video alafu turudi.
But they also have operational and financial independence. Today, all investigations, criminal investigations, investigations of corruption are carried out by institutions that depend on the office of the president to give them the money. The law provides that these institutions should have their own financial independence, complete with accounting officers and their own money, that they don't have to depend on the office of the president or indeed any other office to prosecute matters corruption. And the third issue for us is to make sure there is no budgeted corruption. Today, you have close to 100 billion Kenya shillings budgeted every year that has no oversight in opaque institutions. And that amount has grown fivefold, between 4 and 5-fold in the last 10 years. And where you have accountability problems, where you have oversight challenges, the more money you put in opaque institutions, the greater the corruption in there. It is our position that we should get away and make sure that every coin is accounted for. Lastly, and this is the reason why some of us were said to be against the handshake. You know, the handshake took away the oversight role of the opposition. In Kenya today, we do not have an opposition. There is a mongrel of an organization. Nobody knows what the hell it is. People don't know whether we have the opposition in government or the government in the opposition. It's quite a maybe scientists, maybe policymakers in this great institution in Carnegie would do research on what is going on in Kenya. Because for all intents and purposes, the opposition is running government and government is running the opposition, which is quite a situation.
By handshake, you mean the alliance? For those of us
yeah.
who...
the alliance
Okay.
between what was supposed to be the governing party
Good.
and the opposition party that ended up in a situation where the whole of that arrangement actually did 4 fundamental things. Number one, because of that conundrum where government decided to to work with the opposition and the opposition decided to become part of government, committees that are supposed to be chaired by government are chaired by the opposition, and that kind of thing. What happened? We lost the opposition, we lost the governing party, we lost the government agenda, and we ended up, all of us, as losers, because we lost almost 4 years chasing a mirage, you know, that did not really work. Where does it leave us now? It leaves us now, the supposed opposition leader has become a puppet of government.
Yes, Alex.
No, Bernard, this is the epic of embarrassment. I wish there was another name that is beyond embarrassment, a superlative, not using just the most embarrassing moment of the highest official in our country. He says, and he describes himself, he says, a mongrel of individuals. And then he says, he goes ahead to say, who are having an opaque agenda. And in that opaque agenda, then he says, the money that is being allocated to those mongrels is up to 100 billion. And it has increased tenfold in the last 10 years. How can somebody be so stupid to describe what he is doing? That is exactly what he has done. in 10 years, he says in the last 10 years, meaning since he came to the government, a mongrel called William Ruto has been opaque, which means earning money from a government that he is not working with, and he has taken 100 billion from us. An epic description of what he is doing to Kenyans. What an embarrassment to a man who goes to tell people what he is doing to us. And I'm glad he has said it. Thank you, Bernard.
Very sad indeed. Very sad indeed. I have never felt sad like that. I think the gods have conspired. The gods have conspired. Mama Selina, just yes. Let Mama Selina come in. Nicholas, unakuja when you're next. Mama Selina. Mama Selina. Mute.
Yeah,
Unmute Mama Selina.
Nasema yes, mpango ya Mungu Penat si mpango ya binadamu. Mungu unajua watu wanajiexpose bila kujua wanajiexpose. Niliona mtu akisema ukitamani, okay, let's say this. Ukitamani mwanamke sana na amekukataa, utaenda ukiongea barabarani peke yako, mtu akifikiria unaenda watu wawili mkiongea. You are calling a woman name na hata yuko hapo. Hii sasa ni mfano mzuri sana ya kwamba ukitaka kitu sana hata ujui cha kufanya. So wacha watapike yote. Unajua, wacha Mungu, wacha maneno yote watapike, alafu sisi wa Kenya to weigh between Hawa na baba na rais. Nani unajua kama uko opposition uko na right kusema yale unasema serikali imefanya, lakini serikali yenye umeserve ukiona imefanya mbaya, resign. You could have resigned 4 years ago. Kama 2018 ungesema mimi hii maneno sasa hakuna opposition, hii maneno ni serikali, I resign, I stay aside ili muanguke peke yenu. But Penat, asubuhi unatandika kitanda, usiku mnalala pamoja, asubuhi unamwambia watu hii mwanamke sikai na yeye, jioni watu wanaona mkirudi kwa pamoja. Please, Kenyans, nafikiri ni mzuri tujue akili ya watu ili ya kwamba kama nyumba ni yako, moto ikiwaka unaenda kwa jirani, unaenda kustaki nyumba yako. This is so bad. Anyway, it is really ni mzuri wacha, na mimi nataka hiyo siku 10 watoe yote, waende London watuambie tena ila hatujui, waende Qatar, wakirudi nyumbani tumejua mahali ya kusema. You cannot do that. You are the government of the day. Ulichakuliwa na hiyo rais, na kama upendi mambo yake ungekuwa umetoka. Kama Raila aliingia serikali 2018 na hukupenda na umenyamaza ukiona, why didn't you resign? Kwa hivyo ulipenda pesa, hukupenda Kenya. Kama Penat, kama ninakula mshahara na maneno imeharibika, hata hiyo mshahara yako chukua, hata mimi niende nyumbani, ndio tujue you are a real leader na wewe ni kiongozi. But unakulia hapa sasa sahi hiyo 100 million ameweka watu kupepa. Who will pay for that money? Ile Uhuru amekula na hii yenye amekula akienda nje kwa wasungu, who is better? Anyway, wacha niwachie watu wengine, inakuwa moto si.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina. Naomba twende moja kwa moja kwa Nicholas. Karibu Nicholas.
Mama Selina, Mursik
na Bernard.
Na mahalange kwa bili yangu.
Thank you.
Alex, asante Alex. Mama Selina umeagiziwa Mursik na kama harange. If you know what that means.
Aya, kucha twende Swahili Village tukule hiyo Mursik na nyama choma ya nyumbani na samaki. Karibu.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bernard. Thank you very much, Bernard. And I'll be coming to discuss the sentiment of the DP in the US just shortly, but I want just to peruse over the your guideline subtopics for today, and kuna kitu ulisahau Bernard, kuna kitu ulisahau kuongeza subtopic ingine hapo ya kwamba hii leo hii there has been mass defection of UDA members na members from ile chama ya Moses Kuria, sijui inaitwaje, CCM ama kitu gani, yeah, and they have defected to Jubilee Party officially today, quite a number of them, almost over 50. I don't know how you didn't include that as a subtopic of guideline of discussion. And on that, I just want to say that this is something we have to expect right now. The mountain has only one strategy, and right now it's their time to strategize means by which they are going to be in the government. And this is a region that really knows where the government goes. And defection from other smaller parties into Jubilee, which is the main party for the central people that can slot a negotiation for them in the government, is really going to happen in the recent future. Now, about Azimio grand reception in Kisii and Nyamira, Bernard, we all have to agree that Sai, all Raila has to do, all Baba has to do, is to consolidate his voting blocks. That is all he has to do. And Baba always has half of this country block. Half of the voters in this country, he has maintained them block to his side since 2007 to 2013 to 2017. That is what he needs to do. If he maintains the block that he has been having over the last 3 general elections, it only means that Baba will only need 900,000 or let's say 1 million votes from Central to top up, and he'll be way ahead of any other person that will be next to him. Now, about NZOIA's cold reception of the KK Kenya Kwish Alliance, you see, this is only something that we expected. It's only normal that the principles that Ruto admitted into his team to aid with him to start to try earn some political footage are people who are really inconsequential on the ground. And it is a fact right now that ever since Musalia and who is the other one, and Wetangula joined hands with Ruto, Baba's popularity in Western has not dropped. For a matter of fact, it has been increasing. It means that those who were positively added into UDA went there and started negating the point lines of the UDA. Ruto's popularity in Western is declining day by day, and that is a fact. That it's there in the public domain. Now, it's only pity that, and only normal that, if I were Ruto, if you were Ruto Bernard, if you were Ruto Mama Selena, you would lose focus. You will start
Pole Nicholas, inaonekana
now.
uko na yes.
Yeah, I'm back. There was some defect there, but I can see I'm back.
Okay,
right? Am I
keep
clear?
going, keep going.
Yes, it's only normal that such sentiments from the ones that we have heard from Ruto would only be normal. That if you are facing political frustrations, you have spent billions, including those ones that you stole, those ones that you invested, your hard-earned money, and your conmanship and money, to put it in that perspective, have been all washed down the drain, and has created negative impact instead of positive impact. You'll only get frustrated, as Ruto is facing right now. And now, getting back to vile ameongea huko US, Bernard, I really don't understand why this craze with African leaders and more commonly with Kenyan leaders, hii tabia ya kuendanga uzunguni kulialia na kusema vile hii Kenya hivi, Kenya njaa, Kenya corruption, Kenya nini. I don't know why. I don't know why they like going to the whites to spread our dirty linens there. You have been a deputy president. You are the second in command, for God's sake, in this country. Then you are going to tell the whites how this country is corrupt, steals elections. You are going to tell the whites how this country has 100 billion that is now multiplying over 5 times in the last 10 years, that is never been able to be accounted for. It's money that just floats and gets spent and cannot be audited, cannot be accounted for. You are telling the whites how you don't even know how to call your government, whether it is the opposition running it or you yourself running it. You are not sure. What kind of nonsense is that? That is frustrations. It's just political frustrations working with him. And just as Mwalimu has said, in the recent years, umejua kitu inaua Ruto zaidi, he talks very bitterly and very carelessly. Then he can say something today, and then tomorrow you remind him about the exact thing he said the other day, and he gets dumbfounded.
Who was next? Who was next? Ben is seriously on the phone.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Alex. Nicholas ni kama amekwama pia. Alex, you are next, but I think you should dash it to Master.
I will speak after the next person, so I can recompose myself. Ruto threw me off kidogo.
Sawa, Master, karibu.
Thank you so much, Bernard. How are you, Mama Selina, Alex, and others?
I'm happy I'm here.
I'm very well to join you. So, for me, I'm a very sad man, and I'm very sad because of I'm very sad because of the kind of leader that we have, like William Samoei Ruto. How can a number 2 in the country just go out and speak like an outsider of this nation? For in fact, I agree with Alex that what William Ruto is talking about is the exact things that he does. And what was wrong for him or for Uhuru to handshake with Raila Odinga? Why is Ruto forgetting history very fast? The handshake came because of the results of the happening of 2017. This country was so bad. This country was like everyone, even we were talking about secession. Kila mtu aende na nchi yake, kila mtu akae kwake. And if you try to see or if you try to look back at history, 2017 was like 2017 was going to be like 2007. So what was wrong with Uhuru Kenyatta handshaking with his brother Raila Odinga? And look at what happened after the handshake. The country was so calm, and that means that the handshake was so positive for this country. Who does William Ruto want to lead? If he wants a country that we fight every day. For me, I say I'm very sad for what you have said, and for sure, I'm very sad again because Ruto is damaging even the future generations. If you try to look at the leader that he wants this nation, look at Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is supported by not only my own generation, but his own generation are still supporting him. And for us as Kenya, we want a true leader. I always say that it takes a time to get a leader that will stand for the nation, regardless of what's happening. From history, because I like history so much, if you try to look at Nelson Mandela, Mandela was out of prison, but when he came, he didn't go for the neck of Clark, the president of that time, but he sat down with him and built South Africa. regardless of Clark and others being the enemies of Mandela. And today, South Africa is one of the most economic countries in Africa, simply because of the what Mandela did. So, if William Ruto complains about the handshake, and all of us are seeing the fruits of the handshake, what kind of leader William Ruto will be in this Kenya? What kind of world that he leads when you go to US and say all that he said? Anyway, we will see what will happen, but William Ruto has lost focus. Kuna mtu amesema hapo, William Ruto has lost focus, and for him, William Ruto, he was elected with Uhuru Kenyatta, the same ticket by same people. Nakumbuka hata kuna tweet once alisema kwamba when Baba was in the US, alisema kwamba ati Baba ameenda kuambia wazungu sana wapisa rais kuwa rais. Leo hii yeye ndiye ameenda kusema hivyo, meaning that alikuwa by that time, by 2017 alikuwa dhani everything will be okay, but leo yeye ndiye ana complain again. If you try to look at the future, Mount Kenya and Mount Kenya, for example, Mount Kenya, venye Uhuru Kenyatta alitangaza kwamba anaunga mkono Raila Odinga, and are you there?
Yes, Master.
Yes, we can hear you, Master.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, carry on,
yes.
and begin to conclude.
So William Ruto is losing focus. William Ruto is losing everything, and for me, I can just say that there's a lot of damage for future generations. For Azimio in Nyamira and Kisii today, I cannot talk about that one. Nyamira is locked for Azimio, and Kisii is locked for Raila Odinga. And niliona pia leo Kenya Kusha venye huyu anasema kwamba walikuwa Trans Nzoia, and I can count the kind of people that walikuwa huko. It just tells you that since Uhuru Kenyatta declared that he will be supporting Raila Odinga, everything may change. Everything has changed. It may change sana. So I don't by in the next 2 months, I predict that UDA will be just a party of some few fellows. So thank you so much, guys, and let us keep being patriots of our nation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Master, for your contribution. Let's keep the conversation going on the comment section. Thank you, all of you, for keeping it moderate. Please, let's keep it there. No insults, no calling people names, no profiling of communities. Let's all pull together. This is our country, and we have a say on what becomes of it and who takes leadership in the same. I have said here before that Ruto was picked from the ghetto, brought into the palace. He got food in the palace, began to eat, didn't learn how to carry himself the palace way. Being in the palace for 20 years and you go out of the country and make what you are making out of this country, it leaves a lot to be desired. I don't know what he was learning in the palace, but even if I stay in the palace for a week only, if I don't learn anything, I should learn the manners in the palace. Alex, Karim.
Yeah, Bernard, go ahead, Selina. Selina, you were saying something.
Imekataa ku unmute.
Okay, Alex, before
Yes.
Alex akuje, mambo ya Keto, tuko na Bobi Wine from Uganda. He's a real Keto boy. Na amefanya wonderful things in Uganda and almost Africa, and he's from Keto. So tusilaumu Keto. There are some people tusitumie China ya Keto, because Keto youths are very, very wamejua shida. This one, let's leave Keto alone. Wacha mtu abebe msalaba yake. Ilo watoto wote tumesaa kutoka Keto, they are pride na wanajua kazi wanafanya. So chukua hiyo example, kama Bobi Wine ya Uganda is a real Keto Kibira. Where is he today? He's so humble, anapigana na Museveni, na dunia imemrecognize. So we don't say Keto. I'm really sorry for that. I support the Keto youth, I support the Keto women, I support the Keto fathers, and everybody who is from Keto wana struggle kufika mahali wanaenda. Lakini kama umelaniwa na wale walikuwa na kubeba juu, Penat, hata ujaribu kupanda miti, you will go down because you don't have the blessings. So let's blame tabia ya mtu, si tabia ya Keto. Kama ulishindwa kuplesiwa na one person, or even your father, or even we have court fathers. Wamama tukizaa mtoto tunaita court mothers na tunaita court fathers. If you are not even blessed by those, not real father, hata ujaribu namna gani. So we don't want to let somebody blame himself. Unachapa watu State House, unaita watu wachinga, unafanya all those messes, unashika mzee kama Raila 77 years, unamuita majina. Why will you get the blessings? How will you even sleep na ukuwe na blessing ya Mungu? Your tongue ita sleep kwa sababu pitendo yako. So as for me, I want to say this. Ketos are very super people. Even the chokoras in Nairobi, they can be good people as long as you mentor somebody. So to me, iyo ya Bobi Wine ya Uganda, and then we continue. I'm sorry to intervene, but I feel like I could not stay. I wanted to say that. Thank you, and I'm sorry.
Ya, shukurani sana mama kwa kutukumbusha hiyo, na nakubaliana na wewe sana sana sana, na hiyo inaenda na yale matamushi ulisema mbele. Mtu ukienda mahali ukose, alafu mwanamke akukatae na unarudi nyumbani na unatembea mguu, utajipata unaongea peke yako. Na Ruto anajiongelesha hapa America. Ruto is not speaking with anybody ama na mtu yoyote. Ruto is speaking to himself. He doesn't even know that he's in the US anyway. And we like that fact that Mama Selina ametuambia huyu jamaa anajiongelesha peke yake. We should not even now rebut him. Mimi nimefurahi sana Bernard. Nimefurahi kwa sababu baba amerudi Kisii. Na kawaida yetu sisi watu wa Kisii tunafurahi baba anaporudi. Anaporudi nyumbani kila wakati, yeye utusalimia abagusi paminto mbuyamore. Tunajibu mbuyatore, mbuyamore nainde, mbuyatore. So baba greeted us and that was very good. Nyamira and Kisii, the twin counties who are connected with an umbilical cord that cannot be broken because we speak one language, and at the same time our economies are so integrated that you cannot break us, have displayed as usual the unity, maturity, democracy, and love for the country. And we must emulate what they are doing. The belittling that we keep on seeing in Azimio on the podium must stop. We must know when Baba is coming, it's a national event. He is campaigning as a presidential candidate. It's not time for people to start doing some sideshows. We have seen those things in Kajiado. We have seen them elsewhere. And we must distinguish between when Baba is coming and when you can play your own local politics. We must know that now we have a bigger house. And I thank the leadership of Kisii, even though we were almost making that mistake, but we held our horses. So I want to thank our leaders with my utmost heart that unity, maturity, democracy, and love for the country prevailed over petty and local politics. And I think that is how we must do our politics, because we have a big house. If we start fighting, the more we are, the bad and the worse and the bitter our fights are going to be. But if we can restrain ourselves, I think that can be a good thing. I wanted to say something else also in regard to what Baba did. Yesterday I said that we need direction from Baba. That is what he came to do in Kisii. He did not just come for a rally and leave. We asked him through many channels. I even said it here, and we opined it in many other channels, that Baba, when you come to Kisii, we need clarity and we need direction. And we got that direction. And that direction came from Siaya. And it came from Baba's home. And it came from Rasanga. Rasanga told us, governor next ya Kisii ni Simba Arati. And we heard that, maneno kwisha. Ongeri must either decide if he wants to become a senator, or he can go and work with Baba, because he is an experienced person. I don't think Baba will ever leave him outside. But the people's choice has prevailed. I personally, for a long time, have been on the side of Ongeri for many reasons, which I still believe we should. But if that is the choice of the people, it must prevail. And that is the bad side of democracy, that one has to lose and one has to prevail. So as Baba goes with Azimio in many places, we are going to see these kind of directions. He will give us directions, but he's not going to force us. You can decide what to do. That's the good thing about democracy. But he can give you directions and say, given this situation, this is my direction. And he's not going to say it ultimately in the podium. That is podium pathos. Baba is a person who has podium ethos. He knows how to direct his message directly or indirectly, and in a timely manner. So anytime kama kesho ataenda Trans Nzoia, you will see some directions. You will see some sort of gestures on what should happen to make Azimio a formidable organization, so that the future, in the first 5 years that we will govern, we will see changes in Kenya that we have never seen, so that we can put people like Ruto, who are even telling us that they are mongrels. We never described him as a mongrel. He just said he's a mongrel. And we are going to call him that because he keeps on calling people names. Now he has told us that they are mongrels. So, I mean, he's part of the mongrel, because how can 100 billion be allocated somewhere without his knowledge or anybody's knowledge, and he only speaks it outside the country, not here? That is quite telling. Lastly, Gachagua, I said it here and I will repeat it. The masterpiece, the most crucial element of a leader, for a leader to be baptized with fire and become a national leader, he must know how to betray. You must know how to betray. You can't run away from betrayal. You must know. Raila has betrayed. We are not going to lie. For the better or for the worse, you cannot hold two ideas and purport that you are going to walk forward and lead people. And Ruto has decided. Musalia is on his side. So Gachagua must know he has been betrayed. And if Gachagua has been betrayed, the Kikuyus have been betrayed. Wake up, Kikuyus, Mount Kenya. Ruto is not with you. So it's a good gesture. Gachagua has realized it. So we don't know if he's going to Jubilee, or as he said, he's leaving national politics. As Kurias lied to us, he has left national politics. Now again, local politics. Now again, he's in local politics. That is the art of confusion. You go to a group and a formation that is so confused. By the time you become sane and you start making sober decisions, you go against what you said and opined in public. So I think Gachagua will have to sit down and recant some of the things that he said. So you must know how to betray, and you must take betrayal as it is in politics. So asante sana, and we are going to debate. I hope Atuya comes here. Atuya said yesterday you kicked him off. I'm waiting for Atuya to come here so that he can tell us that if we are having a bubble in Kisii and Nyamira, and if he's still having a bubble on his head, or is still daydreaming. I hope he comes here, because he's the only man standing who used to be here from Kisii in that formation. So we want him to come here so that we can invite him to Azimio. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante Alex. Thank you so much for your sentiments and contributions towards the debate. I believe everybody's gotten that clear. I'm sure there's no question. Manan, you have a question?
No, just a comment about the day.
About?
About the end of the day.
We are coming to you. When you begin your session, you will comment. Tulia hapo hapo. Si mimi najua ndio chairman wa Nyamira.
Halfway.
Relax, unakuja kwako. Asante sana. Bwana Guru.
Habari Bernard.
Namna gani?
Mzuri sana.
Naona amtaki kuwa running mate wa UDA tena. Iko nini?
Iko kwamba kuna watu karia zao zinaenda kudidimia. Unajua, ukiwa na ng'ombe na uone maziwa haitakuwa imetosha yako na ya ndama ile kidogo, basi unayopea ndama njia ya kunyonya angalau ikuwe ng'ombe. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio maneno inatokea. Unaelewa hapo?
Fafanua, kuna watu hapa hawapendi vitendawili.
Kitendawili tega. Nasema ukiwa mkulima huwezi pigania maziwa na ng'ombe. Ikiwa haitolereshi ile ndama, unaachia ndama inanyonya tu. So kwa hivyo hii chama ya UDA ni kama maziwa ni kidogo. Kwa hivyo sasa itakuwa namna hiyo kwa huyo jamaa. Ni kitu ambayo imesurprise watu wengi, kwa sababu kuna wao walikuwa wameanza kuona kama yule ndiye atakuwa mtu ya pili. Lakini kuna msisimko ingine inatokea. Jubilee haijakufa, inakuja na fujo hujawahi kuona, na wakati huu itakuwa vijana sana ambao wamesukumwa na wamekuwa funded properly and they are popular on the ground. Kwa hivyo bando maneno ndio watu watashtuka nini imewagonga. Itakuwa kama roli imegonga gari ndogo fits. Watu watashtuka Kenya hii. Kuenda kwa mada ya leo, I would want to ask panelists here how they would view a situation where Joe Biden went to the media to say how they budgeted money hidden in the votes for purposes of stealing in the years that they have been in leadership. That is exactly what the deputy president is saying today. that some money has deliberately been hidden in the budget for purposes of stealing ama wizi. That's a very serious allegation, by the way, because it means then the government has institutionalized corruption. And these so-called opaque organizations, I don't know what they are. Maybe I would challenge those who will be holding the presidential debate in the coming months, that they pin this man down so that he tells us which organizations are these that have been operating opaque in an opaque manner and have been given budgets that are hidden in the books. It's a very serious allegation. In fact, on that account, that man should not even vie for presidency. In decent countries where rule of law and democracy works, there's one person who should not be anywhere near leadership because it has exposed the kind of a person he is. How could he keep quiet when taxpayers' money is being stolen right, left, and center? It is not right at all. Now he's complaining to Wazungus. What does he expect them to do? I bet with the MPs that he has been priding himself to having so many, why didn't he use them to go and close these loopholes in Parliament? After all these days, the budget is done through the Parliament. They are the ones who actually do the budgeting, as it were. They even took up that role from the executive. Today, it is the Parliament that does the budgeting, which perhaps could be a very serious matter now, because then it means there is a problem there that you cannot be in the oversight and still you are budgeting. It means then there is collusion of MPs to put money in votes that they know is purposely is for theft. It is for stealing. It is a very serious allegation, and perhaps it constitutes a very strong basis of impeachment. Honestly, you cannot go in a foreign country to say that some monies are hidden within the budget, for purposes of people to steal, and then you stand there telling us how you want to be the president. It can't be. I'm happy today. I've seen Baba has unfurled a very strong group of professionals. Among those that I'm excited about is John Githongo. It only means that Baba wants to deal ruthlessly with the corrupt people. He has also put somebody called Karuti Kanyinga, professor. He's very good in governance issues. It means that Baba would want to streamline governance issues in Kenya. He has put Professor Wanyande, people of reputation, people who have stood ground in their own professions, not quacks and musketeers or profiteers, people who have shown appetite for just putting their hands in the till. He has also put Professor Nyang, the man reputed for the document of economic recovery strategy that was used by Kibaki to bring around the economy. These are the kind of people we want. These are the kind of brains that we want to drive the Kenyan economy to the next level. Not somebody going to the international capitals to actually even spoil the name of the country. What do you expect now when you say that and you are talking to people you go borrowing from? That you hide money in the budget for purposes of stealing within the government circles. Honestly, I think we are joking here. Either this man does not know what he's doing, and he does not know the burden that a leader carries with him. And this is not to say that we should not expose evil, but that was the wrong forum, it does not help anyone. In fact, it spoils the name of the country very seriously to claim that you hide money within the budget votes for purposes of stealing. And then it means he's a beneficiary of the same. And he was actually the author of the same because he sat at the top level at the executive. Then how does he escape responsibility, honestly? How do you incriminate yourself? I think he was describing what he was doing when you look at it in a wider sense. It is very sad. It is very, very sad. And I would hope that the journalist here in Kenya, when he comes back, I think that would be the best thing to confront him with. Let him explain to the country which are these organizations and how this money has been being stolen and who has been stealing it. That is the only way we can redeem ourselves as a country. Otherwise, corruption is everywhere in the world. But when you say that corruption is budgeted for, is a budget item, then that one now crosses another line that is not known in the world. I don't know. I've seen what happened in Kisii. I think things are moving on very well. Kenyans are understanding politics now. I am happy that the investment in education that has happened since free education perhaps could redeem this country, because despite the obvious attempt to mislead the youth, especially those who are not very well versed with how the economy works, to excite them and make them think in a certain way about hustlers and dynasties, which is actually a vacuous idea that leads nowhere. I think there is a big move towards understanding these things in a much deeper way. And I don't think that man will leap from confusing the youth. Things have started taking shape, and I'm happy that my brothers, quite a number of them who have gone to school properly in central Kenya, and those who experienced what bad governance is in 1990s and 80s, they are receptive that we need to change leadership. And to change leadership is not to move from Uhuru to Ruto. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru, kwa mchango wako, asante sana. It's like DB is having a confession moment. Those of you that are ascribed to the Catholic faith, I think it's confession moment, because if you have been benefiting from 100 million in the budget, 100 billion in the budget from 2013, and you begin to complain in 2022, that's very serious. And so when Baba says he knows where the money is and he knows how to block the channels, I think we have enough money here to make every Kenyan rich. The issue is the greedy people that wants to be carrying it on behalf of Kenyans. They must be stopped. Well, Leo the Great, VP. Leo the Great, are you there? And due to public demand, it's 3 minutes per person. Honorable Bundi has pushed that one. Leo the Great, kama huko twende kwa oti mara moja, tafadhali tuokoe muda.
Okay, thank you. Am I there? Am I loud and clear? Hello?
Yes, how are you today?
Yeah, I'm good. How is everybody? I hope everybody everybody's doing fine.
Yeah? Go ahead, make your submission.
Okay, they have just received some picture, the video via WhatsApp. there is some order office somewhere in Mount Kenya being painted green. I think they are going to, by tomorrow it will be painted red. They have decided to repaint that office. So meaning that is one plus those are the defections. When our good friend is going to come from abroad, I think he's going to get when this his house is not the way he left it. And then I also listened to how he was crying in the US. I don't know. I do not know whether this guy does not know that is the deputy president. And even the people whom he was addressing, I don't know. There's a moderator there, a lady called Bruno Hassan. I don't know what. If you'll get the kind of questions that this guy is being asked, and then he's saying that there's some unaudited is it units where they put 100, they are unaudited, so they place 100 million each and every financial year. I think the only unaudited entity here is NIS, the intelligence, if I'm not wrong. With them, I think they are not being audited. But any other office, any other department in Kenya is being audited. You also talked about that the corruption cannot be dealt with easily because the agencies, the entities that are mandated to investigate and prosecute the corrupt individuals do not get fundings directly. They go to the office of the president to get finance to be funded. And I want to believe that anti-corruption authority, they have got their own individual budget, which is approved by parliament. I want to believe that the office of the public director of public prosecution, headed by Nudin Haj, he has got his budget. The judiciary has got their budget. So I do not know where our deputy president is living. I don't know whether he's living in Uganda or working in Kenya. I can't tell. That guy told off lies, and it is good that it is true that Oscar Sudi is not good in English. He could have gone with Oscar Sudi because those kind of thoughts are the thoughts of the people like and Oscar Sudi. I really pity Mudavadi, what he went to do and he was not even given a chance. By the way, I do not know whether he did not fall, but I did not see anywhere where Mudavadi also explained the bottom up economy, because he was also asked that the difference between bottom up economy and the Big Four agenda. And then that guy is a liar. If you are lying in a television, a worldwide television, and you are trying to to explain your bottom up, but you want to blame it to Raila. So in everything, you just want to bring it to Raila Odinga, and you are in US. So I just want to believe that let us take it, let us just be vigilant. We wait for August 9th to liberate our country by choosing one of our own, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. These people, the way they perform in Kisii, in fact, I have to give a pat on the back. I thought Simbarati and Ungeri were going to confront each other, but they played it cool, and it exhibited a level of maturity politically in Gusilan. But after all, we also support Simbarati. Ungeri, I know Baba will have to get somewhere. Ungeri can fit anywhere in the Baba's government. Or the defections, I think ODM received some too. I did not know where they were from, but there are some two legislators, the current sitting MPs that defected to ODM. That one, Mbadi received them. That was a good gesture. Jubilee is also scooping. It was Jubilee in Mount Kenya. Even if you have started reading something in the faces of Rigathi Gachagua and Alice Wahome, sooner or later something big might happen in Mount Kenya. And let us just wait the 20th of this month, I think, when people will be now for nomination. Otherwise, yesterday, Mama Selena, usiwe mkali sana. I was asleep, but there was something. I don't know, there's somebody who, I don't know what he told Mama Selena, but I liked how you handled that, and then Bernard also did what he usually do. Otherwise, I'm here, still be following before I retire to sleep, but I can get any question, Thank you.
Okay, thank you Bwana Oti. Asante sana kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Mama Selina, una la kusema? Okay, thank you. I think we go to Douglas.
Thank you, Bernard.
Good evening. Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm doing good. I've been having internet issues, but I'm now stable and I'm back. And I hope it will be stable the rest of the time.
Just 1 minute. We are not going to admit people who are behind the curtain. It is now a new standing order. It is that way because the screen being dark is not tolerable anymore. Thank you. Douglas, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I want to start from the USA interview that our DP had. As my friends have said, I'm a flabbergasted Kenyan, confused like the DP himself, because of actually you're the second in command. In one part, you say the first 4 years, the first 5 years, you laid a solid foundation for the implementation of the Big Four agenda, that you performed excellently, you performed so well. But again, on top of your speech, you add that there is 100 billion that is budgeted for corruption in the budget where you were and you approved part of that budget. Honestly, if that is not madness, then what is it? As they rightly say, when the gods want to destroy you, they first make you crazy. And I think our honorable DP is becoming crazy because the things he's saying, they're becoming crazier every day. And again, it all boils from the people surrounding you, the people advising you. Who are his advisors? Who are the people making his speeches, his interviews? Who are the people giving him what to say at what time? I think those people need to be questioned. And if I was in the think tank of the DP, then I'll question these people. Number two, in the year 1990, 21st of June, Nelson Mandela, in a town hall meeting in USA, he was answering a journalist and told the journalist, your enemy must not be my enemy. And that is what our people in UDA, the right, His Excellency, the DP must know, that Raila Odinga cannot be USA's enemy because he is his enemy. You must learn to keep your enemies who may be friends to other people. So it's not necessarily that when a person is an enemy to you, will be an enemy to somebody else. And that is what he does not understand. And again, USA has its own internal issues. They cannot leave their own issues and come and handle our issues. This is our democracy. And when he says that on the ballot in this year, democracy will be on the ballot, stability of the country will be in the ballot. Was democracy and the stability of the country in the ballot in the year 2017 in the repeat elections, which he chest thumped and said, we are going to win this whether they like it or not? Was he aware that democracy and the stability of the country is in the ballot this year when he just thumps in all the political podiums by saying, hamwezi nifukuza Jubilee, hamwezi nifukuza ODM, tena munifukuza Jubilee? So, such kinds of double speak is what we don't want. And I want to leave that at that point. I want to first move to Kisii and Nyamira. As my brother Alex said, I wish Honorable Bundu was also here. There is a factor that has been constant in dividing the Nyamira and Kisii votes in the previous 3 elections. And that factor has now been removed. And we are not going to see that half-half anymore. It's going to be a higher percentage. And Manani Eric, you can take that to the nearest bank and bank that. It has to happen. We do not have that factor that has always been giving us 49-51. This time around, it's not going to be 51-49. It's going to be 80 plus because of the reception you are seeing people, and people are talking in one voice. Even those political bickerings about nominations are no longer there. People have sorted their issues like real men and women. They are sat down and they know there is something at stake and we must win this. Come rain, come sunshine. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you so much, Douglas, for being precise and to the point and brief. Now tumsikilize Manani, tukimaliza Manani akuje saa Jack tufuatane hivyo hivyo. Haya, Manani.
Habari yenu yote?
Salama, namna gani?
Salama.
Unajua maana ya jina lako kwa Kiluya?
Hata sijui.
Basi endelea, toa mchango wako.
Sasa mimi kizundambia Douglas ya kwanza ni moja. Kama leo tulikuwa kwa hiyo ground ya mnatuambia ya Nyamira. Watu wenye walikuwa Nyamira wote walitoka Kisii. 80% ya watu walikuwa ground Nyamira walitoka Kisii. Mwache kutufunga macho. Hadi niko na clips vile watu waliletwa wote wakamwao. Under 10. Douglas, take it. Mimi nitakwambia for free. Sikia, for free. Mimi mwenyewe Eric, sikia, hiyo pesa ya Azimio nimeshakula. Tuliandikwa nikapewa 500, nimekula na tena nitaendelea kukula. Nimekula pesa, nimepewa kofia, nimepewa t-shirt. So, mwacha kutufunga macho na kutudanganya. Simba alileta watu, na NZOIA akaleta watu, na Ongeli akaleta watu kutoka Kisii. Mbona hao watu wote? Mbona hawakuwa watu wa Nyamira? Nyamira tulikuwa tuna expect watu wakuje, lakini hakuna mtu alikuwa huko. Mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa nikiangalia tu kwa umbali, karibu iko karibu na mahali nafanya kazi. Hakuna watu walikuwa, wote walitoka Kisii. Niko na clips zote gali silileta watu sikamwaga. Kama unanipinga, uniambie nitakutumia. I have it's all of the evidence.
Manani,
yes.
Watu wa Nyamira walienda wapi?
Watu wa Nyamira hakuna mwenye anasimia.
Unamaanisha nini?
Watu wa Nyamira hakuna mtu Nyamira hiyo yenye mnatuambia 70% iko UDA Kenya kwanza. Hiyo yenye mnatuambia eti Azimio hakuna, ni watu wananunuliwa. And then hiyo pesa ya kununuliwa, let me tell you the truth and free. Kuna vijana sasa wako hospitali wawili. Na hizo pesa zenye mnatuambia eti mnanunua watu wa Azimio.
Mimi nakuuliza.
Yes.
Gavana wenu wako wapi sasa?
Gavana? Yeah. Ako upa ya Matiang'i. Ako upa ya Matiang'i. Upa.
Ako UDA.
Ako upa ya Matiang'i.
Okay.
Azimio. Ako Azimio.
Alafu MPs.
MPs kuna mchanganyiko.
Wangapi percentage?
Sai kuna waine.
Wangapi wako Azimio, wangapi wako UDA?
Number 1 kuna wenye wako Azimio. Wako wawili. Wenye wako UDA. Wako wawili. Kuna Beni Momanyi ametoloka. Anaenda ugavana.
Okay.
Sasa
kama wako 4 na wawili wako Azimio, alafu wawili wako UDA. Watu wa Nyamira nao wako wapi?
Watu wa Nyamira 70% UDA.
Okay.
Yeah.
So governor, MPs wako Azimio, lakini watu wa Nyamira wako UDA.
Gavana anaenda vile maji inaenda, anafuata maji. Alikuwa anataka tiketi ya fuli, akaenda akapewa tiketi ya fuli ya Matiang'i. Afuate maji.
Sawa basi, katamatisha mchango wako tusonge mbele.
So kutamatisha mimi nitawaambia hivi. Mwache kutuongelea mambo ya, kama ni mtu wa Western, acha ongelea mambo ya Western. Wa Mount Kenya ongelea ile yenye iko huko kwake. Lakini msikuje kutuambia eti Nyamira iko 80 ama nini. Hapana, tumekataa. Mimi kama supporter wa UDA from Nyamira Eric nimekataa. Nimemaliza.
Sasa Manani, shida yako ni hiyo tu.
Kwa sababu
kama mimba imeshika. Hata uikane.
Soma hiyo.
Ngoja Mama Selina.
Manani, kuna mtu anaitwa Robert.
Robert anasema, I am from Nyamira. I assure you there was nobody ferried to Nyamira. Stop joking with us.
naongea ukweli. Huyo mwenye anaingia ana comment nyuma ya kamera, acha ingia mbele ya kamera. Mimi niko na clips mimi Eric.
Manani. Sikiliza, kukana mimba haizuii mimba kukua.
Paula, kama mtoto kama ulipeana mimba utakubali mtoto ni wako.
Hata ukatae, si mtoto atakuwa tu. So hiyo ndio unafanya wewe. Mimba ishapachikwa, mtoto anatarajiwa, wewe bado unakana, hakuna mimba, hakuna chochote. So eventually miezi 9 itatokea, mtoto atatoka anafanana na wewe na hiyo
Bernard, nitakwambia na nitakuashua.
Sawa, let's conclude. Okay, thank you. Nani huyu? Oti.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I wanted to ask a question. Hello.
Yes, go ahead. And hakuna kujificha kwa kamera.
Nimetap tu na I'm coming back. If huyu jamaa, kwani wenye walikuwa Nyamira na wenye walikuwa Keroka na wenye walikuwa ninio, wenye walikuwa Kisii, wote walikuwa ferried? Hello.
Hata ashaenda ni kama ametoroka.
Huyo jamaa amelewa na hata kulewa zaidi. Hebu ninio link bwana, tuingie. Nimefanya kijenge kingine hapa hivi, hata sijui nitaanza wapi.
Okay, asante sana.
Ni mute.
Yes, Bernard and panelists, there's something I said in this platform and I want to repeat it. When you hear people like Manani Eric speaking that wako UDA ama wako Kenya Kwanza, they are not in Kenya Kwanza because of ideologies. They are not in UDA because of ideologies. You see Kisii, I come from Nyamira, Borabu constituents, Nyansiongo ward, Gesevei DOK voting polling station. That is why I vote. And I have been in Nyamira for the longest time. And I started voting way before Manani Eric started voting. The factor that has been there dividing our votes has been the mountain and the lake. That is true. And any Kisii will attest to that. And that for now has been removed. And that is why we are not going to have 51-49%. Never. We're going to have 70 over and above. And whatever he's saying, that people were ferried, there were about 4 rallies in Keroka. I lived in Keroka for 7 years. And in 2002, when Raila was campaigning for Kibaki, I was in Keroka, that police station where he landed. I was there. And I know what happens there. He was in Nyaribari Masaba. Nyaribari Masaba is not in Nyamira. So how could people be ferried to Nyamira and then be ferried back to Nyaribari Masaba? From Keroka to South Mogirango? You know, sometimes when you listen to such people speaking, they have something in the back of their mind. And I said it here. I don't want to repeat it because, because it's ugly in our language. I don't want to speak it, but understand them from that point. But like Guru said, those people who have gone to school properly, those people who have known what it means to have a good... I was asking another fellow youth, why don't we have development in Kisii region? It's because of such nonsense like Eric is bringing here. When we want to elect people based on tribe and the perceptions we've had since our forefathers, the Nyachai era. And I'm happy that the Nyachai is not alive in this election. It could have influenced some of the things. So, anyway, thank you.
So thank you, Douglas. We appreciate your contribution on the same. And I believe Nyamira will go the same direction where everybody is going. Hata Manani huyo ni kura yetu naamini. Now naomba tumsikilize Sir Jack, alafu tusonge na huo mkururo. Sir Jack, upo? Sir Jack, you are misbehaving. We can't hear you.
Joe can speak for him.
Yes.
Hello. I'm
That's
audible.
better. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Bernard and fellow panelists. First, I want to respond to Bwana Eric huyo mwenye amejiondoa. You know, some people, even those people, most of the people who support Ruto or UDA, if you could ask them to tell you 5 points why they support Ruto, none of them will tell you anything. They're just there because labda ile unasikianga upepo tu kufuata upepo fulani, but they don't have anything to tell you about. Because when you get a scorecard of what Ruto have done since he was introduced to politics by Moi in 1992 and what Mr. Raila Odinga has done for this country, can't even compare. Ruto has no any marks, has not left any marks in this country. So if you see somebody like Eric telling us that people are ferried from where to where, those people are more than 10,000 in that crowd. You cannot ferry all those people. And Baba was moving, doing rally across the road up to Kisii town. So people like that, you can just assume them. Secondly, I want to talk about Ruto, his visit to the US. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate when you sit down listening to a sitting deputy president going to a foreign country, which is one of the biggest investor countries in the world, and he's just crying to the journalist, and most of the people who are there, his audience, are the 30 MPs that he carried, and some supporting staff are there, the audience clapping. Even serious Americans cannot sit down and listen to such nonsense. Those, even you can see most of his meetings, he's meeting some people who don't have even name in the, as far as American politics is concerned. It's just meeting some mere people who are just being paid to interview him. They are not serious people who can make anything for that is very unfortunate. We have him talking about corruption, talking about there is a secret account where 100 billion is being fetched. He's the same person who was talking when we asked about the Aurora and Gimaroy dams, and he came out gun blazing, telling us that 7 million that is 7 billion that has just been lost, but it's not 21 billion. Now he's there in America crying. And Baba was always complaining about these corruption things. He's the one person who alikuwa anatetea, anasema the only money that was lost is around 7 billion. It's not 21 billion. So today he's going to America telling them that in Kenya people are losing money. And those people, unajua, most of them are the investors, private investors who can come to invest to Kenya. And you are scaring them, telling them that in Kenya, you know, your money is not safe. If you go invest there, they will stall, blah, 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 blah. One thing that if he was an honorable man, even if he wanted some people like us to change our mind, if I was him, I could have just resigned back then, like in 2018, when the Uhuru did an handshake with Mr. Odinga. He can just resign. Now he could be in a pole position to speak and say, I saw some things in the government that I didn't like. I saw the opposition leader doing a handshake with the ruling leader, then I didn't like, and I saw a lot of things happening. But you can't tell us that there is corruption, there is this, there isn't. The same time you are in government, you are being paid by the government, you are living in a government property, your staffs that operating in a deputy president office are being paid by the citizens. You are using properties of the government, and then you are coming here telling us, and you are a master of double speaking. You just sit down and listen to yourself first. Just listen to yourself. Sometimes I listen to Ruto and I feel this guy ni kama aelewingi Kenya anaongea, huwa anasahau haraka sana. He can speak one word the same day, he can just speak another word, but he mean the same thing. He just forget easily. Then I will talk about the Azimio rally in Kisii and Nyamira. I think Kisii and Nyamira have been voting for Baba for the past 3 elections since 2007, 2013. Baba has been getting votes from that region, but this time round, I think Baba will add for what he has been getting. He will get up to around 70% of votes from Nyanza, from Nyamira and Kisii. And most of what I like most about the today rally in Nyamira and Kisii is the local politician. At least they didn't want to just turn and hawakutaka kupishana in public, kuonyesha kila mtu babe wake. At least they walitulia.
Discipline.
They were very disciplined. I like what Simbarat was very disciplined. They didn't want to show like other places, like in Mombasa, it was in Tononoka. Even I've had today one person died. It was not that way. Even Joe was to stand up and at least to calm the Nini. Mombasa was not that good, but in Kisii, I salute them. It was a very organized rallies, and I hope as they continue doing those things hapo mbele pia wengine watafuata mkondo huo. So kitu ya maana sahi sasa Baba should concentrate in other regions. Kama mimi ningekuwa ndio na plan rally zake, he should be angekuwa anafanya most of his rallies in central around Mount Kenya, at least kuwajaribu kuwafanya they are a little bit part of the government. Huko nikidhani huko stronghold zake bado ziko intact, hazina shida sana. Thank you for the time.
Joe can now talk.
All right, thank you, Sir Jack, for your contribution. We're glad you are adding to what is happening here. Joe, you relax. I have login time yako. Najua ni wakati gani utaongea. Subiri hapo hapo. Naomba tumsikilize Dan.
Habari zenu. Mimi ningependa okay, ningependa kuongelea how the deputy president is saying election is going to be stolen, not in favor of him but in favor of someone else, and these are the same issues for the last I think 3 elections. Raila Odinga has been trying to find out a way whereby Kenyan votes can really count on the ballot. And from 2013, 20 to 2017, even the 2017 election, Mr. Odinga did not go to the ballot because of the allegation that his election is going to be rigged. But Ruto did not even listen to these allegations. He only said, sisi tuende kwa tebe, watu wapige kura na ukitendawili aende nyumbani. Sasa hiyo wakati yote kama angekuwa anajua kwamba kuna kuibiwa kura ama kuna watu wa kuiba kura, mbona hiyo wakati hata angesawishi Uhuru Kenyatta hiyo 2017 wenye Raila Odinga kwenda kwa election, waseme wacha tufanye venye huyu jamaa anataka, maybe IBC waseme kila kitu ikuwe sawa, then watu wapige kura. Juu Raila alikosa kwenda kwa kupiga watu wake waende wapige kura kwa sababu alikuwa anajua obvious wataiba na hakuna kitu itafanyika. So kwenda kwa kupiga kura na kutokwenda kwa kupiga kura kwake haikuwa ya maana, juu the outcome could still be the same. But saa hizi yeye ndiye anasema kuna kuibiwa kura na kuna hii maneno inaendelea. But pia sisi nafaa tujiulize hao watu wamesalimiana, yes, but this time it seems like maybe okay, to be neutral, Raila can win wenye sahili kuko Raila can win with or without the rigging, but kama itakuwa tena iendelee kuwa na hizi machinery, wewe ukisimama kura, will you have a fair chance penye siko hizi wewe sahili ukikuwa Ruto ama wewe ukuwe Raila hiyo time, will you have a fair chance? So the main issue hata hiyo handshake penye wanasema I think will be around election reforms. Ingekuwa vizuri na ingekuwa maybe mzuri, juu sahii tukijikumbusha tuseme kama Uhuru Kenyatta angekuwa saidi ya Raila, masupporters wa Raila, tungekuwa tunasema nini? Saizi hao watu wote wenye wanasupport Raila wenye walikuwa kwa Jubilee wangekuwa na support William Ruto, sasa ningekuwa nasema nini? Ningekuwa napiga IBC, nataka reforms IBC, nataka reforms wapi na hapa na pale. So tusipoangalia tuseme tu ati juu hii side inatufeva sisi, na next time hiyo side hiyo same time ilikuwa na favor Ruto na Uhuru, but hawakuwa naelewa kwamba it has a long effect. Maybe if they don't reform, things are not going to be well with them maybe in the future. So to us common wananchi lazima pia tujiulize, kesho nitakuwa ni mimi ama kesho utakuwa ni mtoto wako, kesho atakuwa ni mtu mwingine. How do you feel sasa ukianza kitu kama hiki kufanyikia? Unajua Wakenya wengi wanajua, si ati inafichwa, kura maybe kura yangu haitahesabiwa na kura ya mtu mwingine pia haitahesabiwa, na this what Raila has been saying. So tunafaa tujiulize, hata yake juu last time I think Raila also alienda huko akasema democracy, but it resulted into nothing because vitu za Kenya hakuna mtu anaweza kuja kucontrol, ati anakuja control election and all this. So it's a big thing, but we should also think like today is maybe, yesterday was Raila, today maybe it's Ruto, maybe tomorrow will be you, but the whole thing is all about election reforms and your vote to really to count. I think I have finished.
Okay, thank you, Bonadan. And before we listen to Joe, I would want to say this. I think William Ruto is looking for an exit strategy. An exit strategy because he has run the country on a perception that he's the leading man, he's the man to beat for 4 years, and he has followers who believe he is the one leading. But now he realizes that he doesn't have a chance and he doesn't have an explanation why he will lose these elections. So he would want to grapple with anything, including claims of rigging, because before we rig you, you need to have some votes that we will throw in the river or some votes that will reduce. You basically don't have those votes yet. Yet you're saying you're being rigged from what? As far as I'm concerned, William Ruto has wasted the 4 years. Instead of building his political career and his political capacity, he ran around the country deceiving himself that he has the country and he has the mountain, which he doesn't have. Now, the owners of the mountain have come. They have taken it. The owners of Western region have come. They have taken it. The owners of the other parts have taken it. What is he left with? Ashuke chini, akubali kwamba hii ishapita. Akubali kama anataka kuendelea kuishi aishi, angoje 2027 or 2032. History mingi ya kukimbia, kwani anataka asylum in the US as who? I think is closer to Miguna. He needs to get some legal advice from Miguna on how to go to seek asylum in another country and accept to be a refugee once and for all. Apewe alien card, abaki huko, sisi tutaendeleza hii nchi kama vile tutawezeshwa. Lakini history ya kulialia sahi, kama walirig 2013 2017, akuje waza tuambie. We have been crying about electoral justice. He said nothing. We said democracy on trial. He said these are perennial losers, addicted losers. They always don't accept election results. Even when they court, the Supreme Court nullified the election, wakasema ni wakora sita wamekaa pamoja kubadilisha nia ya watu wa milioni 8. He has preached that for the past 5 years plus. Where is he coming up right now with these other claims? William Ruto, kama kona confession ya kumake, let him make it publicly to Kenyans. I have been in government. I have committed 1, 2, 3, 4. I need your forgiveness and consider me for leadership because I have been born again. Now I am free from the stealing, free from all these other things. Lakini historia ya kudance kando kuja hapa kutuambia 100 billion is budgeted for stealing when it has been budgeted for 10 years. 100 billion times 12 months times 10 years. This man needs help, and I think Atwoli has a point. Kateni miti hapo Sugoi, please kateni miti, kwa sababu kuna mtu wa fulani asipochungwa vizuri atajingatua mwenyewe. Joe yuko wapi tena? Joe ametoroka. Okay, tusikilize Mr. Kamau drives the bus every day. Mr. Kamau, umevunja
Oh,
sheria kwa nyuma ya curtain, lakini karibu.
naweka natoka kwa curtain. 1 minute.
Oh,
Anyway,
karibu.
I'm happy to be here today. And it's another day that we are happy because of what has happened on the issue of Ruto at in the US. I think he's just a comedian. I think it's high time Churchill gives him an audition so that awe anatufurahisha kama Thursdays after elections, because what he is talking about is irony. He is a man who is obviously a double speaker. He speaks on this side. When he is here, he is saying, mukiniangalia vizuri inaweza shindwa kura, inaweza ipiwa kura. On the other side, he is telling the US that is a plan to rig him. You know, it's funny. You are in the government, you are not in the government, yet you want to complain. I mean, it's weird. But I think my point is, he has not met anybody serious there. I think even the government of the United States doesn't really trust him, because I would have even preferred he meets with the deputy president, Uko US. But I think he has met people of the church, under secretaries, assistant ministers, for lack of a better word, of the United States. Today I thought he was to meet Biden, but I think Biden is occupied with the issues of Ukraine, and he doesn't have time to listen to rumors and accusations. You know, those things, I think they are beyond them right at the moment. But I don't have a lot to say, but I'm happy about Kisii. Kisii, I think, just like a camel kid, you'll always tell it that Kisii naturally belong to ODM. I mean, they naturally they fit in Nyanza. They are for Baba. So for me, I'm happy. The reception was massive. I don't think there is even a county that has actually welcomed Raila that way. I think that was amazing, and we are happy. Come August, I think Baba will be the president by 8 a.m. Hizi stories zingine mnasikia vijana wanasema ati wako na UDA. Those are stories. Even in Mount Kenya, we have found that there's a small group of people who are making a lot of noise, but the people with votes will vote for Baba. This is a Mandela moment. We need Mandela to come just the way Mandela went on power for 5 years, and he ushered the power to the younger generation. He ushered the power to the people, the indigenous people of South Africa. This is what is going to happen. I believe the things that we have never seen happening. You know, we have been in a situation since independence where we have one ideology, or let me put it this way, we have one way of doing things, capitalism. Kama hauko lako haliko. But I want to test also the ideology of Baba, because I've studied him. Baba is a person who wants equity. He wants, at least, even if there will be people with more than others, but there is equity to get it. Not a point whereby only like 7,500 people own the economy of Kenya. The pyramid has very few people, and the majority of people, the 90%, are actually carrying only 7,000. That should come to an end. And I am sure Baba is not somebody who can be bulldozed. Those who are saying he's a project, they will come to be surprised, because once Baba is the president, he'll make decisions without any person influencing him. I don't think even Uhuru can, because Baba is an institution. He has been there. He knows what he wants. If he could change the constitution and change the way we do our democracy, even without being in government, surely, what can he do when he is in government? And the reason why you see people going to the US carrying a group of people thinking they are reporting us is because they are scared. A time is coming. We have only 150 days for people now to kuongelesha watu vizuri, because they are going to jail. Yeah, people who have who are saying that Kenya is captive. They are the people who have taken land within 8 years. Some people have made a lot of money that they cannot explain. That is the reason why we don't have medicine in the hospitals. We don't have roads in some places, electricity in some place, because a few people have done it. And I'm sure once we give His Excellency Baba the opportunity, now we will see things being rolled out. So for me, I don't have a lot to say. I still have waiting for Oka to decide. I think the Register of Society has said by April 9th. If you have not decided, then you are not in the game. So they should decide before April 9th, because that is when the die will be cast. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Mr. Kamau. We appreciate your contribution. Eric, iko nini?
Hadi nauliza cheka utaniruhusu nirudi?
Sorry?
Cheka utaniruhusu nirudi? Network
Mimi
yangu
sina shida.
ilisumbua nikatoka. Cheka utaniruhusu nirudi?
Wewe ndio ile
Sasa
Eric
nilikuwa
umebadilisha
nasema
jina.
kitu kimoja.
Wewe Manani, wacha
Ila
kuchange
ingine
majina.
nasumbua.
Wacha kuchange majina. You have come here with 4 different names. Yeah.
Ngoja bwana
Niko
Eric.
na
Eric, ngoja kwanza. Subiri kwanza. Mimi nilifikiria niko na Eric mpya. Lakini ngoja hapo utapata muda wako. Tumsikilize Honorable Bundi kwanza.
Kwanza mko salama?
Salama, tunashukuru.
Yaani leo ndio nimekubali wale watu wanafungwa na ile kifungo inaitwa kuua bila kusudia, kumbe hawauangi kama wamekubali. Honestly speaking, kama ningekuwa na mahali pa kupita nikamata hii Mong'are hii, ningemumesa na kesho ningekuwa mastaka, ningefungwa. Sasa ni ako na party tunaongea kwa kamera, and I'm being honest because he cannot just come on this platform and lie for us. I personally come from Nyamira County. Alex knows we come from one county with Mr. Alex. I personally came, nimetoka Nairobi saa 11 asubuhi, nimeenda Nyamira Simburi kuhudhuria mkutano wa baba. Nimepata watu walianza kuingia saa 1 kwa uwanja waiting papa to alive before hata aangie Kisii. Na jamaa moja ako hapa mwenye nakutanga ile hoteli ingine pale ya Nyamira, anakunywa chai glasi moja mpaka saa 10 mpaka inarudi inaganda kwa sababu hana pesa ya kununua ngine. Is he a line for us? Na ameenda amebadilisha China, sasa amechiita Eric Mong'are. You would not allow such a kind of people to mistreat us here. It is so sad. It is so sad, and I can tell you, keep off. Laira has got a massive support. Achawai kuwa na support kama yenye atakuwa naye mwaka hii. Last time ni Gusirand tulikuwa na Nyachae, alikuwa kinyume na yeye. Tumekuwa na kina Ngwenyi, wamekuwa kinyume na yeye. Tumekuwa na watu wengi hawakuwa na msupport. Laundi karibu kila mtu. Ile mtu unaona ni mmoja tu anaitwa Kemosi, alikuwa anapepea Danson Omari Mogaka file juzi hapa, akapita na China ya Mogaka, ambao Mogaka alikuwa beaten ni Steve Mogaka. We know what happened. That is the only person who support him. And Nyamoko, wao umewahi sikia Nyamoko ameongea bunge hata neno moja, hata ile habari peke yake? Never. Hata wengine wamjui kama kuna mbunge anaitwa Nyamoko. Yeah? And the person is here telling us kwanza ametoroka kwenda kabisa. Ati Nyamira, ati watu wametoka Kisii gani? Kama watu wa Nyamira wenyewe walikosa mahali pa kuingilia because the stadium was full. Wacha niongea juu ya mkutano kwa sababu alikuwa ameniudhi sana. Nilikuwa nasikia kupasuka hapo nje. And again, Mr. Penard, kama mtu neti imemtoa kidogo, peana 2 seconds sione kama atarudi, because mtu anaongoja 1 hour alafu namumweka 1 hour nje. Hiyo rekebisha. Because unaona sasa hapo nje karibu nipasue simu nikitaka kupita. So anyway, the meeting was too good, and for the
network,
Rudi.
network Nyamira inasumbua. That is true though. Network Nyamira inasumbua leo. Manani might be saying the truth. Watu Nyamira ni wengi sana.
Wageni Nyamira ni wengi, Bwana Alex, ni wengi.
Amerudi. Tafadhali wacha malizie.
For the first time I want
to ukikaa nyuma ya kate na kutoa Mr. Kamau and your team.
For the first time I want to congratulate my boys and girls from Nyamira who are in America. The kind of support they are giving Papa in Nyamira. Actually, those people that are working hard. Alex, leo nimekushukuru. Ile kazi mnafanya ni mzuri, and I'm happy kwa ile shughuli ya Bwana Ruto. Sichaona mkizia hapo. Nimejaribu kuangalia kama ningekuona hapo, ningesema
Choi iko huko. Choi tulidonate Choi.
So thank you for the good work. So far Nyamira tumechipanga kabisa. I want to say here today that my own father hajawahi support mtu anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga. But from the last month, part 1 is now supporting Raila Amolo Odinga simply because there was propaganda that if Raila won election atasongeza, kwa sababu wa Kisii wako na samba ambao inatoa chakula mingi, watafukusa Wajaruo wapadrisana na samba apeleke pia waende kukura kiangazi. That was the propaganda all the way. But now people are realizing that Raila is the leader, and the leader are the leader of people. Ni mtu ana hiyo. So people, uongo inaisha. And if you reason very carefully, since Ruto started campaign 2017, agenda yake nikijaribu kuangalia agenda sijasikia. Nasikia stima, maji, stima, parapara. Maji, stima, parapara. Yani I've never had something which can convince me to support Ruto. So I don't even see why I should waste a lot of time. I already explained one word. In Nyamira and Kisii, we have no option than supporting Raila Amolo Odinga. Na muda mwingi sana kura za Kisii ndio sina determine uongozi wa Kenya. Kwa sababu ni kura ambao sina kuanga na maana yake. Na most of time tunakuanga tunakanyaga pande na pande ile. Lakini sasa sioni acha tutafuruga kwa sababu kiongozi wetu ni Matiang'i. Matiang'i amekanyaga ndani. Mzee wetu Ongeri hata kama wanafurugana na Mr. Simba, hiyo ni democracy, lakini pia vile Alex aliongea amefanya yale mazuri, lakini asiende sana. Unajua kuna yale utafanya mazuri paka ifike kwa monotonous. Yes, done what he has done. Hii ni Simba time. Wacha Simba aongoze. Mzee atafutiwe mahali akae kama advisor ya president. Aseke pole pole. So wale watu naona hata Ongeri atawe support Raila. In fact, this is the first time wanamsupport. So Kisii we are rock. Nyamira we are rock. Hakuna mtu huyu jamaa mumuambie penalty kama ataku SMS kwa sababu anaweza kuwa na namba yako. Mwambie ile pale kuna hoteli inaitwa Kanani pale Nyamira mahali anasoea kunywa chai asubuhi, anaomba anakaa na kikombe mpaka jioni. Nitamunulia birika moja kila siku. Aache kushinda na kikombe. Thank you, Mr. Penalty.
Asante Honorable Bundi kwa maoni yako, nashukuru sana. Azimio la umoja linafagia kila mahali Nyamira na Kisii. Asante. Haya Bwana Alex, maoni yako kabla tusonge mbele.
Mimi nilishaongea na nilitoa maoni yangu na nitarepeat. sisi hatuchezi, hatuongei sana. Kazi ya baba inafanywa vizuri na hatutapiga kelele na tutawaongelesha polepole. Tunaendelea kuongelesha Hatuya, tutamuongelesha Manani kama atawacha kuchange majina. Na wacha niambie huyu Manani, wacha nikwambie Kisii tuko na shida moja. Shida tuko na Kisii ni hii. Iko watu wako kwa boda huko Kabianga, Mama Selina unawajua, Kabianga wanaenda huko hiyo yote. Wale watu sio wa Kisii. Wale watu ni wakale, tunawajua. Na siongea ati nachukia watu ama nini. Na ni wetu na ni wao. There is a community in between there.
Ni ukweli wa
There is a community in between there, and Mama Selina will tell us. And even there is a community in Sondu whereby they are not really Luos, they are not really, ni kama the Suba people who have been assimilated. Unaona? Hiyo ndio clique peke yake akina Kemosi. Hao ndio wanaitwa Kemosi. Ndio hao wanaitwa Manani. Ndio hao wanaitwa Hatuya. Hao tu peke yake ndio wanasumbua kidogo, but we are speaking with them. We are speaking with them. Sisi hatutawafukuza, lakini we will talk until they realize. Unajua, there are 3 ways of learning, Bernard, for children. One is copying, one repetition, the other one is reconditioned. Watajipata tu wamekuwa reconditioned. That's why unapata Wetangula na sawa wanasema kwa podium, Azimio, hoi! Unaona, they get reconditioned. So these people will get reconditioned over time. Wakienda kupiga kura, Azimio. So don't worry. Watajipata tu wametika Azimio. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you very much. Twende kwa Mama Selina.
Yes, thank you so much, Bernard. I think tumeongea ni kujaribu kuongeza tu kidogo kidogo, but actually maoni na watu wakue honest vile tunasema. If you are supporting KKA, try kuconvince mtu moja, wacha kulete uchanja, kwa sababu uchanja isaidii, and that is why their leaders wametumia hiyo uchanja mpaka kila kitu imeharibika. Ni hawa wenyewe walituambia Kenya wachinga wamekwisha. And it is true, hakuna wachinga Kenya. So wakati unakuja kudanganya ama unataka kutufanya wachinga na wewe ndio unajua hakuna watu wachinga, what does that mean, Bernard? Kama tunakubaliana, tumesema issues, utuhusie bottom up tuelewe. Leo nimesikia wakisema kutoka NZOIA, hiyo Bernard tunisaidie, walisema kuna pesa ya kupatia bodaboda, kuna pesa ya kupatia wamama, na leo wajaita bottom up. Kuna kitu wameita hiyo pesa mbolea, sijui waliita nini, ati hiyo pesa unaletewa na nataka mtu aniambie hiyo China waliita ati kuna pesa ya bodaboda na kina mama, lakini sasa
waliita subsidy. Walikuwa watakuwa nasema ni subsidy, ati subsidy ya mama mboga ananunua mboga, subsidy ya mtu wa
pesa. Asante sana Bernard. How can a leader anakuja anakuambia ati sasa nyinyi wa mama ya mboga muna subsidy ya pesa yenu, wati ya bodaboda? How do you get that money? Na hiyo pesa munaletewa inatoka kwa nani? And where subsidy hiyo iko kwa mfuko ya nani? Women environment, ama iko youth environment, ama hiyo pesa inatoka office of the president, ama hiyo pesa itatoka treasury aje? Atu kusoma, but tunajua pesa ya serikali iko kwa treasury, iende parliament, kamati waamue ministry gani wanachukua pesa gani, Ministry of Defense wanapata pesa gani, agriculture wanapata pesa gani, but alafu sasa sikuje. Lakini mkituambia surely ati kuna pesa sasa itakuja tu inaingia. Jameni, I don't know these Kenyans. Sijui wenye wanaadresiwa hii mambo na wanapiga makofi, lakini najua ni ile pesa. Akasema ati Azimio imelipa watu pesa. Wenyewe wanapeana pesa, ndio ufae t-shirt, ndio ufike makofi, alafu anarudi anasema hiyo pesa mumepatiwa. So surely, mimi nilitangulia nikasema baba, vile alianza mkutano yake, alitupatia naye na chenda, akichukua serikali, atafanya nini? Mpaka today, nilisikia Kisii, nikasikia Nyamira, akifuata pole pole, hata hiyo pesa ya wamama, single mothers, wale wako na watoto, wale wamekufiwa na mabwana, baba anasema the same. Baba care. Anasema vile serikali itasaidia mtu wa huko chini na nipima. Baba hajasema ataenda treasury atoe pesa, amesema hiyo ni pima ya insurance. Amesema 6,000. Anasema hiyo pesa itakuja aje. Please, hii watu ya KKA asante kwa sababu wanatembea na wachinga yao na wanadanganya wachinga wenzao. I think that is what, and I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to say that, but kama wewe unakubali kudanganywa ati kuna pesa unakuja kurushiwa, how? Mimi nilikuwa wakati ya Moi na 92 Bank of Commercial Bank, tukaambiwa watu waende wachukue 10,000 penat, watu walienda bank, hakuna swarity, hakuna nini, lakini tulichukua. I'm even one of them, na hakuna mtu alinidai kwa sababu nilitumiwa lawyer. Nikamuuliza lawyer, where did I sign agreement? Niliitwa nikaambiwa kuja chukua pesa ya bure, mwenye alinisimamia aenda alipe hiyo pesa, because walitupatia pesa, unaenda unapatiwa, hakuna kitu unasaini. Serikali ilienda hasara kwa sababu sikuitishwa ID, sikuambiwa leta hata TV, kwa sababu kuna hii pesa ingine ukikosa kulipa wanakuja chota nyumba mzima. So hii pesa wanaambiwa itakuwa aje? So sitaki kuendelea, nataka kusikia vile wenzangu wanasema. Na kuna kitu moja mtu alitudanganya hapa, akasema Kisii, Nyamira walipepa watu. Sikulala by 3 nilikuwa nimeamuka, sitakangi kukuja kusoma baadaye. I was awake, nikiona watu vile wanacheza kiwanja, kama kuna watu ya kubebwa ni vijana walitoka constituency ya Suna, wenye walikuwa naimba
ya Junet, waimbaji
ya Junet, vijana walikuwa naimba. Hawa ndio tulijua ni wageni, otherwise the rest walikuwa nakuja na posters ya watu yao wenye wanasimama hapo. So kama umetoa watu Kisii, atakuja kusimama kuombea kura MP ama councillor, kwa sababu hapo tuliona present councillors, tuliona wenye wanasimamia viti na walikuwa na supporters yao. So supporters ya Kisii walikuja Nyamira kuombea, you know, hii watu I think makosa hapa. Asante kwa sababu watu wengine wajui siasa, wanakuwa kama kiongozi yao, anaenda kuropoka akifikiria amejisaidia, lakini amepomoa. It is the same as there are people here. Mimi leo naweza penduka 1 week nikuwe mtu ya UDA, nitatongoza nyinyi mpaka nikute mumepigia kura, lakini sitaki kufanya hiyo kwa sababu najua baba atamiss kura. Kuja usa shera yako, kuja ambia watu usuri, kuja sema uongo ile watu wanaambia watu uongo, utuambie at least kidogo. Kina mama, nyinyi mnauza mboga, kama wewe unauza sokoni yenu, nikikupatia 10,000, hiyo pesa mama utaichunga aje? Utarudisha aje? Kwa sababu merry-go-round tunapeana pesa, ama kuna kitu tulianza. Kuna mama hapa Amerika alianza kununulia wamama wale walikuwa nauza pombe, ng'ombe, na wamama wakajiunga, wamama 10, na wakapatiwa ng'ombe, na wakaambiwa hiyo ndama ikisa saa unapatia mama mwenzako, ikisaa inaenda. That woman today amefanya kazi kubwa, amefanya mpaka ile wamama walikuwa nauza chang'aa iliisha. So kama bottom up wangetuambia kitu kama hiyo, kwa sababu ni group ya wamama wanapiga chang'aa, machifu wanaenda kumwaka. So hiyo ndio kitu tulianza, na mpaka today unakuta constituency mzima mahali wawana ng'ombe walienda sehemu kama Baringo wakasaidia watu. Those are the things tunataka watu waambie watu. Ambie mtu nitakupatia hii pesa lakini utarudisha aje, na kama sirutishi itoke kwa Selina, iende kwa Ruth, iende kwa Grace, iende kwa John. Those are the things we want to hear. At this time, 21st century, I'm glad I'm not of this 21st century. Lakini mnatufanya akili yetu irudi tuingie yenu. We are past the 21st century. Sisi ni watu ile mungetusaidia. Penat, baba ni mdogo ya 21st century kushinda hii watu wenyewe ya 21st century. We are even more better. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina. Manani, iko nini?
Bernard, nilikuwa naomba tu hata 1 minute ni apologize kwanza. Kuna kitu inanisumbua.
1 minute apologize.
Haya, mnasema nimeingia na akaunti mbili. Hizi mwingine network imesumbua. Ndio maana hata ile time nilikuwa naongea ikakatika, mkasema nimetoroka. Mimi sijakutoroka. Na kila jibu ya mnasema mimi sijadanganya. Nasema ile kitu yenye iko lili. Kama ni hiyo pesa mnasema mimi mwenyewe niliandikwa na nikapewa 500. Si ati ni kitu nasema yenye iko uongo. Na waambia ukweli. But kama
umesema wale watu wamekuwa rally ya Nyamira walibeba kutoka Kisii. Wale walikuwa Kisii nao walibeba kutoka wapi?
80% ya watu walikuwa Nyamira walibeba kutoka Kisii.
How do you know?
Aya, mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa hapo kwa ground because inafanya kazi hapo
kwa stadium.
Umesema una apologize, badala apologize tena unadanganya juu ya ukudanganya. So I mean, Manani, who can believe you? First of all, you have lied, you are apologizing.
Apologize kitu ya kwanza nimetumia akaunti mbili. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa na apologize pekee.
Si ndio tena ukaanza vitu zingine?
Haya, nilikuwa nasema kitu moja. Umeniambia eti nimetoroka.
Kijana.
Order Alex. Ngoja. Yes Manani.
Mimi nasema tu sijui kama nitakosea mtu kuongea. Mimi nitaongea kifyangu kama mi Eric. Kosi mwenye nitakosea akubali kosi nitamkosea, lakini ni ile ya msimamo wangu na mali niko. Mimi mwenyewe nawaambia 80% ya watu walikuwa Nyamira, walitoka Kisii, walipepwa. Kosi tulikuwa huko na mimi mwenyewe.
No problem. It's okay.
Wewe si wa Nyamira, wewe umekuja na mama yako.
Mkenya ndio ile Nyamira general. Kura Nyamira.
Nimaliza kwa hiki.
Mainchento pate kura Nyamira ya Eric kiko mchinga.
Bas. Ile basi tuliona Nyamira, tuliona basi kubwa ilikuwa ina nini ya kutangaza. Sasa hiyo watu walipepwa, na wewe kwa sababu ulikuwa Nyamira, ebu tuambie ni mabasi ngapi ulipika picha? Tumia Alex, hiyo mabasi ilikuwa imefichwa wapi? Na tuone hiyo mabasi 100 ama 20 ilikuja Nyamira, kwa sababu ilikuwa ni makari kidogo ilikuwa imepakiwa hapo, na kuna white pickup ilikuwa inasemekana itolewe. Sasa utuambie, kwa sababu ulikuwa pale. Sisi tuko nje, tunafuata kwa YouTube. Wewe kwa sababu ulikuwa ground, na ndio watu wasiseme unasema uongo. Ebu tumia penalty. Mabasi ile imeandikwa Kisii ama imeandikwa shule ama imeandikwa wapi, useme jameni, hii ni mabasi 100 ama ni mabasi 50, na hiyo mabasi yote ni ya Kisii ilikuja Nyamira. We will agree. Lakini ukituambia watu walibebwa, unabebwa na basi kwa wapi? Alafu kutoka Nyamira kwenda Keroka kwenda Kisii. Sisi si wa Kisii, lakini nimeenda hiyo njia kutoka Nyamira mpaka Keroka, kutoka Keroka mpaka Kisii. Utatransport hiyo watu wachae namna gani? Kwa sababu baba alikuwa naenda na helikopta. Hiyo group yote walikuwa naenda wanatua. So helikopta na bus inatoshana. Sema ile kitu ukiulizwa, usikue kama mkubwa yako. Utusaidie tupigie kura Ruto. Mimi nataka patilisha mimi ni mkale. Wachana na hawa, patilisha mimi mama. Uniambie
one minute.
This is what I want.
Sawa Mama Selina, you have made your point. Thank you. Honorable Bundi, mute your mic. Bundi, mute your mic. Thank you. Manani,
yeah,
respond to Mama Selina.
I'm listening to you, my brother. I'm listening.
Listening to you. Yeah. Number one, haya. Mama Selina ameniuliza gari ngapi? Ndamwambia gari ya kwanza ilikuwa gari ya blue KF 931 ilitoka Kipela. Gari ya pili ilikuwa ni Nissan yenye ilikuwa 047.
Nissan inabeba watu ya kwenda mkutano. Nissan.
Sikia nikueleze, si usikia tu. Si usikia nikueleze. Uliniuliza tu niwaeleze gari zenye zilikuwa.
Manani.
Yes.
Stop entertaining busybodies.
How many people?
Okay, thank you. It's okay. Order.
Wait, Bernard. Bernard, wait. Manani.
Yes.
How many MCS of Nyamira live in Nyamira?
Probably watakuwa wengi ni watatu.
All of them live in Kisii town. No. I want to take you slowly. How many government officers from the county commissioner of Nyamira lives in Nyamira town?
2%.
How many people who work for the tea factory ambazo zote ziko in Nyamira wanaishi in Nyamira?
2%.
And that's why I'm letting you know that these are voters in Nyamira. These are people whose interest in Nyamira. We have had governor and governance in Nyamira that does not have something called urban organization. Regional and urban organization does not have houses. We do not have sewage. We do not have streets. We do have nothing. So all these people, they go to Kisii town, they come to work here, but they are voters of Nyamira. When you see in the morning, magari zinatoka kutoka Nyamira Nissans, carries nobody. Zote zinaenda town Kisii, which is about 20 minutes. Zinaleta wale watu wote huku. But hawa watu wote, they are voters who are Nyamira, including all MCAs. Not even one MCA wa Nyamira lives in Nyamira. So if you cannot, you know even the statistics, but you cannot concoct that into reality, we should not argue with you. All these people that you saw, they are voters of Nyamira. But because of lack of facilities, basic facilities, wanalala Kisii, but they are voters. Mimi mwenyewe natoka Nyamira, Nyaikuro, but nyumba yangu iko Jogo na ingine iko Nyamataro. But every day I'm in Nyamira, but I go to sleep where? In Kisii town. And how many people do that? Almost 93%. So when you start saying they were transported, you're a sick man. They were not transported. These are people who live there because we have had a government. That's why even Yaribo, when he was speaking, we booed him like crazy. We told him we don't want you. We want somebody who can change Nyamira because we have everything it takes. So stop thinking that those people are not voters. Yes, they came from Kisii town, but they are Nyamira voters, including the MCS, including all the members of parliament from Nyamira. They don't sleep in Nyamira. Our governor has never drunk, even slept in Nyamira. He drinks and sleeps in Kisii. And I can tell you where he sleeps and drinks. So my friend, be open enough to understand that Nyamira and Kisii are twin counties. They are tied together with umbilical cord.
Okay, so Alex, I think that's clear enough. Bwana Manani, I think your 1 minute is spent. I don't want to...
Aja tu nijibu Alex. Aja nijibu Alex. Ndajibu
What
Alex.
do you want to answer?
No, let us go to another topic. Manani is going to divert this topic into something different. People have not spoken.
No, he must tell us mwenye alikuwa anapeana pesa. Nani alipeana pesa na nani alimulipa? Because I was in Nyamira, nobody was paid. In fact, we have our own money. Sasa wewe ulikuwa Nyamira, who gave you the 500 shillings you are telling us?
Mr. Bundi unasema unajua kuna watu wawili wako hospitali saa hii kichwa ya pesa. Unajua kuna watu wawili wako hospitali.
Okay, order both of you. Thank you very much. Manani, inaonekana huko kwa hii debate kusaidia debate na utaki kufundishika. Wewe umesema vizuri is 2% of the people in who are officials in Nyamira who stays in Nyamira. So that means everybody comes to Nyamira, work and go. And so your allegation, it's supported by your admission that the people who came into Nyamira don't live in Nyamira, but they're voters in Nyamira, they're indigenous in Nyamira, but because you lack facilities, they go where there is facility. So mi sioni point yako, na kama Nyamira kuna UDA, tuko na tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Mbivu na mbichi itajulikana. Sasa hakuna mtu anakufa kwa sababu Nyamira itavote, otherwise it has voted, otherwise previously nobody has died. Has it killed anybody? So let it end there, unless kuna lingine. Douglas.
Mr. Bernard, allow me passionately speak in Kisii language to Eric Manani as we conclude on him. Eric, I know Mosiah. Omumura obwate mambi yago. Obogesa kumbogera osalie network. Rengera libuno monto obwata basani babere. Oyo monara ogosukange naye. No yonde nara otagete omoege tuma rero mambi ache kugoita. Amangana koru nonya bantu bakobisa amangana koru 207 gocha incho monyene etomyete omopaka omanga gesebeiro goraria tuamenyiro amatuka matambe nande ntomaita amangana gokoreka naba abasani abaito banda bakorogoro omosani omuya nori okugoikange kerobwate problem ekerobwate shida ntebinga ndiriruta achite gusi gotokonya onte bielikie kene pingaki indiruta achite gusi gotokonya epare korukericho egende kechauri keroka ende paka Kisii town Raila Odinga epare korungoina road egende Nyamira gochikisi mate Raila epare korukeroka egende rugoro egotire gochirogoro asenara rakebako ramasha Raila Odinga epara erega metamayo gatie gotire eche kobasora ende Nyamira muino eyabegetwe plan in the grand coalition eina mangana Raila estima ejete pakanga last mile connectivity teche tinga ki ya Uhuru eyachitenga ki area grand coalition mpaka bono iga bono gendo ngiruta gocha gotonga inanga otokorera otokonyire gusi in fact no ine pare goruki jauri egende manga moino eyabe kujusi ekeroma tiangi ewo the interior cabinet ministry akamaya kobeka security
imetosa
ikawaga alimanga bono geriki rengera libuja buno mosaye dato okukina.
Okay, thank you. Now, naomba the two of you mpatane nyuma ya tent, okay? Mmalizane huko kwa sababu this is going to be viewed by the whole world and tuna translator hapo. So italeta kizaza. But Manani and Douglas and Bundi, exchange your numbers in the private chat. Muongeleshane vizuri, mkubaliane kama Nyamira ndio kwenu ama mnataka kuhama. Ama
huyo namba yangu uwezi ingia kwa simu yangu.
Bundi honorable, when honorable, be honorable, please.
Manani call me. Manani call me. I'll put you three-way. I'll put you three-way with honorable.
Be your brother's keeper. Be your brother's keeper.
Manani, we will make sure you come home. I will give you his number. You will come home.
Thank you. Oti, iko nini?
Okay, what I wanted to tell Manani, currently I'm in Ugis and Nyamira, there's a center here called Meroka. Meroka is just next to Kadongo. So those are voters from Nyamira. So when there's a rally in Nyamira, these people cannot trek from Meroka to Nyamira. And Nyamira, I've been to Nyamira, me I cannot live there. Me, I come from Homa Bay, but I stay here in Ugis. So you see, so the issue of traveling, people have to travel there, and even those who the chief place means maybe a bus. Those from Mero, Kamisam, you don't know what. We are just bordering. Nyamira is just, I think we're Jib and Gweji in Aitwaji. This Owala, I don't know what. Owala is also in Nyamira, and Owala is just here. So you have to get a means of transport. Those two means of transport that were used by Nandata men wheelbarrows cannot do. We have just used buses or chopper. So those new colonial means of transport, we could not use them. You wanted us to go there with wheelbarrow. We couldn't go.
Thank you,
You say in your seed always.
Mr. Guru.
Leo nimesoma 2 or 3 ones of Kisii. Very interesting. Lakini Bernard, I think we've come a long way in this forum, and there are people who come specifically just to derail very serious matters, throwing in red herrings like that those who attended the rally were ferried to the to the venue without giving evidence. There was money that was exchanging hands. There is no evidence. Just purposely to kind of show that the function was not successful. But I've also noted one thing with the people who call themselves UDA. When it is a big crowd that has gathered to cheer up Baba, they say that the crowds don't matter in voting. But when it is the opposite, they say how they are headed for victory. So we just have to forgive them, because 9th is just not far away, 9th August. I think wakati huo mambo itadhihirika mzuri, na si Kisii peke yake, hata Central utaona ile mambo itatokea pale. Ndio unaosikia watu wale wengi pale wamekimya. Kwa nini unafikiri wanasiasa pale wamekimya? Ni kwa sababu mwenye nyumba amekuja kwa nguvu na atafagia wengi pale, kwa sababu wengine hata hakuna kazi wamefanyia wananchi isipokuwa kuimba tu chama ambayo hata watu wameanza kusema si yao, ni nyumba ya wengine. So mambo bando. Asante.
Okay, thank you Mr. Guru. Naomba hivi kabla tumlete Ancestor, wacha tusikilize hii kwanza.
Any borrowing is borrowing that is measured.
Kwa mdomo moja,
any borrowing is borrowing that is measured, that we know what it is going to do, and that we have the capacity to pay, and that it is in the interest of the country.
Alafu kwa mdomo mwingine,
si mumesikia katika Kenya yetu kufikia sasa, hata mtoto ambaye ako kwa tumbo ya mama hajasaliwa tayari ako na sehemu ya deni ya Kenya.
Kwa mdomo moja,
serikali ambayo imejenga reli kilomita 700 shilingi bilioni 300, si ni hii serikali nimeunda na Uhuru Kenyatta?
Alafu kwa mdomo mwingine
aliwaalika muje katika serikali, lakini mkafika mkakuja mkasambaratisha ile agenda tulikuwa naye ya Big Four.
Kweli una maana gani? Una maana wewe ni binadamu.
Ancestor.
Yeah, asante sana Mr. Bernard kwa kunipa nafasi angalau na mimi nichangie. Huyo ndio William Samoei Ruto for you, ambaye anaongea hili kwa mdomo moja, kwa mdomo mwingine Kama sasa hii mambo ya borrowing, umesikia vile anasema kuwa hii pesa yenye tuna borrow ikomesha, alafu kwa mdomo mwingine anatuambia hata mtoto mwenye ako kwa tumbo just 1 minute.
Manani bwana, wata kutupimia pressure. You don't live in Nyamira. Wewe kama unatoka huko border, wewe ni mkali.
Mimi natoka Nyamira town.
Utoki Nyamira, mbona unatupimia pressure ati sijui nini na nini? Wewe uliona basi nani alikupea pesa?
Mwenye alinipea sitasema. It is all about me.
Yes, Mr. Manani, mute, I'm back. Yeah, so in fact, that is William Samoei Ruto for you. So mimi ningependa kusema namna hii, ile sababu ambayo inafanya I support baba ni kwa sababu his 10 point agenda ambazo Manani kama hauzijui, ya kwanza ni inua jamii, baba care, kazi kwa wote, ujumi kwa kina mama, #inawezekana, waste not a single child, kuza njaa, maji kwa kila boma, one county one product, the principle of administrative continuity. So hiyo ndio maana mimi nina support baba, kwa sababu wakati atakapozindua manifesto yake, I'm very sure is going to expound hizi 10 point agenda, and then from there kila kitu itakuwa sawa. So coming to the topic of today, Azimio grand reception in Kisii and Nyamira ilikuwa very awesome. But nilishangaa governor wa Nyamira mazini, niliona akitusi watu chura. Hey, mazee, watu wa Nyamira mani, inafaa muangalie sana, sitaki kumudunisha, but niliangalia nini yake, ako chini mani. Alafu niguzie mambo ya William Samoei Ruto. William Samoei Ruto, nimesikia manzee anasema kuwa government huanga ina allocate 100 billion kwa opaque institutions. Mani, hii ni jambo hatari sana, and I'm wondering why is it William Samoei Ruto kuongea namna hii. Na nimekuja kufuatilia William Samoei Ruto before aongee kuhusu hiyo revelation, alikuwa ameulizwa about his integrity. Ule mrembo mwenye alikuwa na interview alimwambia William Samoei Ruto, can you come clean, kwa sababu tunasikia kuwa your integrity is not good. Ndio William Samoei Ruto akatokelezea. Yani William Samoei Ruto, wakati unamuuliza kitu yenye inaguza karakta yake, uanga ana avoid, na ku avoid ni kuleta kitu ingine ndio ierase ile swali yenye ulimuuliza. So in fact the world is a dangerous place, not because of those people who do bad things, but hii world yetu inakuwa dangerous because of those people who look on those people who are doing bad things and they don't stop them. So William Samoei Ruto ninamweka kwa watu wenye wanaona mabaya na awaongei, which is very wrong. Nikana kwamba watu wa siku hizi, you find somebody ako kwa shida, instead of you coming to help him, unasimama pale unaanza kupiga picha, baadaye uweke simu kwa mfuko, you run very fast and do the necessary. We kazi yako ni kuchukua maselfie. It is very so. William Samoei Ruto ako kwa hiyo category yao watu, cause now in fact wakati William Samoei Ruto anapo reveal namna hii, then anasema kuwa it is the handshake ama baba kuja kuunga serikali mkono ndio imefanya baba as an opposition of which kwa hii 2010 constitution we don't have opposition, we have minority. Eti sasa hiyo inamaanisha kuwa oversight ama kuleta checks and balances kwa government imekuwa erased off. So huyu baba nashangaa baba kuna vitu ambazo zinafanyika deep in the government, kama sasa hii yenye William Samoei Ruto ametuambia kuwa kuna pesa zinakuwa allocated over 100 billion, kwa sababu amesema zime doubled into 5 folds, so huenda zinaelekea maybe a trillion, we don't know, but yeye mwenyewe kwa sababu is in government anajua. So yeye mwenyewe instead of coming out aseme I say, nyinyi mnalia gharama ya maisha imepanda, mnalia kuwa hospitali zetu zinakosa madawa, mnalia kuwa vijana hawana kazi, na yale masaibu yote sisi kama Wakenya tunapitia. Instead of kuja kutuambia kuwa I say kuna vitu zinatendeka hapa, yeye is just keeping quiet. Lakini wakati anapoulizwa of his integrity ndiye analeta anazua mambo kama haya. It is very wrong. It is very wrong. So William Samoei Ruto, mimi ningependa kutahadharisha Wakenya kuwa this is not the right person ambaye inastahili tumpatie uongozi, kwa sababu yeye anaona Kenya ikiingia kwa shimo and he keeps quiet, which is very wrong. Which is very wrong. So Ruto hii mentality yake ya kuwa a bystander, it is not good, because you know bystanders ni wale ambao wao kazi yao instead of being whistleblowers, wao wananyamaza, wanataka mtu mwingine afanye nini, achukue hiyo nafasi. It is very wrong. So Wakenya tuji adharishe sana. Alafu ningependa kurudishia baba shukran kwa ile think tank members ambao amekuja nao, that is Dr. Sally Kosgei, Dr. Paul Mwangi, Professor Peter Wanyande, Karuti Kayinga, John Githongo, Seth Kakusie, under the leadership of Professor Makau Mtua. I'm very sure this team it will help Baba a lot. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Bernard.
Asante sana Bwana Aaron Ancestor kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru kabisa. Naomba tusonge mbele kwa Murunga. Bwana Murunga upo? Murunga 1. Okay, kama Murunga hayupo basi tusikilize KCD.
Hello, Bernard.
Hello to you. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great, bwana. Habari ya jioni?
Fiti.
Nimepotea kiasi juu ya my network, eh? Now come to the mada ya leo. Hii Kenya yetu mase ni kama
Pole hii network inachagua. Kasuti, inaonekana wewe ndio uko na kibungu.
Umwami wache hizo zako bwana. Papa wache hizo story zako. Anyway, okay.
Kwanza wewe ngoja nataka kunipatia habari ya Trans Nzoia. Wacha KCD aendelee kwanza.
Okay. Niko na shida na network. Okay. Now I was saying kwa nchi yetu ni kama politicians wetu ni kama comedians. Sasa nilikuwa nashindwa sasa Ruto kama vile ameenda US. Hello. Vile Ruto ameenda US, mechi hajaanza. Na tayari jamaa ameshalia. Ameenda kulilia wasungu. We need to understand this thing, eh? Wakati wa 2007, we never saw these white guys coming to early birth to solve the issues. 2013, I never saw them coming to solve our issues. 2017, and here we are going to US, but thanks to Biden. I know, nilisikia chama badala kumwona Biden was so busy concerning about Ukraine. Sasa nikashindwa. You have changed the tactics. Unawacha our bishops from Kenya. Alafu you are now visiting the bishops from US. Kwa sababu ukiangalia sote ni mabishops. So nashindwa. Sasa ukiangalia there was this amount of money that was zilishikwa hapa airport. I don't know whether it was another tactics of coming from the back door to snatch the money or what. You see? Now comes the siasa yetu wakati wa Azimio. Sasa nashukuru baba. At least sasa we are growing. Tuna move sana. So we need to move. We need to understand our politics. We need to see where we are heading to. Especially now, eh? Hello?
Yes, we can get you. Just go ahead. We get you clearly. Go ahead. Tuache kujishuku. It's a conversation. Okay, Murunga, vipi?
Mzuri sana.
Wewe tumekuita huku itika. Unmute utoe maoni yako moja kwa moja. Bwana Murunga, unatafuta network kama sauti?
Niko hapa sasa, niko hapa tayari.
Haya, endelea tafadhali, dakika zako 3 ndio hizo zimeanza kukatika.
Sawa, nashukuru sana siku ya leo. Sisi kama wana Azimio tunaona tuko na mwelekeo dhabiti, tuko na mwelekeo ambao tunauona na tunaona tunazidi kukua. Nyumba imekuwa kubwa sana. Changamoto ambazo najaribu kuangalia hapo mbele sasa ni vile tutakavyokabiliana na mambo ya nominations. Hiyo mengine mambo ya Azimio upande wa Kisii na Nyamira, that was a very good one, that should be those who, let me just say, the Kisii region has decided. The Kisii region has decided, so that's why I'm asking, I keep on asking, wewe kama wewe uko na akili timamu na bado unaongea mambo ya hasla, sijui hasla, hiyo kura itapatikana wapi? Because I don't see any chance, I don't see any possibility of William Ruto even garnering anything closer to 5 million now. Manake mambo imekuwa tofauti sana. Na Bernard, kuna wakati mwingine pia naona unajaribu kutolerate watu wanakuja kutafuta waste time yetu hapa. Like the gentleman who was arguing here about sio watu walipewa pesa. Yeye kwa vile alipewa pesa, yeye alipewa pesa na nani? Siasema mwenye alimpa pesa na alipewa pesa kwa ajili gani? People should not just come to this studio and start yapping, oh tumepewa pesa, or the Azimio rally, Raila Odinga and Raila Odinga's rally, we don't do the mobilization. Sisi hujipeleka. And if somebody says that kuna pesa imepeanwa pale, mimi nashangaa kabisa. Bwana Bernard, nitapenda upatie mtu mwingine nafasi yangu kidogo, manake naingia, I'm driving to the compound now. So when I get in, I'll get back to the studio.
Sawa sawa. Thank you Bwana Murunga. Nashukuru sana. Okay. Bwana Manani, what is the problem? Unmute, you are mute.
Shida moja ni hiyo ya pesa. Understand, mi Eli kinaongea ukweli. Na mwenye alinipea
Manani. Kama bado una insist na story ya pesa, mimi sikuelewi kwa sababu 10,000 people cannot be ferried in one place and then be carried to another place and then 3 places at the same time. It is not logical, it's not scientific, it's not imaginable. So mimi sikuelewi kabisa.
Sawa, kaa nimekosa sawa.
No, mimi nataka, unajua wewe ni kijana na ningependa tukue logical wakati tunafanya debate. Unasema kitu kama vidole ni 5, unasema ni 5. Okay? Huwezi kusema vidole 10,000 zilitoka kwa mikono miwili. Haiwezekani. You cannot be in Nyamira, Keroga and Kisii at the same time. I used to fly that route from Kericho. I used to do a show in Kericho, then go to Kisii on my way to Homa Bay. Those people, those places are world apart. You can't ferry people at the same time who succeed.
Sawa.
Yes.
Hiyo pesa, number 1. Mwenye aliniandika na mwenye alinipea pesa simusemi. Because nikisema it is all about my security. It is not a must to tell you nilipewa pesa.
Bwana Manani, kupewa pesa sio shida. Sikiliza. Kupewa pesa sio shida. Kupewa t-shirt sio shida. Kupewa kofia sio shida. Okay? That is an exception. But you cannot say that the people who came and filled the stadium, they were all paid to come and fill the stadium. That is not possible. It doesn't compute. Ni kama vile tunasema kwa Biblia, nasema Yesu alilisha watu 5,000. Okay?
5,000.
Alafu tunakuambia give us their names. Even the Bible doesn't have their names. You understand that? So that's the impossibility you are trying to create. That people were ferried and they were paid to come. If they were paid, buses will be there. Like mkutano ya UDA ya Kakamega, kulikuwa na bus za yellow. Zimejaa kando, umati umesimama. Wanangoja mkutano ishe waingie kwa basi, waende. The same applied in other places. Sio basi kama uko na clip, zile basi kule zilikuwa zimejificha, watu wakiwa kwa umati. Send us the clip, we'll believe you. But hii story ingine unatuletea, tafadhali ni kutumalizia muda ambao hatuna. Sawa sawa. Kama una point ingine useme, lakini kama ni story na pesa na nani, tuachie tu hapo. Tumsikilize Bwana Kenywa kwanza. Tukimngoja Murunga ndio twende kwa Kasuti. Twende hivyo. Alafu wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain, Guru and the other, you are darkening the screen. Ndio tunakutoa. Na kama umemaliza points zako, unatoka ili mtu mwingine apate nafasi ya kuja atoe maoni yake. You don't stay on the screen if you are not contributing or waiting to contribute. That is part of the standing orders here. Thank you very much. So kama lazima ukae nyuma ya curtain, tunakupatia priority. You make your submission and go, because we want everybody contributing to be on the screen, both with camera and audio. Sawa sawa. So kama lazima ukue nyuma ya curtain, tunakupatia priority, upeane maoni yako mapema, ungatuke, ili wale watu wako tayari kutumia kamera wakae kwa screen. Sawa sawa. Thank you. That means Thank you. Wapi bwana Kenywa?
Niko hapa Bernard.
Haya, maoni yako kwa dakika 3 tukisonga hivyo.
Haya, habari yenu nyinyi wote wa Kenya wenzangu.
Salama, songa karibu na mic. Sauti yako iko chini kidogo.
Haya, saizi imekuja. Haya, sawa sawa. So, nashukuru sana kwa hii mada ya leo. I'm really much happy today. I've been following a little bit of Kisii. And the first thing I would like to say, huwezi beba hao watu wote bwana, hao watu ni wengi, huwezi waferi wapeleke kwa mkutano. I think hao watu wa Kenya Kwanza UDA wamefuata vile leader wao anaongea uongo mpaka imewaingia, so hata wenyewe wanaongea tu propaganda because the leaders trained them to say propaganda alone. Hakuna kitu ingine. Because even if they come here we interrogate them, they just wanaanza tu kuenda hivi, they don't explain anything. Kwa hivyo mimi sijawahi ona mkutano ya baba watu wakilipwa. Watu ujipeleka wenyewe. So for that purpose, hiyo ya manani hiyo tutupilie tu mbali, hiyo ni upuzi tu. So we don't have to focus much about that. Aya, hii reception ya Azimio in Kisii, it was lit and it was very nice. I enjoyed wherever I was, even if I was much busy. And Baba is doing, the Azimio is doing a good job. And I can see Baba is the leader. And that's the person we need. Huyo ndiye mtu tunahitaji. We don't need a politician, we need a leader. A leader who will take care of this nation. And you know, as from where I stand, only the Baba who is capable to do so. You know, let me just go back to about the EKK Kenya Kwanza hii. I think they have a hard time because even if they go in NZOIA, huko hawatakuwa na say. In Western, hawatakuwa na usemi huko. Because one thing, the UDA brigade waliharibu kila kitu the moment they started insulting local leaders. That's the time they started all this mess. You cannot come into my place and start insulting my leader and you expect me to follow you. That's very bad. No one will be happy about that. So the moment they decided to do that, that has been the problem. They go to Nyanza and try to insult Baba there. That's a suicidal, bwana. You don't have to do something like that. Huyu ni leader wa hiyo area. Huwezi enda kumtusi ovyo ovyo. They have to be disciplined if they come in such way. So hiyo yawa wana say, and I said here before again, tunaenda tu primaries. Hawa watu hiyo UDA itaisha. Trust me, this UDA is going nowhere. And that's why the Mr. Deputy President alisense, akamwacha atoroke kidogo aende nje, akatafute sympathy. Njoo hata mahali yako sio ni kitu ya maana anafanya. Alienda tu kuongea tu, na zile vitu anaongea angesimama hata hapa kwake Harambee House aongea hizo vitu kwa media tusikie. So going to US and start yapping there about the government will do, the government will do. In 2013, 2017, he was in the government. The time we were running up and down because of the same elections, he was the first person to stand and say the election was fair. How comes right now anaona itakuwa fair? Because he knows even 2017 they got that thing illegally. So he knows very well. And this time round, because ana support ya kumsaidia aipate na hiyo njia ya mrango ya nyuma, ndiyo imempea pressure hivyo. Amekuwa akijipiga kifua kula zake hazitaibiwa, atashinda. Sijui what has changed all of alikuwa amesema hata tuweke Oburu kama okay. I think, hello, can you hear me Bernard? Nasikika kweli? Okay, so let me just go very fast to conclusion. Kwa hivyo hii mambo ya kuja kutupea story hapa, hiyo ni upuzi tu wanafanya hapa, because time is gone and it's gone and it's gone. Alikimbia akakimbia, sasa amefika mwisho. Mzee atakuja ampite tu, yeye akihema tu hapo. Kwa hivyo I think they have sensed the defeat. Juu niliona hata Gachagua mwenyewe ameamua kusimama kiti yake kama kawaida, ameona hii kitu vile inaenda, I might get wasted here, so ameona wacha arudi tu nyumbani, aendelee tu kusimama ile kiti yake ya MP, juu ameanza kusense. Let me tell you, even Kindiki, my senator, he is coming back home very soon. He can't stay there because hata yeye ameona Ruto hawezi pata hii kiti, so the ambitions zenye alikuwa nazo za kupewa ministry anaona hazitapatikana. Trust me, he is going back to Tharaka Nithi for a senatorial seat again, or governorship for a governor with a different party, not UDA, because already UDA, the current governor alihamia huko. So hata Kindiki atarudi nyumbani. Ni siku kidogo tu, tunamngoja tu home akuje kwanza tumtoe ile mbio sana, because he has done nothing. Kwa hivyo hii kwa KK hii imeisha, hii tumalizane na hii. Saa hizi Kenya mzima ni Azimio. We need Baba as our president and that is there. So hiyo tumalize hiyo. So hii mambo ya Ruto kuattack president, I think is playing low, very low. Kwenda nje kusomea Uhuru akiwa nje, hata ako na bahati because of the same constitution yenye alikuwa anapinga ndio inamsaidia. Juu kama si constitution akikuja angejipata na G4S, hawezi jipata hata na AP, angepata amepewa G4S. Hii constitution ndio inampatia liwe na ndio alikuwa akipinga vizuri sana. So wako na bahati sana, baba alimsaidia. Juu saizi anakula matunda ya baba, ndio anakula saa hii. So ajue laana ndio inawafuata ya baba saa hii, ishaanza kuwafuata. So wacha akae huko, akuje siku zake zikiisha, atatupata tu, tutadili na yeye hapa tarehe 9. Kwa hivyo Kalonzo ndiye anasumbua hao watu bwana. Huyu jamaa sijui anataka nini. I think anataka maombi ama anataka nini. Anaona meli ishatoka na inampea chance ya kuifikia, lakini bado anasema nitakuja tu. Tukishafika deep sea ndiye ataanza kukuja. So Kalonzo ndiye anazungusha Oka, na from where I stand, Oka haiwezi enda Kenya Kwanza. They cannot work together because Kenya Kwanza ni watu wa kujipiga kifua. Oka ni ya watu wametulia, wamenyamaza. The place Oka wako safe, it's in Azimio. Wakienda Kenya Kwanza huko, hata kiti ya chifu hawezi pata, because already Kenya Kwanza washajipanga, na hiyo kujipanga pia ishaanza kubomoka, na ibomoke kabisa. So for that purpose, let's focus on the good leadership. Mambo ya mtu wa propaganda tuachane nayo, and the person who hate peace, because DP doesn't love peace. If he love peace, haezi kuwa akikashifu handshake. Handshake ndio ilisaidia everything. If it was not for handshake, tungekuwa na Republic of Kenya na People's Republic of Kenya saa hizi. But because of handshake, that peace prevailed. And that's why DP is not happy, because he wanted to use that avenue of violence to get the presidency. But baba ni nani? Baba ni baba. Baba anaona mbali kuliko DP akiwa US mahali anaona. Thank you so much. I think I'll come later for another submission. Alex, mambo.
Okay, thank you Bwana Kenywa. Naomba tumsikilize tunamsikiliza Murunga kwanza, alafu turudi kwa Joe kwa sababu Joe alitupwa nje. After Joe tutaruka kwa Ochieng, ndio turute kwa Mogusu, alafu Gideon atakuja baadaye. So tufuate huo mkururo, na kila mtu please, let's restrict ourselves to 3 to 5 minutes. Usiende zaidi hapo, tutakukatisha. Murunga. Bwana Murunga, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready, Bernard. I'm ready, Bernard.
Carry on, please.
Yes.
The broadcast is allergic to silence.
I am saying that the DP was actually in his comfort zone, only to be flushed out by the president when he went and spoke about the revealed everything as a Sagana 3. That is what has gotten him out. Another thing is that the other meeting that the president now the NDC, Jubilee NDC, which was very live, and the resurgency of Jubilee. Hiyo vitu imemtoa kwa comfort zone, imempeleka sasa, ako ni kama ile kuku ambayo imechinjwa haina kichwa. Sasa it's just yani ile anarukaruka ovyo ovyo bila mwelekeo wowote. The DP has lost focus completely, and the people around him. It's only our son Mudavadi who still believes that William Ruto can get something, can actually be something this year. But to people who are very keen enough, people like Rigathi Gachagua, ukiona wanaenda kulipa tiketi yao kuwania kiti cha MP, things are not that easy. It is tough. It is tough. People are now, getting contented with what little that is available. Chukua ile unaona, na kama kweli chama bila hata hiyo, kama hutapewa nafasi yote, tafuta nafasi mahali kwingine. And what I'm telling you is this: by the end of this next month, watu watakuwa wamerudi kwao wengi sana. Jubilee will be back on form, fully under control. I'm telling you, after Sagana 3, we are seeing so many people, and even the friends of mine that I thought would not pick up a ballot to vote for Raila Odinga are ready and yearning for that. That is what we are seeing, and especially the young people. We are going to see those people that we didn't expect to do that will pick that ballot, vote for Raila Odinga, because the country has taken direction. Mtu yote mwenye anapinga hiyo akae chini aweze kureflect, aone ile kitu imefanyika leo Nyamira na Kisii. Nyamira na Kisii. I'm talking of organic love, true love for Raila Odinga, true love for their leader. People walking, people moving around. Look at the masses. And somebody coming to the studio telling us that watu wamelipwa, nimepewa shilingi 500. Honestly. And I'm appealing to my brother Bernard, don't tolerate these people. Wale wanatafuta cheap publicity kwa hii studio. Send them to waweke huko kwa kula, waende kwa kula huko kando, watulie huko. By the time they come back, they are sober enough now to come to address serious issues here. Because we may end up thinking that we have the right people, or probably people who are ready to challenge us on the agenda that we are bringing forth. kumbe ni watu ambao hawana mwelekeo wowote na hawana msimamo wowote. That boy who was yapping here is somebody who has no idea, and probably he was not even in that rally, because you see, we're talking about somebody who is not in Azimio. Yeye anataka kuportray bad, yani picha ambayo ya ile kitu ambayo yeye anasema ya kwamba aliona, lakini hakuna kabisa. So tuseme hivi, ile kitu inafanyika ni kwamba nchi imechukua mwelekeo na mkondo ni huo huo. Ukitoka kule magharibi ufike Nyanza, uende pwani, hizo former three provinces, those ones are locked. We are moving to eastern Kenya, that is we are talking about regions like Ukambani region. Those region, as I said yesterday, Bernard, I will still insist that Kalonzo Musyoka should, yes, we may still say that what yesterday we had a very serious debate about the same. We still need him so as to have the country united together. Isionekane ya kwamba tunataka wote, let's gather all, tuweke hapa wote pamoja, na tutajua ya kwamba kila mtu ako na kipande cha aina gani na nchi isonge mbele, because we want to move together as one family, one community, one people, one nation, so that this country is united as it were in 2002. Tusiache mtu yote nyuma. Alafu kuna jambo lingine kuhusu mambo ya Papa wa Roma. Papa wa Roma amepata nguvu kabisa. He has the guts now to attack Raila Odinga na kumuita majina. Somebody that Raila has rescued several times. Hata when you look at the people like na Wetangula, honestly, at no time Wetangula amekuja hata pesa tu ya kwenda kwa hoteli analipiwa na Raila Odinga. Today he has the guts to attack Raila Odinga na kumuita majina. Ati huyo mtu, hata ile mambo, look at the rally they had today in Trans Nzoia. Ni ile mkutano ya kawaida, ni kama hata assistant chief ama village wale tunaitanga huko Western Likuru will be able to mobilize such a crowd, because the crowd was dull, the crowd was hakuna kitu pale. So nchi imechukua mkondo, sisi wote mahali tuko tujue ya kwamba tunafanya nini kuhakikisha ya kwamba kura itapigwa namna gani, na tuhakikishe wale ambao tuko karibu na hao mwisho wa kuchukua kura, ama kama wale ambao wanataka kuverify kura zao waende waone, na wale wanataka kubadilisha sehemu ya kupiga kura waende wabadilishe, so that we vote for Raila Odinga come August this year. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and have a great and good evening.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Murunga. We appreciate your contribution and valid addition to what is happening here. We look forward to engaging further, even as we continue with the conversation. On the comment section, please let us be civil. Let us ensure that we respect each other. Say story ya Wajaluo wa Kalenjin, I don't want to see that. It will warrant you being exterminated. And we have no apologies for the same, because our name is here, and we are the ones to be taken measures against if you violate the community rules of YouTube. So let's debate soberly, respect one another. Aspect of accepting results, I have talked that over and over again. There is one, I think Rotich or somebody on the comments, story ya kukubali matokeo. Matokeo hayakubaliki. Matokeo yanapaswa kuwa ya hakika. You cannot go and cook results and bring it and tell me I should accept. For the result to be my results, you need to take my blood sample, test my blood sample, and let me be able to prove that this was my blood sample that you took to the lab, and then it came out with this result. You don't just come up with any results and those are your results. So results the elections are not to be accepted. They need to be credible. They need to be verifiable. They need to be transparent. We need to be able to trace it forward and backward at the same time. Na kama ni story ya kucook vitu alafu tuambie kuja kukubali, hiyo sahau. And that goes for everybody else. But for William Ruto and team, they don't have the numbers. They don't have the votes to be rigged. So there is no need of discussing they are being rigged. That one you can take to any bank you want to, you will be cashed. William Ruto doesn't have the numbers to warrant him to win a presidential election in Kenya in 2022. He doesn't have the numbers. That's why he's crying. Ama angekuwa na namba, tungekuwa sahi Uhuru Park or wherever. Mtu ako na muscle anatoanga msuli anaonyesha. Sio kwenda kulialia dunia mzima kwamba kuna mtu anakuja kukata msuli wako. Toa msuli. Pole lakini. Bwana Joe, karibu.
Yeah, asante sana Bernard. Habari zenu mahali mpo wote, whatever time zone you are in. Bernard, ulipotea kwa vile ulienda Marsabit. Kwani Marsabit hakuna network. We didn't see you in this show just because you're in Marsabit. Marsabit ni hapa tu.
The kind of trouble I was in, but I know you will not talk about that. You have not watched the video.
After umefika Marsabit,
Ruto has more trouble than you, Bernard.
Huh? Sisi wengine tumetravel mpaka Banisa. Unajua mali Banisa iko kule Mandera, Malkaroka, Arabia Fino huko Mandera, Kaba. Sasa wewe hapa Marsabit tu. Anyway,
mimi nilibeba mpaka wifi. Kufika huko hata network ya simu yenyewe haishiki. Sasa wifi ndio itashika.
Anyway, congratulations.
If I want to connect, I have to switch from 4G back to 2G. Ndio ishike. If I don't revert to 2G, I can't get no connection. But all the same, toa maoni yako tusonge mbele.
All the same, congratulations. That was a good work. Ni mzuri sana. Mimi have always insisted here, tangu October, kwamba by March, April, in fact, Alex anajua hiyo maneno. By March, April, UDA is a village party. Tangu October, I'm not a prophet, I'm not a seer, lakini iko vitu zingine hata a common man can see. Sababu huwezi kimbia peke yako unasema umeshinda ama umebreak world record. It's impossible. You have to compete with others. So mimi nilisema hivyo, I still maintain that. And then iko vitu zingine watu wanasema, kama huyu anasema ati watu walisafirishwa. The crowd, if it was estimated at 10,000. Yeye anajua watu wasafirishwa na matatu ama bus. Bus takes about 65 passengers. Tunaweza overload hata 80. How many buses do you need kusafirisha 10,000 people? It's about over 150 buses. These buses, kama zina 150 buses zinatembea at that small place. Ingeshika watu wa press wangepiga, watu wako na cell phones wangepiga, ingekuwa hapa kwa social media. Kwanza watu wa UDA wangepiga hiyo kabisa. Kama the MPs ambao wanaongeanga vitu ati iko basi nini. Sio ndio ingekuwa sasa headline ya watu wa UDA. People travel from here to Kisumu, Mombasa or anything. But we don't have over 150 buses traveling in one direction. Never. So vitu zingine ni sijui ni kutosoma ama ni little education ama ni ujinga tu. Over 150 buses, and then how do they travel na ile msafara wakifika pale wanakuta wamefika? Were these people traveling ahead ama nyuma? Sababu mimi naona mali walikuwa wamefika wanakuta iko watu, na mali wametoka tunaona iko watu. Kama hii watu walikuwa wanasafirishwa mbele ndio wakutwe kule, tungekuwa tunaona kama wametoka kabla mkutano moja ijafungwa wakienda kwa hiyo ingine. So vitu zingine sijui ni ujinga, sijui ni kutosoma manini. The other thing I heard somebody saying ati pesa za NISA hazikuwa accounted for. hazikuwa audited. They are audited, my friend. Hizo pesa zinakuwa audited za NIS. NIS is a government department. Zinakuwa audited. Isipokuwa they're not publicly announced, but they are audited. Hata za jeshi ya msikiangi zikikuwa ninio, lakini they are audited. Hakuna mtu atakuachia pesa, the type of money army na NIS wanapata iende tu hivyo. No, zinakuwa audited. Isipokuwa publicly they are not announced. Okay, about Ruto talking this, whatever you call nonsensical things in US. I can tell you, Ruto could be talking the truth. Tusipinge tu ati Ruto nasema urongo. We all have a record of elections being rigged since 2007. You don't rig elections without using money. So he knows, he's an insider. So musiseme tu ati ni urongo, ni urongo. He could be talking the truth. And like I said, I think the day before yesterday, the US are not stupid. They know what has been happening here. Maybe they are using Ruto as a wicket. That's why they allowed him to go to US. They want to get from facts from him. So they're using his weaknesses and his desperation. Aende kule amwage mtama. Yeah. Because okay, maybe the US wanajua election ilikuwa rigged. Lakini the method used, labda they're not sure of. So Ruto has gone there to be a record because he's an insider. And you know, even in a family, man and wife, wakati watu wamekosana ndio mkenda kule kwa mashemegi, you talk the truth. Because you are bitter, one thing. Moja yenu labda iko disparate, anataka warudiane na vitu kama hizo. So you start talking the truth. After all, wakati watu wamekosana ndio ukweli. Unaweza kuwa na jirani yako anakusalimia, mna smile, lakini usiwile mtakosana ndio atakwambia ukweli. The way anakuona. Anamwambia watoto wako wanakujanga hapa kukula kwangu kila siku na waacha njaa. And that could be the truth. So let's not assume that Ruto is not talking the truth. We know the history of rigging in this country. So he could be talking the truth. And 100 billion is not small money. It's big money. Na hawezi sema tu hivi hivi. And sometimes it is very hard. Unajua iko malingine ukifika unasemanga ukweli tu. Kwa ile uoga na labda respect hii watu wako advance kuliko wewe na umejua. So he could be talking the truth, mambo ya rigging, he could be talking the truth, kwamba there's a plan because he has been an insider. Na anaona dalili. So let's not just say that anadanganya. The thing is, he's embarrassing the country. That one is for sure. The other thing, Orengo had told people hapa kitambo, I don't know, I can't phrase it. Anasema unaweza kuwa unafurahia mambo inaendelea, lakini mwisho wewe utakuja chomwa. And this is what is happening to Ruto. Orengo aliwaambia hii vitu kitambo, that nyinyi mtakuja kulia. Munaona ni mzuri sana. So the rigging ambayo alikuwa anafurahia inakuja kumchoma sahi. In fact, everything, hata zile security laws walipitisha, ndio sahi inawachoma. So they should blame themselves, wasianze sasa kulialia ovyo ovyo na kuembarrass the government. So I'd like to say also that whatever he said huko America, na ile kitu Sabina alisema, mimi sioni tofauti kubwa. Kama Sabina Chege was summoned by IBC because yeye alisema in jest, lakini she was summoned. Ruto hajasema this thing in jest, he was serious. Na amekaa na watu wako na madaraka kule. Hata kama Nebraska sijui hizo masista ninio hawana sauti, lakini it was very official to anaongea kwa another country. So yake was very official. We'd like to see IBC, because whatever he said touches on the integrity of IBC. If Sabina was summoned, na alikuwa anasema in just kama kicheko, kama joke, kama kitu kama hiyo, na Chebukati took it seriously. And I think they were using whatever the videos that were taken from social media. This one also has the video, but this was not in jest. So IBC should actually take action on someone Naseme. Because elections is being run by IBC. Now, if there are plans to rig the IBC, then the IBC should be blamed. Hata wakina Raila wakati walienda, walishtaki IBC, hawakushtaki Uhuru Ruto, walishtaki IBC. So if there are signs na naona iko, IBC should take action, wamsummon, ambie IBC ameona hizo dalili wapi. That could be fair. Sababu wasiseme wanaonea, isisemekane wanaonea Sabina Chege. So Ruto should be brought to book. He should answer those things. Ambie Wakenya hapa wache hiyo alisema ngamo. So ni hayo tu nataka kusema Bernard kwa sasa. Maybe baadaye nitasema mengine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Joe, thank you. Alex?
You know, Joe, thanks so much for being patient. Bernard amecheza akili yako hapa for a long time, but thanks for being patient mpaka sasa. But I tend to disagree with you with a few things you've said. And I'm disagreeing with you on a technical level. And I will explain to you. The position of the deputy president is not a pre-survey of an individual. It's a constitutional office that somebody carries it on our behalf. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hence, when you carry that office, you took an oath of office that was also constitutional. And if it was constitutional, there is a demeanor and a cadre under which you must operate. You cannot be like you are in a political podium whereby you're playing games. As the deputy president of Kenya, who is the second ranking member of the government, has gone out of the country to go say that he is planning to rig against himself. And you say that he might be saying the truth. That is comical. It cannot be that we now play even politics on an international platform. We are not a banana republic, or are we supposed to play with political gaffes when it comes? Because investors, let me tell you, we are not like white people. We are not like Mexican or Spanish people. These people are so honest that what they hear, if they hear that a black man sleeps on top of a tree, they believe it until they come to Africa. That's when they realize, you guys have houses. That is how bad it is. So the deputy, he is saying things that he shouldn't. So when we do not get investments, where does he take the hustlers? Where does he take all these hustlers? He is creating more hustlers. That is a plan that he has, to create more hustlers, to bring more problems to us, so that we may think that he is our savior. So I'm disagreeing with you. Ruto did not carry his name. Whenever this news will go out, it won't be William Samoei Ruto. It will start with the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya said this. That is how the news will be carried. So it's not a joke. He must stop these theatrics. The man must stop. If he can't, somebody needs to sue him. Where is Omkiki Omtata? Where is he, so that he can sue us on our behalf? Because the guy is destroying our name. He carried our name. So we cannot fascitize him. He must apologize on an international platform, because that is scaring investors. Saying that we have opaque channels, that money is being stolen up to 100 billion. Do you know that that is scaring investors? The guy must be sued because he carries the name of Kenya. He does not walk as William Samoei Ruto. He walks as the deputy president. When he comes here, whether we like it or not, the State Department cleared him to come here. The hotel he sleeps, he's manned by CIA and FBI. Nobody can go near that, that hotel where he sleeps, because he's the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, not William Samoei Ruto. So my idea is he did wrong and we must criticize him. We should not say that what he did was right. That is scaring off investors. We need direct foreign investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. So your brief response, please.
Yeah, I think we are saying one and the same thing. We're only saying it in a different way. I have not said he said the right thing. I said he could be talking the truth. That's besides saying the right thing. I didn't say he did it. What he did was right. And you know, in terms of desperation, anybody can do anything and can say anything. The president actually said Ruto has been stealing and is the president. So what's the difference about this? Ruto has also said that and is the deputy president. So what's the difference about this? What I'm saying is we're almost saying the same thing with you. I only think that you're saying it in a different manner. I'm not saying he said it, what he said is right. I said one thing, I thought he said he has embarrassed the government. That means he's not an individual. He's an official person representing the country. For him to say that is an embarrass of the government. Just like Uhuru said he's been stealing and is the president. It's also an embarrassment to Uhuru himself. Because what did he do about it? What I'm saying here is he could be talking the truth out of desperation. So we should not say that what he's saying is a lie per se. It could be the truth. And what I also want to tell you is that in this when you travel, the VIPs, when their room is booked, the hosting country, they also want to collect some intelligence. Some of these rooms are bugged. So whatever you talk inside that room, whatever you do in that room is closely monitored. And I can tell you CIA is one of the top intelligence people. You cannot debug. Normally, when a head of state goes somewhere or a VP, there is an advanced group that goes to debug that room, whatever is going to sleep. Ruto right now is not getting all the government machinery. So his room could also be bugged. So these people know all these things. And this is what I said yesterday. These people are not stupid. They only want to hear it.
Joe, your time is up.
Okay, thank you, Bernard.
I want us to move forward. A story ya Ruto na kuropoka kwake, it's nothing new. Trying to implicate the government that is part of that is self-selling himself. Whether I don't think there is any truth in what he's saying, except he's willing to give us the whole story. He should come out clear and tell Kenyans, we did this in 2013, we did this in 2017, and I see it being done. My only point of departure is one. Where are the votes that William Ruto has that can be rigged? Okay? We only rig in strong contenders, strong. Yani yule mtu umesimama kinyume na yeye anakura nyingi kama mvua. So you need to reduce them. That's what rigging is. Utapata 3 million. Huyu mwingine anapata 10 million. Who needs to rig somebody who will get 3 million? William Ruto should spare this country all these games. Na kubali kwamba size yake hakukuwa on time. When people were building political muscle, he forgot. He began to run around the country, hoping that by running around the country and poisoning people's minds against others will build his political career. That is losing it. Yeah? Uwezi kutumia mguu wa mwingine kwenda kukimbia Olympics. Win. Ni msuli ambao umejenga kwa mazoezi ambao utastahimili hiyo marathon, ukimbie na ukue wa kwanza ndio win. Wakati watu wanaenda mazoezi wewe uendi. Okay? Siku ya Olympic unasema wewe unataka kwenda kukimbia na ufanye nini? You win. You can't. So William Ruto wants to play games with our minds, and he thinks he can deceive himself, deceive Kenyans, and now he has gone on a scale higher. He wants to deceive the entire world. The Bible says deceiving others and deceiving themselves. Naona tumefika hapa mahali. So ukweli wa Ruto haupo. Ruto amejua kwamba amechelewa, amewaste time, amewaste pesa, and like you have prophesied, when the village party issue arises, Atuoli has the solution. Thank you very much. Ilikuwa ni muda wa Mogusu. Mogusu huko? Tukimaliza Mogusu tunaenda kwa Princess because of gender balance, and then ndio tuende kwa Ochie. Yes, Mogusu.
Yes, good evening, team.
Good evening to you. Karibu.
Mko salama?
Kabisa.
Mi nafurahi sana nikisikia the way my fellow netizens are commentating on our current issues, and you know, it concerns everybody. That is one thing. At the end of the day, hatuwezi avoid siasa. Siasa itafanyika na ita affect kila mtu. Just the way it was Uhuru Ruto tano tena, and our economic, the way we are crying right now at food prices going up and all that, we are suffering over, all of us. Those who voted for the government and those who never voted for the government. And I think it's one thing people could, we as Kenyans, we could be, we be in a level now, right now. We think of what is affecting our day-to-day life. There's a difference between leadership and there's a difference between politics. You see, so me personally, I feel sad so sana, feel vibaya sana nikiona kijana mdogo ama mtu ana judge things from the history, which the history is not, hayuko so conversant with that history. Like right now I can't comment, I not that I'm not conversant, but it will be very unfortunate for me to comment about something that I'm not having information about it. So me, I'll just comment directly to something that affect me directly. And I think that is the trajectory we need to check. And from the general perspective, you see, for example, from what we read from the history, I wasn't there in the 1962 when right now the fathers of the current handshake, they met. Mmoja akasema hii nchi iwezi pata uhuru just because I can come and get a position. And that's how we got our first president and our first vice president. Things went wrong. I wasn't there. That's why I say I don't like to comment things that I'm not well conversant. I stand to be corrected because I'm young. 1969 ni babi yangu alikuwa hiyo wakati. Me, I'm born 1992. I'm very young voter. Came after that. Unajua tunafaa tufuate historia vile tumekuwa. I'll do my submission historically from what I know, and I stand to be corrected. Now I'll fast forward to the current leadership we have. The current leadership, what they commented. To be a leader, sometimes you need to have a soft stand. Ufai kuwa na hard stand. And that's why in our current situation, we are not at war. and every Kenyan, every straight thinking forward person anaweza kubaliana na mimi, we are in this situation just because one person laid down, alilai low, akasema nchi ni zaidi ya yeye. If one person was so like akona that firm stand, I can't change my mind, I can't bend, we would say right now we could be at war in Kenya. And that's something that the president recently, that's why I said the current leadership, the president is himself said that we do not need politicians, we need leaders. And that thing changed my mind kidogo, because before that I wasn't thinking the way I'm thinking right now, because I was imagining in 2007, that was the time I was that was the time I was joining Form 1. I'm very like, that was the time I was still a student. I never voted for that time, but it affected me in a way until I can remember right now. I can know like politics, elections affects, it can affect you in your day-to-day life. And that day I wasn't a voter, but we are in this situation because some people compromised. Some people compromised because they think of the future of this country. And when the president says that so and so, we can think of him in the future, it's something that we young men, me personally, I can listen. Penye wazee kuna maneno, kwa sababu it's good to listen to people who have experience, because in this life hakuna siku, me as a young person, even if I have I'm educated, I'm well conversant with the current issues, I'm learned, I'm a professor at 25, but there is one thing you can lack as a young person, because people who have experience in life can guide you even if you are so educated more than them. And I think it's something that we're learning right now. And we as young voters, I talk to I listen to everybody, and I talk to my colleagues. I tell them, at the end of the day, tomorrow we'll come and sit here. Now you will not be complaining. Your child will be complaining. Right now you're complaining, oh, China, tumekopa madeni, we buying bread at 60 bob. It was 15 bob at some time. Now imagine you're complaining right now. What will be your kid complaining in the future? You see? So those are the things, those are the fundamental thinking of every young person. Me, I'm advocating to every young person out there who is a voter, because this is the time tunakujiwa vizuri sana, and we are so tempted because we are so desperate. But make a decision. Make a decision I even preach to the elder person mwenye naona mie anipeleki mali anafaa kunipeleka. You see? So generally speaking, me personally, I feel like the current leadership, it's giving a direction that if we Kenyans, we're going to despise that at some point, at some time in the future, we will come again like we regret so much. But I'm sure we are very safe when we are one, tukiwa pamoja kama Wakenya. Azimio, tukiwa pamoja, You know, Azimio is not a political party. It's inclusive. It's something like to create someone and to feel all of us, every Kenyan, every young man, every our elders, every tribe, to feel that they are represented, and that is the most fundamental thing right now. Because if me personally, I feel like I'm not represented in any political platform, I'll feel I'm not part of that government. And if someone comes up to revolt about that, I'm sure I'll make that government, I'll give that government hard time to even provide basic service, the services that we need to get, we as Kenyans. So you see, that thing affect, because we need to feel all inclusive. And that's I'll put in my bottom line. I'm not speaking. I'm not. I don't want to point this and this, but my bottom line is the current leadership is giving us direction. People should not listen to politics. Know where we will be safe.
Okay,
Mimi kama
thank
kijana
you.
mdogo mi as a young man nikipewa uongozi sahihi, naweza nisiongoze vizuri kwa sababu ya ambitions zenye sikuwa nazo. So me personally, I feel like in Azimio we are very safe. We have people who are taking advantage of the wave, yes, but we are very safe. Just the way like we wanted to change the direction in 202, and the direction was changed, and you see the aftermath. The first term of the government hatukuwa na mambo mazuri. The second part of the government in 207, hata kama tulikuwa na shida, uliona mambo imefanyika. So meaning we have to make a clear, like, just don't listen to what people say. See what you need for your future. Think of your future too. Asante
So,
sana.
Moguso, you made your point.
Yep.
Thank you very much. The UDA guys on the comment section, if you have a political reason why you support your party, just state it and leave me out of it. Bernard is one of the rogue clergymen that Uhuru said will go to hell. He uses the Bible to spread hate and preach division and feed on poor people's offerings. How much have you sent to me since we began to see each other on this channel? Tafadhali, tuheshimiane. And you can't use my vocation to intimidate me. That one umechelewa. I used to be scared those years, but now you can't. So I know where I'm coming from, I know where I'm going, and I know what I'm doing. If you have reason to defend the corruption or the twistedness of your candidate, come on the screen, let us reason together. But looking for how to cut my legs, umechelewa kabisa. Thank you. Naomba tumsikilize Princess alafu ndio turudi kwa Ochieng. Ochieng, bear with us. Gender sensitivity is part of the new constitution. Yes, Princess. You unmute, the mic is beside your name.
Siongee princess.
Yes, hi everyone.
You're welcome. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. As for me, I'm a youth and I want to advise youth and everyone. As for me, I want to talk about 3 things. First of all, about Ruto. Ruto is desperate and greedy. As for me, have watched about yesterday venye ameongea kuhusu mambo na rigging elections, mambo na Kenya iko na mkopo mwingi nini, ilhali pia yako kwa government. So he's not reasoning anymore. Mimi chenye nilikuwa nataka kusema, youth kama sisi yafaa tufikirie maisha ya kesho na tuanze saizi. And I'm happy about Azimio team. I'm one of them. Napenda baba na napenda agenda zake, because that man has sacrificed a lot kwa sababu yetu sisi, and whatever he promises he normally bring out. So mi nilikuwa nataka niambie mayouth wenzangu, tafadhali mtu asiwadanganye na handouts nini. Angalia government yenye Ruto na Uhuru yenye wametuweka ndani. Mayouth wanateseka, hakuna kazi nini. So as for now, mayouth inafaa tufikirie na tutumie akili. So the second one, I want to talk about Kalonzo. Kalonzo yafaa amue mara moja kama anakuja Azimio ama anasimama peke yake, aingie kwa ballot. So angekuwa mimi Kalonzo, ama angekuwa hata mimi ni mtoto wake, ningemadvise nimwambie aingie Azimio na ungane na baba as soon as possible, kwa sababu akichelewa atapata mwana si wake. Venye anafikiria saizi, anasema wacha ngoje na wenzake wanaenda mbele. So ye bado anasema mchana anaongea tofauti, usiku anaongea tofauti. Asimame as a man na aseme mimi naenda Azimio na nimeamua ni hivyo. Haya, third one about okay. Hello, mnanisikia?
Yes, carry on. The third one?
Yes.
Endelea ama points vision.
I think
Sawa bwana.
Nitarudi baadaye basi.
Okay, sawa. Tutapata muda mwingine wa kukamilisha ile point ya tatu umebakisha. Asante sana kwa maoni yako.
Sawa.
Mazuri kweli.
Tupongeze msichana yetu. Oh my God. Nataka tuseme asante sana Princess. Hiyo ni njia na unawakilisha wasichana wenzako na unawakilisha kina mama. Tomorrow you will be a great leader, a great mother. Thank you so much and may the Lord bless you. Ukuchange uongeleshe wasichana wengi na uongelesha hao vijana wanaume wanapotea njia na kesho wanataka kukua wa baba. Can you imagine? Thank you so much Princess. You are very good leader. Umeongea kama wa baba 10 na wasichana na wamama 1000. Thank you. Asante Bennett kwa kunipatia hiyo nafasi nipongeze my granddaughter.
Thank you Mama Selina. Thank you. Now naomba tuende kwa Ochieng ndio turudi kwa nimeona Mr. Wangira yuko hapa, Jakindu Bay tumemiss kwa nyingi na Fidel. Ochieng, thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Wazee wamekuja bena, time yako ya kulala karibu.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and good morning, depending on the timings.
Good morning from Nairobi. Thank you.
First of all, let me pass my gratitude to the useful lady, Madam Princess. Very articulate, and I think the lady is visionary. It's so difficult finding, a young person who is rational and, can reason. Secondly, let me also say, I pass my regards to Madam Selina. I didn't know Baba as, some, wonderful food soldiers. Bernard, straight to our topic of today. I don't want to discuss much about the Kisii Nyamira rally because, in Lu we say the world has taken, the earth has taken its chest. Everything is falling in place just as we envisaged. But again, there are things that now we need to look at. Okay, personally, I'm so much interested in tomorrow's rally in Bungoma. I think they'll be heading to Ebuye, Kimilili, then to Chwele and Poster Grounds. That's where my focus is, and I think it will turn out to be a good thing. On the issue of Ruto, Ruto might be talking at the forum could be wrong, the platform could be wrong, but then he has some useful piece of information that, as a country, we need to look into. And I think, human beings, we tend to, we apologize or we confess at our deathbeds. So the guy has a useful information, and in fact, we need that piece of information when he'll be at committee or maybe Shimolatewa, because we need to actually align our government. There are things that need to be streamlined. If he's saying there are money, there is a colossal amount of money that is being lost, going to individual pockets without being audited. That is a serious thing. Now, when Ruto comes out to say that, there is rigging, there is what, this guy in essence is vindicating Baba. And in fact, he's indirectly campaigning for Baba. Because he's telling people that whatever Raila Odinga has been complaining about, whatever he's been saying, in fact, has been true. So I think he's doing a good job. But again, we shouldn't concentrate so much on the image of, our country. I know we have a lot of, the country is rotten, truth be told. The country is rotten, and we need to fix things. Kenya kwanza in Trans Nzoia. UDA is a one-man show. Without Ruto, UDA is, there's no UDA without Ruto. On Kalonzo, I don't want to discuss Kalonzo because I think the guy has lost hope in being the president of the Republic of Kenya. And he's out now to do business. Whether he's going to, go to the ballot, we should not forget it's just 2007 when he pulled a soccer match. There are willing people, actually those people who are willing to fund his presidency, fund his campaigns, so that he go it alone. Whether it will work in his favor or what, I don't know. But if Ruto himself is saying that the insider is saying that things have not been okay, in fact, he already is shivering there. Kalonzo ought to have made a wise decision and let's close this thing once and for all. So he's supposed to make a prayer. I don't know. They will see. They are going to talk to us this week or next week. I don't know. We shall wait and see where we are heading to. May God bless you.
Okay, thank you. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Wangira and then Jackie Dube.
How are you, Bernard?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
And good morning, everybody. Selena, it's a good morning in Kenya. I don't know what time it is where you are.
Wow, thank you. It is 5 p.m.
Okay, it's in the evening.
Yeah.
Okay, good evening. Good evening to you.
Thank
I
you.
want
You're
to,
welcome.
Asante sana. I want to look at this Ruto issue from another perspective. You remember William Ruto in the last 1.5 years, this has been a guy who was so high, he was riding on another milestone that gave him a guarantee that he was going to become the president of Kenya. You remember he was all over the country fundraising for churches, fundraising for border groups, fundraising for women groups. Then after the Harambes were stopped, then he discovered that this investment has not borne much fruits. For example, William Ruto campaigned so much in the last 2 years. He campaigned so much in Mount Kenya. We saw him campaigning so much in Kisii. We saw him campaigning so much in the Coast Province. We also saw him campaigning in the Western Province and in Ukambani. These were areas that he was certain that he had pocketed. He was so sure that as far as the vote was concerned, he had pocketed, but he was sure that he had pocketed Mount Kenya, he had pocketed Kisii, he had pocketed the coast, perhaps he had pocketed Western. But as things look today, that doesn't seem to be the true picture. For example, if you look at the Mount Kenya region, where he was banking on getting 90% or thereabout of what Uhuru Kenyatta got in 2017. If you look at Mount Kenya today, if Ruto works extra hard, then perhaps the most he can get in Mount Kenya could be 60%. If you look at Kisii, where he invested most of his resources doing most of Harambes, fundraising for churches, fundraising for women groups, fundraising for the youth, Kisii has disappeared. He has nothing in Kisii as we speak today. Even out of Baba's meetings in Kisii today, you'll discover that Ruto today has zero in Kisii. If you look at the coast, I understand that at the coast, the ground is so bad for Ruto, nobody wants to hear this thing called UDA or UDA at the coast. So at the coast, he has also lost it. So if you come to Western Kenya, he thought that by bringing in Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi, he was going to remedy the situation, but the situation has even worsened. People don't want to hear about William Ruto in Western Kenya. So if you are in such a situation, what do? Imagine if you are William Ruto, you have invested so much in an election, you have invested much financial resources in an election where you are certain that you are going to win. and now you are saying that the winds are changing. What do? You create a circus. So what William Ruto is doing today is just creating a circus. I listened to him, one of the clips that I was sent on WhatsApp. You know, he was accusing, he was talking of the handshake being a mongrel, and which has reduced him to being a member of government who was taken refugee in the opposition, and is now calling Raila Odinga an opposition puppet in government. That's what he was telling the white men in America today. Then he came up with another allegation. Oh, there's some huge amount of money that is always allocated and is always spent opacally. And I think he gave that amount of money to around 200 million Kenya shillings that is always given, and how it's used, nobody knows as far as it's concerned, that it's used in an opaque manner. That's what he was claiming. Imagine William Ruto today is in the United States of America, and he will be traveling to Britain, and in 12 days, he will have spent 107 million shillings of my taxpayers' money. A man who has spent 112 million shillings in 12 days is complaining around about 200 million shillings that he purports to be somewhere being used in an opaque manner. Imagine, who should we be accusing here? A man who is spending 107 million shillings in 12 days, or government agencies that are using 200 million shillings in 1 year? Who should we be blaming here? Then he has come up with a number of accusations. He talks of Kenya, democracy being on trial in this country, and is even asking the Americans to come here and supervise our elections. This is a guy who knows that he has lost it. Just as Bernard has said, he's a guy who knows that he does not have numbers. Just as I've given you those regions. If you look at Central Kenya, if you look at Kisii, if you look at the coast, if you look at Western, if you look at Northern Kenya, and perhaps if you look at Ukambani, if you look at those areas, they will just tell you that this is a guy who cannot win this election. So the guy is just preparing ground to refuse to accept that he has lost elections come the 9th of August, 2022. There's nothing much in it. He's just preparing grounds to say that he never lost elections. To Azimio meeting that was in Kisii, Baba has this. I always tell my wife here that I compare. Bernard would understand this better because he's a man of God and he preaches. Kuna wale watu tunasema kwamba wako na upako wahubiri, wengine tunasema huo upako wake hauna mtu mwingine. Hata wewe kama wewe ni mhubiri, lakini huwezi fikia huo upako wake. So mi nasema katika kisiasa, Raila yuko na upako fulani wa kisiasa, ule mtu mwingine hawezi fikia huo upako, na huo upako pengine ni Mwenyezi Mungu peke yake ndiye amempa, because he's an extraordinary politician in this country that you cannot compare with any other person. That's why I'm using this upako to demonstrate my point. So if you saw Raila Odinga in Kisii today, this is a guy who spent nothing. He didn't spend money the way Ruto normally spends to mobilize the crowds in Kisii. But look at how organic they were, how people were excited in Kisii to see Baba, how happy they were, how reassuring they were that they were going to vote for Raila Odinga. That's what I call upako wa kisiasa. Uko na ule upako wa kiroho, lakini sasa naona katika Raila Odinga hapa yuko na upako fulani wa kisiasa ambao hakuna mwanasiasa mwingine katika Jamhuri ya Kenya anao. So this guy is enjoying that particular upako that is making everything look organic. In Kisii today, we even saw the legal secretary for Wiper, Ben Momanyi, defecting from Wiper and coming to ODM. But there's one thing that I didn't like about Kisii, this issue of sibling rivalry and friendly fire. Seeing we are in one house, we all belong to ODM, we all belong to Azimio. But you see other crowds jeering one of our own, like the way Janet Ongera was jeered. You see Wakina Mzee Ongeri not getting the adequate space to address the congregation. So Raila must find a way to manage this friendly fire, because at the end of the day, we need everybody. And if we encourage friendly fire as we move towards August 2022, perhaps it will not give us the results that we need to ensure that Raila becomes the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. And finally, just as I conclude, I listened to this, you call him Papa Waroma, the 5th, Wetangula. You know, Wetangula has lost it now. You know, Wetangula used to be an eloquent guy, a guy who was articulate, the guy who could present his points, and everybody could understand what he was talking about. But this is Wetangula who has now been reduced to abusing people. Imagine calling Professor Makau Mutua as a guy with dubious credentials, saying that Dr. Alfred Mutua cannot be elected even as a village elder, a guy who is already a governor serving his 2nd term. Then you wonder, where is Wetangula headed to? Wetangula has never been elected as governor in this country, and we know how he has struggled even to win elections in Bungoma. He's not as strong as many people think he is, and now he has now reverted to abusing other citizens of this country because of the opinion that they hold. If Alfred Mutua believes that Kalonzo Musyoka is not as strong as many people purport to believe that he's as strong, that is his opinion. If that is the opinion of Professor Mutua, that is his opinion. Then how does it make Professor Mutua's credentials to become dubious? A guy that we know went to Dar es Salaam University before he went to where he has been the dean of the Buffalo School of Law. He's a guy whose credentials in this country are known. He's not the like of Wakina Waititi or Wakina Sonko, where there have been doubts of how they acquired their papers. He's a guy who has straight papers. Then how does it become dubious? Just because, how does his credentials become dubious? Just because now he has disagreed with a particular point. You see, you know, Wetangula is reducing himself to becoming another, I don't know, let me just say, another politician at the lowest of the scales. And if he continues like that, I don't know how he's going to end it. For now, Bernard, let me conclude. Let me leave it at that and make that one my contribution. I can come in later on. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. Alex has objection. Yes, Alex.
Wangira, thank you for your submission. I like you. I wish you were my professor in college. I mean, the way you put your points always mesmerizes me. But today, yeah, I'm being honest. When you grow up more than here, I want you to be a professor. But anyway, I wanted to tell you that it is because of the love and the respect we have for Baba that we spared these people that you saw today. And I'm being honest, were it not for the uttermost respect we have for Baba, we had an opportunity to speak our mind to the one Ongwae, to the one Maangi, to the one Nyaribo, and the former, even if he died, we wanted to speak out that they have disappointed the Omogusi community because we gave them uttermost trust of the leadership of Kisii when we knew completely that Uhuru wooed us with every goodies that he wanted. Do you know what Uhuru wanted to give the Kisii people? And we said capital N-O, and we asked Uhuru, what part of no don't you understand? Is it the N or the O? We are not coming with you. We are going with who? With Raila. And yet, 10 years down the road, we don't even have one fire truck. When there was a fire in Kisii town, first time
it came from Migori. Second time, it came from Nyamira. We must show the disdain, because the problem is that they want the status quo by organizing to us the next leadership. And that is why we are to show them that Baba, our organic love is reserved, but we are changing local leadership. That is our pre-service, and that is our democratic right. So that was not sibling rivalry. It was a decision that was correctly understood even by the leadership outside. And that's why Yuzora Sanga, through the wisdom of Baba, said, we know the next governor of Kisii is Simba Arati. That was not by mistake. So that's not sibling rivalry. Even in our rallies, we must know that the next governors matter. We are not just going, but we behaved. Thank you so much. We behaved.
I hear you, my brother. I hear you, because you belong to the ground. I'll trust your word. I'll trust your word.
Okay, thank you. I think I wanted to play something before Jakindube comes in.
So now ODM party leader Raila Odinga, who is the designated presidential candidate for Azimio La Umoja movement, has formed a strong campaign team that will run the movement, being propelled by President Uhuru Kenyatta and ODM leader. It is made up of a high-level team of politicians and professionals to run its presidential campaigns in the run-up to 9th general election. While Laikipia Ghana Nderitu Mureithi will be heading the Raila Odinga campaign board, Kenya Human Rights Commission Chair Professor Makau Mutua will be heading a 7-member advisory council that will consist of professionals and businessmen to strategize on the agenda and funding of the campaigns. Our senior political affairs reporter Chris Thairo reports.
It's all systems go for ODM party leader Raila Odinga as he tries his 5th stab at the presidency ahead of the August elections. As he rolls out his nationwide campaigns, Raila has already set up a team of men and women who will propel him to occupy the house on the hill. The strategy team is made up of the Advisory Council, the Raila Odinga Campaign Board, and the Raila Odinga Secretariat. The Raila Odinga Advisory Council consists of professionals and technocrats and chaired by Professor Makau Mutua. He is also an author and a distinguished professor of law at the University of Buffalo in the U.S. Other members are former head of civil service in the Moi regime, Dr. Sally Kosgei. The former Aldai MP has a reputation of thoroughness and boasts of a vast regional and international networks. Lawyer Paul Mwangi, who was a co-chair of the Building Bridges Initiative BBI and also an advisor to the ODM party leader Raila Odinga. Professor Peter Wanyande, who is a lecturer at the University of Nairobi. Karuti Kanyinga, who is an accomplished development researcher and scholar with an extensive national and international experience and exposure. He has carried out many research programs and projects at the Institute for Development Studies at the University of Nairobi in the last 29 years. John Githongo, who is a founder of the Transparency International and who unraveled corruption scandals during the first term of retired President Moi Kibaki. Seth Kakusie, who is a politician in Kibuzi West. The council will be the top decision-making body and will sieve decisions made by the campaign board and will decide the day-to-day activities. Then there is the Raila Odinga Election Campaign Board, which is headed by Laikipia Governor Nderitu Mureithi. Other members of the council that will be chaired by Raila himself include Kakamega Governor Wycliffe Oparanya, Kisumu Governor Anyang' Nyong'o, Mombasa Governor Ali Hassan Joho, his Kitui counterpart Charity Ngilu, and former Speaker of the National Assembly Francis Ole Kaparo. Former Deputy Commissioner of the Kenya Revenue Authority KRA Elizabeth Meo, the Chief Executive Officer of the board, which also brings on board media mogul and Chairman of the Royal Media Services Dr. S.K. Masharia. Former television journalist Dennis Onsarigo was appointed as the News Press Secretary of Raila Odinga's 2022 campaign secretariat. This team will play the role of a war council by remaining invisible and only making key decisions. The board will have sweeping powers to manage the campaign, fundraise, hire and fire staff, and manage logistics. The professionals will be mandated with fine-tuning Raila's legal, calendar, and economic messages that resonate well with the voters. Chris Dairo, KTN News, Nairobi.
Deputy President William Ruto led Jubilee coalition leaders in rejecting calls by the opposition seeking to reconstitute the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission chairman and 9 commissioners before expiry of their term. Speaking during a Harambee in aid of women groups in Marakwet West constituency, Ruto took a swipe at reports that CORD was planning to introduce the inclusion of foreigners in the management of the electoral body.
We will make sure, because we believe that we must unite this country. We do not want divisive politics, politics of exclusion, politics of tribalism, politics of sectionalism. We want the politics of uniting Kenya into one nation, the politics to transform and develop our country into a prosperous, united, one Kenya. Hiyo ndio barabara mimi na Mheshimiwa Rais tunatembea.
Ruto says Jubilee administration will not entertain leaders who have no faith in Kenyans in managing affairs of their country, including elections.
We have no time to waste katika mambo ya mazungumzo, ugomvi, mvutano. Hatuna nafasi ya kufanya kazi hiyo. Kenya hii inangojea tupige hatua ya kwenda mbele.
Elgeyo Marakwet Senator Kipchumba Murkomen claimed he is also aware of a plan by CORD to push for the removal of IEBC officials across the country to be replaced by foreigners ahead of the 2017 elections. The opposition had given the government until July 7th, within which they would be required to organize a national dialogue with key stakeholders in the country, while demanding the disbandment of the IEBC. I'm Anita Nderu for Capital TV.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Naomba tumsikilize Jakindu Bey tukiendelea mbele.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard, asanteni sana wenzangu, habari zenu? Nimefurahi kukuona Bernard, nafikiri ulisafiri salama na nimefurahi kukuona. Ya, asanteni sana. Kwanza nataka nishukuru sana. Nataka sana niwapongeze vijana wawili, nimewasikiza maoni yao. Mmoja alikuwa mvulana na mmoja alikuwa msichana. Wametoa maoni mazuri sana. Na nawapongeza na nawaomba wawe na uzalendo wa namna hiyo. Kwamba wawe watu ambao wanaangalia, wanajifunza kutoka kwa wale wako mbele yao na vile vile waangalie kwa yale wanayoyaona, wasikubali kuambiwa uongo. Hiyo nawashukuru sana. Nimefurahi sana na maoni yao. Mimi kwanza kabisa nataka kusema kwamba sisi wa Afrika inatakiwa tuamke. Ni jambo la kushangaza sana. Mimi nashangaza saa zingine kitambo wakati nikiwa mdogo sikuwa naelewa, lakini nafikiri tuko na kasoro sisi wa Afrika. Nashangaa mtu unawezaje kwenda kwa wale watu ambao wametunyanyasa, hata saa hizi wanatunyanyasa. Hawa watu walitutawala, walituua, walitufanyia unyama. Bado tunarudi kwao. Kama tuko na matatizo yetu, tunakimbia kwao. Kwa nini hatuigi mfano kama kwa mfano wa Raila na Uhuru? Si walienda tu wakakaa chini kama Waafrika wawili, kukaa chini kusema bwana, hii ni nchi yetu, tuangalie vile namna kuangalia kwamba nchi yetu inaendelea vizuri. Sasa unaenda kukimbia. Bwana Ruto anakimbia hapa, na yeye wakati mmoja alikuwa anawafokea wenzake wale walikuwa kwa opposition kwamba hawafai kufanya hivi vitu. Sasa yeye anafanya the same thing. Na mimi hii nalaumu mtu yeyote ambaye anakimbia kwenda kwa wakoloni wale walitunyanyasa. Hata saa hii hawa watu ni wanyanyasaji. Bado unaenda kwao kufanya nini? Zungumza na wenzako. Sisi wa Afrika hapo nasema inatakiwa tuamke. Tuache hii mambo ya kwamba tukiwa matatizo. Hao wazungu wakiwa na matatizo, mbona hawakujimbii kuja kwetu kuja kutuambia matatizo yao? Hawaji. Hata sisi natakiwa matatizo yetu tuyatatue sisi wenyewe. Hiyo ndio maana mimi husema kila kitu tutafanya sisi wenyewe. Tukitegemea hati watu watatufanyia, hawatatufanyia, tutabaki kuwa waombaji siku zote kwa hawa watu. Na hali tuko na vitu zote ambazo za utajiri tuko nazo sisi, lakini sisi ni waombaji. Tunaenda kuomba hawa watu azifu sisi hatuna mikono, hatuna akili. Kuna matatizo nyumbani, tunakimbia kwenda kwa wazungu, kwenda kusema hawa watu hawana wema. Mwishowe wanaweza kupatia mashauri kwamba urudi upigane na wenzako. Ndio maana katika nchi zingine za Kiafrika wanapigana kwa kushauriwa na hawa watu kama mwende mpigane. Wakati mnapigana mnaharibu mambo yenu yote, mnauana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Sisi kama Waafrika, mimi hiyo jambo linaniudhi sana kuona kwamba tunaenda kwa watu ambao wametutawala, watu ambao wametunyanyasa, kwamba watusuluhishie matabu zetu. Hiyo ni uongo. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo mimi sikubaliani na hata kidogo. Lakini nikizungumzia juu ya Bwana Ruto, nataka ni washauri wa Kenya. Mnaona lazima tutofautishe kiongozi na mtu wa siasa, au kiongozi na mtu msema uongo. Mimi kwa siku zote mimi sijaona kitu ambacho Bwana Ruto amefanya, yani ametetea kwa manufaa ya Wanakenya. Vitu vyote ambavyo Wanakenya wamekuwa wakitaka kuendeleza, kuinua maisha yao, amezipinga zote. Kwa hiyo sioni hata wakati huu wale watu ambao wanamsikiliza Bwana Ruto na kumfuata, siwaelewi kabisa. Mimi siwaelewi vile walivyo, vile wanafikiria, kwa sababu huyu mtu yuko kwa serikali. Hata saa hizi anaposema kwamba kuna pesa fulani zinaibiwa kwa serikali ya Uhuru, na yeye mwenyewe yuko kwa hiyo serikali, hajajiuzulu bado. Hata wakati huu ambapo tunazungumza anatumia pesa hiyo serikali. Alafu sisi Wanakenya, mtu ambaye anachukua pesa yetu na afanyi kazi ile tulikuwa tumempatia. Ni jambo la kusikitisha sana kwamba sisi Wanakenya bado tuko na watu wengine ambao wameshikilia kwamba huyo ndio kiongozi, na huyu kiongozi ashakuwa kwa uongozi, kama unasema amekuwa kwa uongozi kwa muda wa miaka 30. Sasa yeye mtu anaweza kutupatia wale watu wanamfuata vitu vingapi amefanya? Tunataka viongozi ambao wanaweza uongozi. Wakati mwingine lazima ukiwa ni kiongozi, wakati mwingine unachukua jukumu zingine ambazo ni maamuzi ambayo ni ngumu. Kwa mfano, uamuzi wa Raila na Uhuru ilikuwa ngumu na watu wengi hawakuelewa, lakini iliwabidi kuelezea wana Kenya, kueleza watu sehemu zao au mtu yoyote ambaye alikuwa anahusika na kwamba hii tumechukua huu uamuzi kwa sababu ya 1, 2, 3. Tunataka nchi yetu iwe na political stability, ndiyo mambo yote yawe mazuri, kwa sababu hawa wengine wote wanataka tu president, lakini hawajui kwamba president unataka kama nchi iko katika hali gani. Kwa hiyo mimi Bwana Ruto, mimi kwa kweli saa zingine nasikitika sana kusikiliza vile anavyozungumza. Sahihi anaikejeli serikali, anasema vile president ni mbaya, lakini yeye mwenyewe amekataa kujiuzulu. Kwa hiyo sasa nani mtapeli? Yeye ndio mtapeli, kwa sababu kama hiyo serikali haipendi angetoka, angejiuzulu, basi aseme kwamba mimi nimejiuzulu kwa sababu ya hii na hii na hii. Sasa yeye anasema ubaya wa serikali na yeye yuko kwa serikali. Kwa hiyo ni uongo. Huo ni uongo mtupu, unafiki kabisa. Wa Kenya, mimi nawasihi kwamba huo ni unafiki. Hatuwezi kubali na unafiki wa namna hiyo, kwamba unasema serikali hiyo na uko kwa hiyo serikali. Jambo lingine nilikuwa nataka kugusia ni jambo la juu ya viongozi wengine kama kina Hassan. Nataka kugusia sana juu ya Kalonzo Musyoka. Mimi nimewaambia hawa watu sio viongozi, kwa sababu hawa watu ni ubinafsi. Kwa sababu kitu Kalonzo anataka sasa ni ubinafsi, anataka kitu ambacho kitamfaa, sio kitu inafaa wa Kenya. Anataka kitu ambacho kitamfaa, kwa sababu wakati watu walikuwa wanajenga haya alikuwa happy, alikuwa hashirikiani, alikuwa anataka kufanya yake. Sasa anapofanya yake, akiona yake haiendelei, anasema hapana, ule mwingine sasa ani support. Kama alikuwa anataka asupportiwe, si angekuwa kwa hiyo kambi. Kwa nini unaenda kukaa kwa kambi nyingine alafu unasema huyu jamaa haja kusupport? Hiyo jamani sio halali hata kidogo. Mimi nataka hata wale wanamfuata wale wafuasi wajue kitu Kalonzo anafanya sio kwa niaba ya wana Kenya, wale sio kwa niaba ya Wakamba kama anasema hivyo. Sio hata kidogo, ni binafsi wake, ubinafsi wake ndiye anataka. Mara ngapi Raila ameshinda na ameshindwa na ameshinda na amenyimwa? Mara ngapi ameshinda na amenyimwa? Wale watu wanaamini Raila ameshinda mara 3 na amenyimwa. Hakuchukua silaha ama hakuchukua silaha kuanza kupigana na mtu au kufanya nini. Ameshirikiana na hao watu na kuendeleza Kenya mbele. Hatutaki mambo ya kusema mambo ambayo wamevunjilia mbali. Yeye ndiye alivunjilia mbali NASA, alafu sasa anakuja. Mimi nasema wananchi wetu wa Kenya, wamkeni viongozi kama hawa. Mimi kwa maoni yangu, mimi sina nani hata kidogo, sina time na hao watu, kwa sababu nishawaona sio watu ambao wanaitakia Kenya mazuri. Kwa hiyo hawa watu mimi sina nani hata kidogo. Ile mkutano ambao ilikuwa Kisii, mimi nakubali, nasema ni nzuri, lakini mimi nashauri, ningelipenda watu Azimio waweze kuwa na namna ya kusema mazungumzo. Mahali kuna watu wanataka wamesimama kwa uchaguzi, tufanye mazungumzo, tuacheni hii mambo ya kuzozana ati tunataka demokrasi, sijui mpaka tuende kwa debe. Hiyo yote inaleta mvurugano na kutoelewana. Hizo zote hazifai. Inataka tukae chini tuzungumze, tutumie labda science ala opinion poll na watu tuwazungumze. Mazungumzo ni mambo ya muhimu kwa kila sehemu. Mimi kama kwa maoni yangu ningelisema katika sehemu zote ambazo Azimio inataka kusimamisha wagombeaji viti katika hizo sehemu, wazungumze, wawe na uzungumzo, wazungumze ndio fujo isitokee, tusiwe na vurugana. Hata kama kuna watu fulani hawawezi, tukizungumza tutajua ni nani anafaa. Katika nchi ya Uingereza hata Amerika hawafanyi hizi fujo ambazo tunasema eti democracy, na hao watu ndio tunasema ati wana democracy. Hawana hii chama ndio inateua mtu. Uingereza ni chama tu inaleta mtu kutoka sehemu yoyote. Hawana eti mtu local, wanaleta mtu kutoka popote kuja kusimama hapo, wanachagua chama kwa sababu chama inateua mtu ambaye wanajua huyu ana msingi na anaithamini chama. Sisi tunachagua mtu, tunasema tunachagua mtu yule local, yule mtu wa hapo kwetu, lakini anachaguliwa baada ya miezi miwili ametupa chama ambacho kilimchagua, ametupa hiyo chama, ameingia chama kingine. Sasa wapi hapo? Madhumuni yake ni nini? Kwa sababu hawa watu tunatakiwa tuangalie vitu kama hizo. Maanake hizo vitu tukiangalia tutakuwa na mwelekeo mzuri, tutakuwa na taratibu nzuri, tutakuwa na watu ambao wahamihami kwa vyama vyetu, kwa sababu ni lazima chama kimchunguze, awe mtu ambaye akichaguliwa tunajua huyu mtu amechaguliwa anafuata kanuni ya chama, na ni mtu ambaye mwadilifu, ni mtu ambaye hana ubadhilifu, sio corrupt. Lakini mambo ya kusema ati tuendeni kwa debe katika chaguzi hizo ndogo hizo za kusema nani atasimama hapa, hizo huwa zinaleta vurugu, kwa sababu saa zingine mtu anachaguliwa mtu ambaye ni mtu corrupt, alafu sasa tayari mmeshamchagua kwa sababu labda amepeana pesa, kwa sababu watu wetu hawakatai. Watu wetu wamekataa kuwa masikini jeuri. Inatakiwa uwe masikini jeuri ambaye anataka service, kwa sababu ukikataa pesa za wizi utapata inatakiwa tupate service. Ukatae pesa za kuibiwa. Tunataka tupate pesa kutoka kwa serikali, sio kwa mtu binafsi, sio kwa MP, sio kwa governor. Mtu yoyote asitupatie pesa. Tukubali sisi kama wana Kenya tuwe kwamba pesa ambazo zinakuja mkononi mwangu zimetoka kwa serikali, hiyo ni pesa halali. Lakini pesa inatoka kwa mkono wa mtu mwingine ati anakupatia kwa sababu na njaa, huyo ni mhalifu. Atarudi kukuibia wewe tu, anarudi anaiba, anakuja anakupatia shilingi 10, yeye amebaki na shilingi 50. Unaona, amekuibia. Hiyo tusikubali. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana mzee Jakindu Bey. Bernard ametoka kidogo, ameniambia baada ya Jakindu Bey Fidel anene nasi atupe wasia wa busara. Karibu sana Fidel.
Well, let me say greet everybody, Alex and the rest of the panel. I just wanted to say that I have lived in so many countries, developing ones and developed ones, and been involved in campaigns. The one that struck me most is that interested me, shaped me a little bit, because I was onto the left of everything that was happening, was the Bill Clinton 1992, when I campaigned for him. I was one of those volunteers who went and campaigned for his presidential election against Bush. And it shaped me. I saw how organizations are laid for a presidential campaign. And I'm getting to see that what Baba is doing right now is more or less, is taking that shape of although it's on a smaller scale, because you can't compare Kenya with the US. But I'm still going back to what awaits us this election. This election is about character, nothing else but character. You know, having established that we have got two contenders, you know, Baba and Ruto, we have to look at the character of the individual. We are not going to elect somebody because of what they have already done. I mean, the intellect mind will tell us yes, but we are dealing with a population that does not take that in consideration. But character probably will be able to, they can relate to the character. If you look at William Ruto's character, I mean, there's no question about it. Even his origin itself is questionable, like the origin of the person. I'm not talking about the origin of the man. You know, of course, you have to have parents in order for you to be a person, a human being. But Ruto came into the picture in 1992, and we know what he did. That it defines character. A person who is willing to completely destroy the economy of a country for his own personal sake leaves a lot to be desired. It didn't even end there. We know what he did in 1997, you know, by organizing the militias that were ethnically cleansing the people from Mount Kenya, from Rift Valley. That one is a known thing. Is on record. And then you're coming to 2002. You look at his character. Which side of the equation did he side on? You know, it was against the entire public sentiments. People were going towards a particular direction. It took the opposite direction. That still defines character. 2000 and during the banana and not even banana, during 2007 election, character failed.
Orange banana.
Yeah, orange banana. But before that, we're talking about 2007. 2007, it was just a different story, you know, when Baba is insisting on peace or not taking extreme measures towards those who are opposing their side of the equation. He was focusing on the opposite, as usual: character, violence, blood, kifua, kupiga kifua, you know. And you're looking at a small, tiny person. You see, that's a funny thing. I'm sorry to you know, to be a bit. I might, you know, people might be offended by this, but these short people are always a problem. You know that. You know, people who fail in size, they tend to compensate using other things, and that's what Ruto is. You know, that's still character. Now that is 2007, 2013. We know what he has done. How he's been chest stamping. You know, wherever opposition will come with the gestures that will formalize and make things work for everybody in Kenya, he will take the opposite direction. You know, lecturing other people, showing them madarao. You know, it's just unbelievable how this particular person has been brought up. Now, coming to today or yesterday, he has actually committed one of the most grievous sins one can ever think of. You're talking about a sitting head of, he's actually more or less like a head of state. He's just he's a principal assistant of the president. That's why he was, you know, if he goes to a foreign country as a deputy, he's accorded all the protocol that a head of state, you know, is supposed to be given. So what does he go and do? In a foreign forum, is disparaging his own government, telling the whole world how he's been made a refugee in his own country. And you talk about head of state. He's a head of state, deputy head of state, that somebody has made him a refugee in his own country. That the government that is coming, that is being propped, is actually a puppet government. This is a person who's supposed to be a second in command. who has been telling Kenyans how his votes will never be stolen. Even if Oburu Odinga was the chairman of IEBC, he will never steal his votes. So now he goes outside and he's preaching to people who have got no idea what he's talking about, become an alarmist. We are talking about investors. Investor confidence is the most important thing for every country. Investors' confidence. You have to give the investor who contemplates to come to your country that there's some confidence, showing that okay, if they bring their money into your country, first of all, the security is there. There's peace in order for the investment to be able to give them a return. But what does he do? He becomes an alarmist. A person who is seeking presidency goes out there and is alarming investors from coming to come and invest money into the country by telling them how elections are going to be stolen, how there's going to be this coercion. People are being coerced to follow a particular direction. And he's speaking to foreigners, investors. And he's telling them things that are, this man is really, this is what you call it, dichotomy, speaks from one mouth and another side. Bernard was really, I thank him when he played that particular video where Uhuru is telling him, namdamu mwingine, and he will be speaking something, na mwingine, he keeps speaking things at the same mouth. So he goes to these particular people. Somebody asked him about how corrupt he is because he's been accused of corruption in the country, his integrity. What does he do? He starts mentioning about the 100 billion shillings that is always budgeted every year for stealing. Of course, that's true. Well, that one is actually a fact. I mean, he was saying the truth. But who has been benefiting from that? Who initiated that particular scheme within the government? This scheme started in 2013 when he had half the presidency, and the Treasury Ministry had somebody who was directly reporting to him. So they'll have this particular cut. A cut of the Kenyan budget was simply every single fiscal year will go, not even 100 billion will be going for fictitious things. That was just budgeted for. Nobody will even question it because it's already in the budget. You can't question something which is already in the budget. Even if you're doing auditing, it's either money that is supposed to be going back to the treasury, but who can actually ask why is this particular money come back? That's the money that they've been using. So he benefited from that particular amount, that money, and what does he do? He goes now. He's playing the victim, or is the one who's now. He's a very interesting character. He's playing reverse psychology because he knows all these questions are going to be directed to him. He becomes the first person to be seen like reporting the crime to the public. This is what the government is doing. Yet he's the one who initiated it. So you're finding this particular individual as being so much. Sometimes you wonder whether he's got that disease, bipolar, where he might be. We really should not be. He could be bipolar. He does not know what he's saying today and what he's going to say tomorrow. So it's something that I think the government of Kenya, this time, please, when he comes back, he needs to be answerable. He needs to be questioned. All these things that he went and talked about. The States of American politicians have always got this particular policy. When you are abroad, outside the country, you don't go and open up the dirty laundry, of your country. No. Whatever that you have that you need to say, you speak it within your country. But you don't go to a foreign country and you start spewing hate against your same government, the same government that you represent. So I urge the president and the government machinery, when the deputy president come back, he needs to answer. He needs to be questioned. Just like the way they were charging Sabina Chege for having disclosed that election there was rigging. Yeah, of course, Ruto has already made it very openly that it's going to be rigging. He needs to answer that particular question the same way they did to Sabina Chege. He should appear before Chebukati or before authorities and answer where are the facts. Because as voters who are going to be voting, people need to know that the votes they're going to be casting is safe and secure. So if Ruto himself knows that there is a plan to rig the election, he should tell us who is responsible for it and how is it going to be done and how did he get those particular facts. That is what the people should be demanding from Ruto when he comes back. And it should not be left to get scot-free. This is a matter of national importance, you know, because it's touching the security of the country, security of every voter. So I think he has touched a very hot wire this time due to his reckless behavior. He thinks he can go to anywhere, say whatever he wants, and he gets away with it scot-free the way he's been getting, you know. I think this time he has touched a live wire and needs to be answerable. He needs to be accountable. Alex, I wanted to ask,
Yes.
Did he cross over or what happened?
Can you repeat that?
Kibagendi.
Yes.
Did he cross over? I wanted to know whether it's the same Kibagendi that I went to school with, you know, in Cardinal.
Yeah, he defected. He is in the ODM, and he was received in a private ceremony. There are things that we still need to speak with him because of his close proximity with Ruto, but he is officially in ODM, and everything, his campaign and everything has been changed to ODM.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that.
Okay, thank you so much. So Bernard, I think Ziana was next, and yeah, Ziana was next, Bernard.
Sawa, thank you Fidel. Ziana, uko ready?
Asante sana Bwana Bernard.
Namna gani leo?
Okay. Kila wakati ni kucheka tu. Ndio sababu sioni kama utazeeka. Maanake kicheko pia inaongeza.
Asante.
Mimi nikitaka kuzungumza kuhusu makamu wa rais. Makamu wa rais hujawahi kumsikia akisema about corruption akiwa Kenya. Niambie kuanzia alipochukua ushukani 2013 mpaka leo amewahi zungumza kuhusu corruption? Hajawahi zungumza kuhusu corruption. Lakini alipoenda nje anaenda kuzungumza kuhusu corruption. Hiyo inamaanisha ana kasoro kwenye kichwa. Nasema ana akili, labda akili achunguzwe. Wale madaktari wenye akili nafikiria wanafaa kwenda kuangalia akili yake kama iko timamu kweli. Kwa sababu huwezi kwenda, unatoka kwa nyumba yako, unaenda kusema vile nyumba yako ipo. Vile ni mbaya. Tena sio kwa wale watu ambaye ni wa ukoo. Wale watu hawana ukoo nawe hata kidogo. Na wewe ndio hapo mbeleni ulikuwa ukisema ya kwamba we don't need Western countries waingililie kati ya mambo yetu. Sasa hivi wewe mwenyewe unatoka nje, unaenda kuzungumza kwa hiyo country ambayo ulikuwa ukisema hutaki Western waingililie kati. Unaanza kuogopa mapema. Unaanza kuenda kusema huko badala ungesema mambo yako ukiwa katika nchi yako mwenyewe, useme ya kwamba watu wanataka kuniibia kura, uketishe ndugu yako mkubwa umwambie mimi naona mnataka kuniibia kura, muende muite IBC. IBC iseme kana kwamba kweli kuna wale wanataka kuiba kura, waibie watu. Mbona utoke nje uende kuzungumza hayo mambo nje? Kwa hivyo mi bado ningali narudia, makamu wa rais anafaa kuchunguzwa akili kama kweli kuna, ama labda unajua ukiwa umefinywa sana ukawekwa kwenye kona, mambo mengi unaweza yasema tu. Sasa unazungumza kama unarudi kuzungumza kama mtoto mdogo, hujui ni nini unasema, ile hali wewe unazungumza tu. Mimi hayo mambo yamenikasirisha kwa sababu mtu akienda kusema huko nje ya kwamba anaharibia wale ambao wanafanya katika tourist industries, sababu sasa akisema ya kwamba Kenya kuna ufisadi, na katika hizo nchi za nje maneno ya ufisadi ndio wanadili nayo kwanza. Hizo ndio mambo wanadili nazo kwanza, kwa sababu ukiwa hata Senate ameiba shilingi, niseme $1, hiyo inahesabika $1. Ile Mkenya atasema shilingi 100 itahesabika namna gani? Lakini $1 inahesabika. Lazima uwe umehesabu kila kitu, ukiweke mezani vile ulitumia. Kwa hivyo Wakenya tusije tukasema ya kwamba mtu akienda akazungumza hivyo nje. Sana sana Wakenya wanapenda kusema mwizi mzuri ambaye anaiba anatuletea. Unawezaje kuwa unasema mwizi mzuri ambaye anaiba anakuletea? Anaiba kitu chako alafu anakuregeshea, alafu unasema ati ni mzuri. Sasa akija akaiba na siku ile ataiba, unajua anaweza kuwa anaiba, mtu anaiba anakupa, lakini kutafika siku ile ataiba akuregeshei, utasema namna gani? Sasa zile atakuwa ameshikilia, ameshika ushukani kabisa kabisa, hawezi regesha. Kwa hivyo nawaomba Wakenya tuangalie vizuri sana. Ingelikuwa ni mimi, ni vile sina uwezo, ingelikuwa ni mimi akirudi nchini Kenya, siwezi mpa nafasi ya kurudi katika kiti cha kuwa makamu wa rais. Uwezo wangu mimi mwenyewe ningepanga laini na watu, hata ofisi yake asije akaingia, kwa sababu anafanya nini kwenye ofisi? Ila hali amesema wa Kenya kuna corruption, na yeye mwenyewe ni makamu wa rais. Mimi mwenyewe ningesema hapana. Ni vile Wakenya tu wapole sana, lakini kama ingelikuwa ni mimi, akiingia tu kushuka kwenye ndege anashuka hivi na kumwelezea hamna ofisi tena, tafadhali. Lakini Wakenya ni wapole, kwa hivyo najua ataendelea tu. Na waomba Wakenya, kwa hivyo Agosti mumuondoe kama mnaweza, lakini mkimchagua mtalia baada ya miaka 20 zijazo, kwa sababu atakataa kutoka kwenye kiti. Hiyo itakuwa ni shauri yenu. Nawaambia vijana, sana sana vijana ndio wanadanganywa. Nawaomba vijana, tafadhalini muwe na hekima ya kuchagua wale ambao watawafanyia kazi. Kwa Kalonzo nilisema siwezi zungumza, hiyo ninazidi kusema kila wakati, siwezi kuzungumza kuhusu Kalonzo. Kalonzo nilimweka kwenye kaburi la sahau. Sijui ni nini anayotaka. Nikiweza kurudi kuzungumza kuhusu habari ya Kisii, ninacheka rohoni kwa sababu nimepata wa Kisii. Ni vile Gachagua alikuwa akisema ukipeleka Mkikuyu kule Kenyatta Hospital umtoe roho, utapata imeandikwa huko Yuda. Lakini nimepata wa Kisii, ukienda kuwatoa damu sasa hivi utapata imeandikwa Azimio. Kwa hivyo nafikiria damu yao ikienda kutolewa unapata imeandikwa Azimio kule ndani. Kwa hivyo wa Kisii nawapongeza sana, nawapa shukrani. Nimeona vile mmefanya, tuendelee hivyo hivyo. Kesho ni kwenda Bungoma. Tunaomba watu wa Bungoma pia nao damu yao ikienda kutolewa iwe ni Azimio. Kwa hivyo sasa tunaweza donate damu, kila mmoja unaweza donate damu kwa mwenzako, kwa sababu yule ni Azimio blood group. Tena huyu mwingine pia ni Azimio blood group. Tunaweza donate damu tukiwa pamoja. Kwa hivyo nawasihi tuendelee hivyo. Azimio damu iendelee ili Kenya tusikose damu. Wacha ile roho ya Gachagua. Naona Gachagua ameshaanza kutetemeka. Gachagua, tusipochunga ile miti ilikuwa ikisemwa ikatwe ya makamu wa rais, ni Gachagua itakatwa yake kule upande wa mkoa wa Kati. Kwa hivyo naona tuangalie Gachagua vizuri, asije akapata miti yoyote katika area yake, tafadhalini, ama dawa yoyote ile inaweza kumpeleka haraka. Tunaomba wa Kenya tuangalie Gachagua vizuri na macho mzuri, asije akapoteza maisha. Asante Bwana Bernard, tutakuja baadaye.
Okay, thank you Princess. Thank you kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru sana. Na naomba tusonge mbele. I just wanted to say something about what Fidel said. The DP was asked his role in corruption. His response was, corruption is budgeted for. So he said, in essence, he means, I was just spending what is budgeted for. So, where do you want the money to go if it's already budgeted for? Interesting times. Then I'm happy that we are living to see such things, because
Bernard, but it's true, you know.
Yes. So it should not be blamed for spending what is in the budget. If you don't want him to spend it, don't budget for it. Hey. Now, let's make progress. I want us to hear Stone PK, and then tukuja kwa dada yetu kabla twende kwa Tofik. Tofik iko nini? Tofik ameinua mkono. Stone PK, wacha tumsikize.
Hello, nilikuwa nataka tu ni Queen.
Stony PK, karibu.
Asante sana bana, unajua umefanya nicheke. Nilikuwa nataka dakika kama 10 nimalize kucheka. Because I've been
Stone PK dakika 10 acheke bwana.
Yeah, because you know, since when I watched that interview, I've been a very annoyed man, and I really want to be annoyed, you know. And I for the first time I regretted being a Kenyan, you know, having been abroad and all over. And then And then you see your fellow Kenyan seated somewhere saying the things that the DP was saying. Honestly, I regretted for a short while. And then I realized it's somebody we are going to get rid of. So here you can console. Then Bernard, you have made my evening at least. Talala vizuri. Because, okay, during the interview, the saddest thing I picked, I think in around 6-7 years, today is when I heard the DP mention the word corruption. And then when he mentions it, he does what Bernard is saying. And then I started doubt, believing. Some people are saying our education has deteriorated. And I tend to agree with them, because this is a doctor. It's a doctor who was on the interview, a scientist doctor from Nairobi University, our topmost uni. And he was there seated in front of some very young kids, with, of course, some pastors there. I analyzed that crowd. I didn't see value in it, apart from spiritual. Ile our pastors wanaweza muombea, ndio maybe akirudi, by the time analand Kenya atakuwa ameokoka, because he's not saved. He's not saved. He doesn't have the spirit. Bernard, I'm not trying to do your job, but I hope those guys will pray for him, because I could see some of them shaking their head. One also very bad thing with you guys who are living there, when you interact with these Mzungus, even when you are becoming an idiot, they just look at you and they say,
Stony PK, one moment. Fidel, what is it?
I want a clarification from Stony PK. He's talking about a scientist. I was wondering, whom is he referring to?
Tony PK, clarify. Who are you referring to?
Yeah, you see, now I'm landing in more trouble now. Even I wish I never.
Stone PK.
Yes, Alex, bro.
Yeah, he's a scientist in botanist. He's a botanist, not botanist. He's a botanist.
Okay, you have answered, brother
Alex.
Fidel. Now I can proceed. Anyway, jokes aside, sincerely speaking, I believe when you are a DP, that caliber by itself, you are a diplomat of very high intellectual capacity, representing this country anywhere, anytime. Even if somebody woke you up at midnight when you had gone to bed at 8, you are in the deepest part of your sleep. Ukiamshwa tu hivi uulizwe something about your country, the answers you are going to give, hata ukiwa na hiyo mauzingizi, as a DP, it will be something worth recording and worth listening. Quickly coming to what I heard yesterday, I first of all asked myself, hey, when did we fire the DP? Then I remembered he refused to leave the office. And then he says, and he's talking of a government. And when I looked at his body language, this man was in a state of stupor. He forgot completely that he's the deputy president of the country called Kenya. And he's there courtesy of Kenyan taxpayers, paid for. It's not the government trip, it's a personal trip. And then he goes spilling all those, sorry to use this term, the garbage that he spilled. He was there trying to pretend to be so articulate in English. I don't want to repeat what Bernard has said, but when he was asked that question, which even a Form 1 student would have answered very well about corruption, he goes to say his government budgets for corruption for the last 10 years. And the 10 years is since when Jubilee took over, the TNA Jubilee. So, and who has been the deputy president? It's him. So they've been budgeting for this money. He's calling money budgeted for amorphous, opaque. Yeah, he used the word opaque organization, so that the money can be stolen, and so that is part of the money they have been, taking, because it cannot be accounted for. And I saw that lady nodding and, sympathizing. The girl was very young compared to Ruto. But I could see her, one, being dismayed that he did not get the answer. Okay, because if you remember, the girl had asked that there are two issues here. One, it is the perception because of incidences, or is it because, of course, like, why him? Then he goes to say, well, once you are on top of such position, things like that can happen. And then he jumped now to the budgeting of money for opaque organization for 10 years. So he actually put himself into that hole. That is the prince of corruption, is the number two. When all these budgets are being done, he knows where that money is. And then he goes to admit, yeah, that actually he sits, because he knew to the cent, he sits on that committee that he chairs. He indirectly admitted that he knows each and every dollar, I mean each and every Kenya shilling that is budgeted for. So in essence, he makes it worse when he says that the handshake, which has been really, it's almost going to be given a Nobel Award. The handshake is the one that came and changed things, that it killed opposition. Again, I got saddened that this man does not know his constitution, because he opposed it. And because he opposed the 2010 constitution, automatically it proved to me he never reads it, he has never read it. Because he kept on talking of opposition, and in this country since 2010, our new constitution, we don't have opposition in parliament. We have the majority and the minority. So there is nothing like saying the opposition was killed and all this. And he dwelt on that, saying that now the president got captured into the opposition, or the opposition got captured into whatever. He says he doesn't understand. It's a scenario that he can't really completely understand. So in essence, conclusively about Ruto, when all this is happening, this girl, I wished her to ask, then if all that was happening, why are you still in that government? So if it has been swallowed by either, Ruto, Raila, or the other side, so which side are you? So I leave that to Kenyans. Somebody says the government was swallowed and blah blah blah. So alimezwa pande gani? Okay. Conclusively, I said I wish we could mobilize Kenyans to go to the airport, to meet him at the airport with the placards, mobilize heavily with hashtag Ruto, while you are away, we fired you. We want you to go straight to Sugoi, and we escort him all the way to Sugoi. And then we tell him, now, if you want to come out of Sugoi, dress in your yellow clothes and then go on top of your private vehicles and start campaigning. Honestly, that is the best I could do. Unfortunately, the people I have who are capable of doing that are Azimio people. So if we do it, it will be like, oh, tunaogopa, tunataka kuriot ndio ati kwa sababu atatushinda. So my hands are tied. I don't know how to mobilize that, Kenyans to do that. I don't know whether Umtata can do that, but Umtata likes the courts. And with our courts, they have been hijacked by the rogue judges and all that. So this is the high time we sack this gentleman. This is the high time we sack him to the streets so that he goes and campaigning. He has hit the climax. Coming to NZOIA, again, KK, they are dying horse. I think these people took a certain drug across the board, from the DP all the way to whoever joins UDA. I think anaingia anashikwa na hiyo spirit. Kuna kitu there is something which goes into them and they start deteriorating and thinking the same. I listened to Eta. I can't believe this is Senator Wetangula. Senator Wetangula is saying how they are going to revive agriculture in NZOIA. And then you wonder, where has this man landed from? That fertilizer iko 6,000, tuta reduce, we want to reduce the cost of food We will reduce now. Raila should not tell us he will reduce after 9th. Really, even nursery school kids don't argue like that. So I could see them struggling with what to tell NZOIA people, and I could look at NZOIA people. They have already made up their mind, and they have sealed, and closed their doors. Then I looked at Kisii. Kisii was very good. But I'm happy I came in when Alex was clarifying something that really disturbed me. I'm so closely related to that region. But then today I saw something I didn't understand, and I was looking for a few people who are close to me. I couldn't get them because I think the entire Kisii was so excited. Anybody you are calling anakuambia nitakupigia baadaye. I think there was some serious celebrations. But thank God Alex has explained the scenario I saw, of Ongeri and who else? I saw Ongeri, and there's somebody there whom I don't know. These elderly politicians.
Ongeri, Professor Ongeri.
Professor Ongeri. You could tell there is a problem. And what really, gave me some relief is that, one of them stood, the master of ceremony, he said, what you are seeing, Baba should not worry you. Kiti yako hiyo tumefunga, hii hapa chini tuachie. I mean, when you are assured that way by the local leaders, then you are safe. So which means they will sort themselves out from governor level going down, which is a good thing. And I would urge Baba to leave it to them. Let the people, kind of decide there. So long as they are not giving the seat to UDA, let them decide. And people's decision is always the best. In fact, the day this country will allow people to decide that ule watu wamepigia kura ndiye anahesabiwa na anakuwa pronounced as the leader is the beginning of our journey to Canaan. Outside that, you can be sure we will not manage. So Kisii, I'm happy. And then I saw Peter Kenneth picking up, when he was called, he was accepted. So I think Baba is succeeding in trying to market and prepare people psychologically, just in the event he may choose him as a running mate. Because we don't want Baba to have somebody who will not be popular, somebody whose people will start saying, huyu mtu ni bure. Yeah, we want him to have a perfect match. Again, we want somebody who will be 100% loyal. Hata kama atakuwa puppet for the time Baba will be there, because Baba will have to be tough. The surgery that he's supposed to do, haitakuwa mambo ya board meeting. You want to do an unaambua, we have to all meet and discuss. You are talking this, your deputy is going to incite people on the other side. 5 years, we don't have time for those side shows. So I liked that when I saw the applause that Peter Kenneth got. It was equivalent to the Baba Owino one. Baba Owino has his own. Babu Owino has a special kind of crowd. They cheer him for reasons best known to them. And then I think I've done the Oka Presa for me, just like what Princess has said. I think I've closed my chapter on my chairman, my former chairman, Kalonzo. I decided now. I think we've talked so much. Enough is enough, because today or yesterday he made a statement that was repeated by Ruto also during his whatever. When you hear somebody saying that what I'm doing here, I'm not doing it for personal or whatever, I'm doing it for the people of Kenya, you start wondering, when did you meet with the people of Kenya to give you that statement? When ukafanya hivyo? Right now, what people are doing here, wengi isipokuwa Baba, they're just looking for their seats first. Then we will give them work to do. Okay, Baba is the one who is fighting for us since when he started doing all these things, and it has been proven. These other guys in Vitu attack. If you ask which people Kalonzo is fighting for, which ones, really, sincerely speaking. So, so let them not lie. Oka Press, they can come and do whatever, they can say whatever they want, they can do whatever they want. I think people have started moving on. you know, psychologically tumesha songa. I saw even Baba and his body language. The only person who implied about Kalonzo was Peter Kenneth. You know, he just implied kidogo. He said tumeenda tumengoa nanga, wewe ukitaka kuja ukuje na usipatie ma conditions. All right, Baba is not talking about it, and I think that's the way to go, and people will understand why, because we can't now go back 10 steps. We've made 30 steps ahead, tuanze kurudi zingine 40. No, we are not going to do that. So for now, Bernard, let me stop there. Maybe if anybody has a question, I'll come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Stone PK kwa maoni yako, nashukuru sana. On the comment section kuna exchange katikati ya Mgesani na wenzake. Mgesani, shida ni nini? Tuliza boli. I don't understand. If you want to defend your person, you defend him on facts. You don't defend him on insults. And then the politics of blaming everything on Raila it's been spent now. Let's use something else, okay? Wetangula has been a senator, the only senator for Fort Kenya since the Senate was opened. How does Raila be blamed for the same? He was made minority leader when he was really minority. And then he became the majority in the minority, and they told him, no, there is the majority in the minority. That was not Raila's problem. It was Senate. Raila is not in the Senate. He doesn't, vote in the Senate. Mbona watu ampendi kuangalia masuala kwa ukweli uliopo? Unataka kutwist ili kitu ionekane kana kwamba umejeruhiwa. Kama umejeruhiwa, open your wound, let us look at it. But if you want to really have a political discussion, let it be on facts, not on hearsay and not on matters of who did what and snatched what from who. It is now a new election. We are getting in less than 5 months. We are changing everything. So let's work towards that, not to go back and begin to say so-and-so worked hard to make somebody another person. The campaign of Wetangula and the other team was to make Raila president. Yes. Did he become president? No. So why are you blaming him? Let's move on. Alex, unataka kusemaje? Tuende kwa mama kwa nani? Nanzi anasubiri. Yeah.
Yeah, nataka nimwambie Stone PK, thank you for your submission. I always look forward for your submission. Stone PK, unajua hata wale ambao wako kwa mavuli ya baba wako na uoga sana. When we have tangible evidence of your corruption and you are within us, we will not spare you. Herman Manyora said one time that 70 to 80% of the current or former governors will one day answer for everything they did. So, and what some of them are doing, they are planning for what? For who will take over so that they can cover whatever they did. So they are using every resources to cover up their mistakes. But we are not going to allow it in Kisii. We will bring Baba and the Baba agenda, which is corruption-free. We'll have to cook and roast some of our leaders who thought that by coming to Azimio, just being in Azimio means that you'll be forgiven. So that is why you are seeing whatever you are seeing. We are corrupt-free people who will bring to Baba those who are corrupt. It's not only Ruto. There are those who are within Azimio who must come and pay for someday for what they did. And that's why we love Baba. And that's why I keep on saying here, and I repeat, to be a leader, you must be willing to be betrayed and to betray. Baba must betray those who betrayed devolution. And that is what you are seeing in Kisii. Those who betrayed the devolution, we will put them into task because the government that is coming is corruption-free.
Okay, thank you, Alex. That's clear enough and important. And I think we will not even get there. What we are really interested in is bring back our money. We must develop this country. I will not waste time taking you to any court anywhere. Anza tu kutubu kama Sakayo mapema. Kuja na hela yetu tuletee. Sisi tutakusamea. Lakini ukianza utatupeleka hivi na hivi. I think let me leave that one for now. I don't want to say something I will need to withdraw. Tusikilize hii kabla tuendelee na Nancy.
We are very shocked to have followed with regret the contemptuous, disrespectful, arrogant remarks made by the Deputy President of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, against our country, the Democratic Republic of Congo in particular, and as a people of Congo in general. These remarks are unacceptable. We therefore call
Yeah, I think Bernard ametupwa nje na data yake, he needs Wi-Fi. So Lusweti, you can go ahead.
Asante sana Bernard na wengine wote kina mama Selina, Princess. Bernard, habari ya leo?
Fiti. Thank you. And
Yeah,
I just want to interrupt you kidogo. I play that video kwanza. There are people sending cookies here that make my browser not to function effectively, but I think it can play now.
shocked to have followed with regret the contemptuous, disrespectful, arrogant remarks made by the Deputy President of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, against our country, the Democratic Republic of Congo in particular, and as a people of Congo in general. These remarks are unacceptable. We therefore call on Dr. Ruto to kindly withdraw his statement. Kenyan people and Congolese people are a friendly and brotherly people. As a region, we need to strengthen regional integration and economic development. This statement intends to weaken our relations. Candidates running for the highest office of this great country, Kenya, need to bear that in mind. Running for this office as a candidate, presidential candidate, one needs to sharpen a sense of diplomatic responsibility and public speaking. This is unacceptable. Dr. Ruto, kindly withdraw your statement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's listen from Nancy as we proceed.
Bernard, mwambie Nancy atoke kwa giza bwana.
Nani atoke kwa giza?
Nancy yuko kwa giza, hata tumuone uso wake.
Nancy, swali kwako. Mimi si
Huyu hajawahi onekana Mr. Fidel. Wewe acha peane submission.
Tuone uso wa kila mtu ambaye anatoa.
Okay, it's okay, Fidel. It's okay, Fidel. Let's let her make her submission. You will see her. Kuja kwa group utamuona. And then kuna swali hapa Stony PK utajibu from Johnny, anaitwa Johnny. anaitwa Johnny Nalo. Anasema nikuulize, how are we doing in Ukambani? So you will respond to that later on. I just didn't want it to disappear. Nancy, go ahead.
Asante Penat kwa kunipa hii fursa. Nimeweza kufurahia sana. Nafurahia sana vile Azimio inaendesha kampeni yao. Kwa ukweli siwezi chuta kuwa mwana Azimio, kuwa mwana ODM, kuwa mwana Azimio. Kwa kweli baba anaonyesha kwamba yeye ni kiongozi ambaye anatupenda, aangalii kabila, aangalii unatoka wapi, mrefu wala mfupi. Baba ni wetu sisi wote. Na ile yenye nimeona kwanza leo Kisii imefurahisha sana sana. Kwanza kuona pale hivyo kitu ilikuwa inanipea stress kabisa. Unajua mimi ni mtu wa Simba Arati, hata kama sipigi kura huko, lakini napenda tu Simba. Nimefurahia sana. Nafikiria endorsement ya baba imepitia kwa gavana wa Siaya. Hiyo ilikuwa tu clear ya kwamba baba amekubali Simba Arati. Kusema hayo yote yenye alisema, hiyo imekubalika. Sasa Kisii tumeweka kando, acha tubaki na huku kwetu, ndio bado kuko na shida kiasi. Na wa Kisii nimeongea na mabeshte wangu wengi, niko na mabeshte wengi sana kutoka huko Kisii Nyamira. Wameniambia yani wamenihakikishia kwamba yellow yenye inapatikana saa Kisii ni ndizi peke yake, ndizi mwivo. Lakini hizi yellow zingine sijui yellow fever hawazielewi. Hizo zilikuwa za kupita tu, yani walikuwa wanakula kula, lakini sasa wakati umefika wa kuonyesha their true color. Na hiyo nafurahia sana. Naona baba ataingia Ikulu, hata kama DP anasema ataibiwa kura, lakini hakuna baba hataibiwa kura. Baba tunampenda bure. Hatuhitaji atununue wala atupee pesa. Tunampenda tu venye yako, tunampenda na miradi zake. Tutampigia kura bila kuogopa. Na DP atakuja kujua hizi kura zinakuja. Licha kwamba hizo kura za 2002 nilikuwa mdogo, si kuelewa sana, lakini ninasikianga hizo ndio kura zilikuwa za haki, na hiyo ndio sasa inakuja kurudia 2022. That's why baba ametengeneza group yake ile strong yenye itazimamia kampeni zake kuhakikisha kwamba ina deliver kura zinahitajika. Hata kama ni 80% tuko tayari kubea baba, ili ya kwamba Ruto ajue baba hahitaji sympathy vote, baba hahitaji kuwa ringed in. Baba atapita bila kupingwa. Hata kama anasema, for example, saa DP ako Uingereza, anasema kwamba eti handshake iliharibu maneno. Baba akaingia serikali ikaingia upinzani. Kumaanisha Uhuru ni upinzani. Ruto ndiye alikuwa serikali. Na sasa serikali iko upinzani. Sasa sielewi hapo, sababu DP mwenye anasema ako upinzani, kila mwisho wa mwezi anaenda kufinya ukuta, anapata pesa zake kama DP. Ako na security inachunga hadi kuku zake kama DP wa Kenya. Sasa hizo pesa ameenda nazo ng'ambo, amechukua our taxes ndio zimempeleka. Mimi baba anapendwa huko ng'ambo, baba anapendwa kabisa. Hata watu wanajaribu kuwaambia, wanamwangalia tu na wanacheka, sababu wanajua obvious Raila ni mkweli na Raila anapendwa na kila mtu. Sasa ni ile tu yenye hawawezi kumuonyesha ya kwamba vitu anaongea hazileteshi, ni ile tu anampea masikio wamsikize. At the end yeye atapanda ndege arudi Kenya, hakuna kitu. Hata akisema wakuje wamsaidie sijui kwa uchaguzi utakuwa na shida. Baba ameenda ng'ambo mara ngapi? Akachoka akawa anaita ma conferences hapa Kenya, akiongea akisema tafadhali Umoja wa Mataifa ingieni Kenya, Kuko na siku baba alisaidiwa. Ukienda mahali kama hapa jirani wetu, mwenye saya anaongoza alipita na 24%. Mwenye alipita around 60 ako upinzani. Kuko mpaka saa hii mauaji bado yanaendelea huko. Hao wazungu wamekuja wamesaidia mahali. Hakuna mahali mzungu atakuja kusaidia. Mzungu anangojanga kama kimeumana, mpeleke kesi yenu wapi? ICC, huko ndio atawasaidia tu. Mpeleke kesi yenu huko. Lakini yeye akifikiria sasa amepata muda. I think wale watu wenye wanakaa karibu na yeye, for example, ma-advisors wake sio mabeshte wake wa ukweli. And this is why unafaa kuangalia sana rafiki yako. Si kila mtu ni rafiki. Mtu mwenye anakaa karibu na wewe usione kuwa ni rafiki wako wa kweli. Mtu anaweza kuandikia maneno, we unaenda kusoma bila kujua. Hujakaa chini we mwenyewe ukaangalia. Pia kazi yake ni kama anaenda tu anafuata yenye ameandikiwa, anafuata tu advice yenye ameambiwa na hasira zake. Unajua amecampaign for God 4 years. Tukiongeza na hizo yuko nyuma venye alikuanga na president akiwa na hizo ignorance zake akiongea venye anataka. Nakumbuka 2017 wakati baba aliongea akisema demokrasia ya Kenya haiko sawa. Uko na serikali inataka haifanye mambo kulingana na demokrasia. Ndipo alisema kama umeogopa sema, kama umeogopa kuwania uraisi sema. Ile risasi yako yenye umesema umebaki nayo moja, unaweza enda ukae nayo wapi? Nyumbani. Si lazima wengine, sisi utuachie sisi, si lazima hata tupige kura. Hizi pesa zenye tutazimamia uchaguzi sifanye nini? Sisaidie Wakenya wasiojiweza, of which yeye mwenyewe pesa zenye akiingia the first time hiyo ya 2013 hata hakumaliza miaka ngapi Eurobond ikaingia, hakumaliza muda gani. Yani DP amefuatwa tu na maskandal na ni vitu zenye ziko kwa nini, ziko kwa mitandao, na venye unajua mitandao haiwezi danganya unless kama imekuwa edited kama sasa hivi venye kumekuwa na mitandao mingi. Lakini ukienda tu kwa for example uende kama KBC, uende kama Citizen, KTN, wako tu na zile clips zenye TP alikuwa anacheza akiongea akifanya mambo yote yenye amefanya, scandals zenye zimefanyika Kenya zikimkuza ziko pale. Lakini sasa alafu wa Kenya bado tu wanamuona tu ni mtu wa ukweli. Yani Kenya, yani hatuwezi soma tujue ukweli huyo mtu anadanganya. Umeona tu kitu amefanya ni kitu yenye hairidhishi, mambo yenye anafanya hairidhishi. Anaona tu sasa hapa hapana kitaumana. For example anasema mambo ya kuibiwa kura. Yeye alifanya maovu yote. For example mimi naweza sema, unajua rafiki unaweza kuwa nayo kama yeye alikuwa na nani, alikuwa na Uhuru, na Uhuru ni kama alikuwa anamset. Rafiki mwingine unaweza kuwa na yeye anakutumia wewe ili atake kujua utasimama aje ama utajipanga aje. Anakutumia unafanya mambo maovu, na ikifika wakati sasa ikifika wakati anajitenga na wewe kwa sababu anajua hapa amejifunza kutoka kwako wewe mwenyewe. Kwa yale maovu yenye ulikuwa unafanya anajua ni wewe ndio ulikuwa unafanya, ulikuwa unasababisha. Anaogopa hata yeye mwenyewe. Anaogopa, anasema ndio huyo ni beshta yangu, tulitoka na yeye mbali, karibu tukufe wote, lakini nikimwachia hii kiti hata mimi mwenyewe siyuko safe. That's why Prezo anajua DP kuanzia A to Z. Mliona juzi venye Gachagua alikuwa station Citizen wakimuuliza akasema uko na mambo maovu yenye tulifanya mimi pamoja, yani sisi watu wa Jubilee, yenye ulimwengu ukijua ni ngumu sana kutusamea. Unaona sasa ni vitu mingi walifanya na president alikuwa anamsoma, alikuwa anamtumia. Ukienda for example kama hizo manini hizo mastadium alikuwa anaongea. Ukiangalia body language ya president venye alikuwa pale, amemset, yeye anamset, yeye ndio mwenye kuongea. Badala president ndio mwenye kufanya kila kitu, ana set TP. Kierere yake ndio ilikuwa inasababisha sijui damu sijui ya wapi in 5 months, sijui stadium ya wapi in our first 100 days itakuwa imeisha. Sasa president alikuwa anamset. For example, ukiona kama hizo za nini za laptop za 2013 ati wakati walimaliza kampeni wamepata urais, president akatoa pesa, akatoa 17 billion za kununua laptop, akaambia president hiyo ilikuwa ni siasa. Sasa tumepata urais, nimepata DP, hakuna pesa yenye inatoka. Unaona, sasa kumaanisha hizi pesa zenye anatupea kutununua tumpigie kura, obviously tutampigia kura. Hizi mambo anatuambia sijui mama mboga, mama bodaboda, ataingia kwa afisi na atasema hiyo ilikuwa ni siasa. Wewe endelea na shida zako, mimi nikiendelea na kukula raha hapa hivi. Sasa hizi wale watu wamebeba, president huwa anaenda ng'ambo, Raila anaenda ng'ambo. Ukiona for example Raila mtu anabeba ni Junet, kama ni wengi Junet, lakini yeye amebeba magava na watu anabeba ni wale watu yani ni ile group yake ya mambo maovu peke yake. Sasa imagine hata kwenye anaongea wako na yeye, lakini bado hawaamini yale yenye anaongea, sababu kitu ya kwanza tena anaongea na hasira. Unawezaje kuwa DP unaenda kuanika serikali yenye wewe mwenyewe unaongoza, na bado tena unajiita DP? Mimi ndio DP. Uko kwa serikali unapata pesa na unaongea unasema serikali bajeti yake ya mwaka mmoja inatumikanga 100 billion. 100 billion zenyewe zinaendanga wapi? Na kama sio wewe. Sasa 2013 nilikuwa na watch kama Linus wa Citizen akiongea, kumaanisha watu wengi wanajua 2013 ilikuwa ni mess, ilikuwa ni shida kati ya Uhuru na Ruto. Kazi haikufanyika na hata inasemekana hawana kitu ya kujivunia, ni ile kujitia tu moyo, kujipea nguvu na kukufa kimwanaume. Ila DP anajua 2013 to 2016 hakuna kitu walifanya, ndio hizo anakuja kutudanganya ati tumpigie kura. Mimi over my dead body siwezi pigia Ruto kura, hata kama atafika wapi, sababu hana uhakika, yani simtrust kabisa, simtrust. Wacha tusimame tupigie papa kura. Karibu Bungoma nyumbani kesho, tuko tayari kukaribisha baba Bernard.
Thank you, Nancy. That is wonderful. I want us to hear from Okibo.
Yeah, Mr. Bernard.
How are you?
I'm good. I see Mama Kevina, Nancy, Mona Princess, Alex Zaza, now Mr. Fidel. There's one thing I need to say my people. There is a day kuja online nikasema Kisii kukorot. Hao wenye mliona waliattend rally yake wakiwa wamevaa yellow, hao ni pretenders. I guess I said that because of that kind of some days back when the DP was in Kisii. Saa hii ndo the true colors of the Kisii people zinaonekana. Kisii kukoroded. Nimekuwa na kampeni ya even my own sisters nikamwambia, make a mistake. Deputy President, the current Deputy President Akae, the leader, the national leader, right, the President of Kenya. Pia mimi hata mkinipigia simu sitachukua, because I know you contributed to that, making Kenya to be a country that nobody really admiring. So nikawaambia I don't need, nikisikia amekuwa hata mimi nitakuwa mteja, because nyinyi mlichangia pia kupiga kura. Wanasemanga kwa Kisii, hata ukiuliza Alex atakwambia kisiasa cha kianywa. So it means ukiona ng'ombe wameingia kwa maji na wamechafua maji, unasema walikunywa hiyo maji. So kupigia deputy president, hata ingawa si wao walipiga, ingewaijumuisha kwa hiyo group. Sasa kitu ninaweza advise Ongeri, I know ni mzee, tunataka wazee wa govern because they never hawataiba venye vijana tungeiba, but venye the things go around, the things the way they are in Kisii County, I don't think so atashinda Simbarati. Achie Simbarati hiyo kiti. Government bado tunatengeneza, is getting somewhere to fit. And another thing, DP said in our country in a negative way is another thing that I don't know which kind of a person he is. Unaenda hadi uende kusema kwangu hakuna mafuta, kwangu hakuna blanketi ya kujifunika. Yes, hapo ni kwako. So sounds ridiculous, but to him anaona ni the right thing he's doing. Na another thing yenye ninamwambia this time round, unaona the same way alikuwa anafiri wakati Raila alikuwa anaijua kura. Zetu the same wembe imukate ndo asikie uchungu. Hata tukiiba, sisi tunaiba kusherekea because wamekuwa wakitujia 3 times. Hata tukiiba mara moja hii ita make sense. Acha apige kelele kabisa, whether aende hata China apige kelele huko, akiona aende Singapore. The situation remains in Kenya. Baba will be our next president. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante bwana Keyboard, nashukuru kwa maoni yako and happy that Kisii is locked and Azimio inasonga mbele. Naomba sasa tuende kwa back to Stony PK. Jibu swali la Johnny, bado ananifuata. Anasema nisisahau. Johnny Nalo anauliza kindly ask Stony, how are we doing in Ukambani?
Thank you very much, my brother, for asking about Ukambani. This is good concern. Ile picha iko in Ukambani, we have 3 governors, I mean 3 senators here. The center for Kitui, Mr. Enoch Wambua, and then we also have Mutula Kilonzo for Machakos, and also we have an MP, Mr. Maanzo, wakili wa Wiper actually. These 3 guys, and of course with a few, and very few others, they are the ones who have been who have held Kalonzo so firm, and any move he makes, he has to. They are the ones who have actually possessed him. Ni kama wamemhold, wamemcapture because of personal interests. Actually, they are driving their own agenda, and they have taken that hard line. They are the kind of people saying, "Kama ni mbaya ni mbaya." If you look at Enoch Wambua, he has some agenda that you will see it in his facial expression whenever he's discussing about Kalonzo. It's like it's one way, and you see in life you can never take that kind of hard line. Ati ni hivyo, kama si hivyo afadhali ikae. That's not a leader, and that's not leadership. So these 3 guys are the ones who have gone into that. They are the ones who even advised Kalonzo to bring up that paper. Unfortunately, as smart as they may call themselves, they didn't look at that paper to realize it was titled NASA. So it is an agreement and a NASA formation. Okay, they even embarrassed Kalonzo so much when Kalonzo was after he gave the statement, one of the reporter picked it. He said, "But sir, that paper, if you dismantled NASA, so whatever was done under NASA is gone." Then Kalonzo was quick to say, "Oh, sorry, yes, I see where you're coming from. That title, the NASA can bring confusion, blah, blah, blah." He was trying to cover it up, but he was caught with his pants down. It's entitled NASA, it's whatever. Even if he says it was personal, between the two of them, it was arrangement at NASA. So that, that kills that paper. So if I fast forward, you look at Baba's strategy. Some hours ago, Bernard gave us a clip here that was showing how strategic Baba has formed his campaign machinery. In fact, it's high tech, and Fidel also alluded to it. It can't compare to US style, but it can be a small dot of US. That arrangement is really tech, and that's why we are seeing what we are seeing on the ground. It's very well coordinated, and if a mistake is made in the rally today, you will not see it repeated in the next rally. It tells you there are people watching, very intelligent, and what we call it, experienced people, technical people who are really managing this thing. And it's a beautiful thing to see. So if you look at that, he has two canvas. He has Macau, the professor, from Buffalo Uni, and also Seth Kakusie. Okay, Seth is also a Kamba, very influential, very respected in Ukambani, and Madam Ngilu. Ngilu plays a double role here, if you see. She's a governor of Ukambani, so she is in two committees, the senior committee for Baba, and then the Ukambani committee that is driving Baba's campaign, minus Kalonzo. So Ngilu plays the role as a governor, Kipuda, and Mutua. Ukambani has 1.7 million votes currently. It's a good basket. Now, Kalonzo and the three senators want to show is like they are the ones who carries that basket. They have forgotten that the governors also have followings, even if they are outgoing. Assuming that these governors manage to bring, let's say, 50% of the votes to Baba. I'm assuming they divide with Kalonzo 50-50, which is not the case. Kalonzo, if he goes alone, he will not take more than 40%. And those who will be sympathy votes that will say ni mtoto wetu, wacha tupotee na yeye. But the majority of Kambas, that's the day they'll part ways. I know Kambas very well. We neighbor each other. They will say, I don't want to go vote. I don't want my vote to disappear. I better throw my vote mahali itashinda. So even when I'm saying 40% for Kalonzo, I'm being conservative. All right. Most likely with the governors and the Macau factor and Seth factor, the 1.7, Baba can easily pull up to even probably 900,000 votes from there, or even 1 million. Now, what does that mean? It tells us now you try to go to the most problematic area so far is Meru, Embu, and Tharaka. That is the part of the Lower Eastern. So right now, the headache that Azimio has is Embu, Meru, and Tharaka Nithi. Ukambani, in fact, Baba analala vizuri, because if Kalonzo decides to go alone, now these other three governors will now put the high gear, and you will see the kind of campaign in Ukambani ile haijawahi kufanywa. And in Ukambani they do door to door, usiku kuchwa, and they are very good, they are very loyal. What they promise you today, kesho ndio watakupatia. All right, because one, they are fearing to go to the opposition. Those who have been to Ukambani, they know what it means. Yeah. So my brother, can't remember the name, who asked that question, just rest assured, Ukambani will be cool. Our headache right now is Embu, Meru, and Tharaka Nithi, which carries 1.35 million votes. It's another, something that also very, very significant. Yeah. So that is the headache. You can ask anybody. Embu, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, because kuna watu walitukoroga hapo. We thought Bas would be with us, but Kiraito is playing games. Somebody called Lenny Kevuti is also playing games. They are all in the same bus. And that is where we want to strategize something by next week. We might have a party coming up, and Baba might go to launch it in Embu, yeah, or somewhere in Meru there, yeah, because we need them. We need to get at least 50% of the Embu, Meru, Tharaka Nithi votes. I hope I've been able to answer. If not yet, you can continue asking more. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
Bharat.
okay, thank you, Stony PK. I get that clearly. Just a follow-up question. The What about the Uhuru factor in the what you're calling the Lower Eastern or the Upper Eastern, the Meru Embu issue? Don't you think that Jubilee coming into play and Uhuru endorsement will bring about stability beside the rebellion that was uprising?
Yeah, that's a good one. That helps us not to be. We will not begin at ground zero. You remember Uhuru actually did an arbitration between Kiraito and Munya, because Munya was going to oust Kiraito from governorship of Meru, and Uhuru had to intervene on condition that Kiraito supports Azimio. That was the promise, but immediately Munya withdrew. Kiraito changed. He behaved in a manner that disappointed all of us. You know, he's an elder in politics. He's an intelligent guy. He's somebody who is known to be very straight. But this time around, we can say he played Uhuru. So with the Munya, we will not lose all, but we will not get as much if we don't, kind of add more effort and strategy to counter this guy called Kiraito. Munya will deliver entire of the Merus on the lower side, the Meru that is called Tigania. Okay, Munya will deliver that together with the Daktari who used to be a minister for education. Yeah. Kilemi. Dr. Kilemi, yes. So that part of Meru will deliver. But this other one of Imenti, Kiraito area, that can be a challenge. And then yes.
What is the reason behind Kiraito being conniving and Baba negotiated the deal that made sure that the rivalry between the two was calmed down? Now, what is the fear factor behind Kiraito now?
There is the superiority complex which Kiraito has been suffering from. Kiraito feels he's so superior, even above Baba. Those of us who go closer to him, even when he talks, he feels like he should be at a higher position. Remember, if I may draw you a few years ago, there was a time he was even floated when he was doing so well in energy. He was being floated to become a candidate at one given time down the line. People even floated that, it will be time for Meru to have a president. But he shied off, So people are telling him, my friend, what is this, what we call it, mischief that you are hiding, under you are not coming out clean. What is it? Of course, he has been a bitter rival of Munya. But Munya was removed away from him. Of course, Munya will be elevated. He will be doing national things. Lakini ana wivu, kuna ile jealousy ya kindani ambayo it's very hard to deal with, especially when it's with an elderly man, because he's there, saying he cannot be pushed around. He can, when a man starts behaving that way, you just unaachana na yeye kwanza, because sasa kwanza ni mzee, ni elder, huwezi kumtusi, huwezi so he is actually annoying quite a number of the following, which might even affect him in terms of governorship. He can lose it. There is a lady there called Mwangaza, ni umeme. Ni umeme. Akicheza, that is the one who will be supported by Azimio and everybody else. And he will be swept off completely. Thank you.
Thank you, Stony PK. And I have the opinion that Kiraito is not as strong as he portrays himself to be. According to the word on the ground, he lost to Munya. I just was salvaged by packaging and repackaging. Now, if that is the case, and then he begins to play with, to try and play the powers that be. Powers that be don't play one ball game. They have backup. And the Mwangaza lady could be the backup plan that will vanquish him completely, because when he loses this, he's gone. And that is it. So if I were to advise him, he should play ball, not play what he's trying to play, because that will vanquish him completely. The edge is not on his side. And so if he has to dance, he has to dance now. After now, he will not have an opportunity to dance again.
1 second, Bernard. You are very right. You know, these guys, there is a generation that is living on borrowed time. You correctly put it. That if they don't make it sahi, they are vanquished. We have the Kiraito, we have the Kalonzos, we have the Mudavadis. We have listed them. What they are going to make one simple mistake and kwisha. They'll go back kufuga ng'ombe na paka nyumbani. Yeah. But they are so stubborn. Yeah?
And I can help you there, Stone PK. They are in a WhatsApp group, ya Mugabe and Museveni. They should remember that, and we must remind them.
Exactly, Alex. So these guys, and they are very stubborn. You know, for those of us here, in my tribe, we always say, try and avoid aging badly. You know, kuzeeka vibaya. Kuzeeka vibaya is when you start uambiliki, unaambiwa pale iko moto usikii, you are told pale barabara imekatika, you say let me go and see. By the time you reach there, you are also on such a high speed unaingia ndani. So the same thing is happening to that age group. They are losing it without, wanashikiliwa kwa heshima. You know, there is some respect we have for them. Yeah, like Kiraito never made it. You are right. He never won, but he pretends and behaves like he won elections. He never won election. We know that. People like this man in my Martin Wambora in my constituency. I mean, in my county, he never won elections. You know, both times, and he poses like he won. We know those are the viparangas and the manipulation. So this is the time that the Raia want to revenge. Wangeshikiliwa na Azimio, but they have lost their whatever. Thank you, Bana.
So, Stony, I also think the Mbeere and the Tigania factor also come in, you know, where the Mbeeres think that they are more superior than the Tiganias. And as long as Peter Munya he has a formation that he supports, what is his name? The governor himself will take the opposite side. You know, it's just opposing anything that comes from Tigania with that superiority complex, you know, where the Mbeeres think that they're more superior than the Tiganians. So I think that's also play a factor in every question of Meru politics. You know,
you are right. Through Bernard, another 1 second. It's true. They are called the Meru, not Mere. In Meru, you have Meru of Imenti, the upper. For many years, they've always felt like they are more than Tiganians. But in terms of education and all this, Tigania have gone to school more. Despite the Imentis being near town, they've been overtaken. That's where Kelemi comes from. He's a doctor, actually, Dr. Kelemi, the one who was in education ministry. He was also a two-term MP there. And also the Tiganians have been working very hard in terms of even making sure that their sons and daughters are very well educated. They even have numbers now, and they even call a lot of shots. So many of them are living in the US and all that. They fund their own campaign. And so they are a big threat. But they have that traditional rivalry. You know, a man from Imenti thinks he's always superior from over the other one in Tigania. So that could also be a factor for Kiraito not to play ball. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Stone PK.
Wacha niulize swali moja Stone PK. tangu samani baba ako na constituency zake huko Meru yenye wamekuwa wakipigia baba, hata kama watu wengine wanapiga mahali ingine. Which are those constituencies? Kwa sababu amekuwa akipata kura kutoka Meru. Is it upande ya Munya or it is a constituencies by themselves without Kiraito and Munya?
Tiganias.
There's one in Tigania. You know this Ampuri. There's a guy called Ampuri. He's in Yala. Yeah, the one who people say is Raila's son, and we think he is, because you know Raila has he has been moving a lot. That gentleman has always been with Baba and his constituency. He also was an MP with the ODM. So there is one strong constituency in somewhere near, bordering after it's Tigania, that side. Okay, one constituency where he gets an MP and also gets an MCA or councillor, MCA. But there has been, there was uchafu, which was brought by this wave and all that. So it needs cleansing. There was also one constituency in Embu, Runyenjes, where ODM always gets either an MCA. The ODM has not been able to get an MP. ODMP has been number 2 twice, which we believe was rigging because it's an odd place. So he has those two, And then Tharaka-Nithi, they've been sympathetic, but sometimes they get overwhelmed by the wave. So Baba needs just to have a team camp there for like 1 week. I was at ODM and I was in one of the committees and I gave them a strategic paper on what to do. And one of the points they accepted, the team accepted, was to have an office, get an office there, send one of the senior Azimio guy, open it, do a hula baloo there, showbiz, because again, people in Embu and that side, they feel like Baba does not really take them as if he has votes there. And I remember when I contested 2013, I brought 20,000 votes for Baba from a very strong opposition of Baba. 2013, it was TNA, and he got 18,500 votes, which tells you there are people there. Only that they, that time they were doing it under fear, under cover. You only see they go to the polling station, unaona tu kura, but you even don't see them voting because they are scared. Yeah. But now if you come and tell them you are free to do this, then it would be possible. Yeah. Because
what about Mahoka Maore? Mahoka Maore, which is he, Embu or Meru?
Meru. He's from Meru. Imenti.
Oh.
Yeah, Meru, Imenti, together with the Manyara. You remember the lawyer, the former, the very strong.
Kitobi Manyara.
Yeah, Kitobi Manyara.
Okay, let's make progress. Before we bring in this Ngatwele, there is this seventh estate. He said Ruto automatically became president-elect when NASA disintegrated. I don't know how that helps Ruto become president. Was Ruto running against NASA? I don't think so. In the disintegration of NASA brought what addition to Ruto's votes? Dapat has come alone. Wetangula has come alone. How does that make Ruto president? 7th estate, you need to visit the 5th estate and talk to them. They may have 1 or 2 things you need to consider. Thank you very much. Tumsikilize huyu Ngatwele. I hope I pronounce your name right. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Oh, that's nice. So today's topic, I can see the grand reception in Kisii and Nyamira.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, I was also so impressed about the reception in Kisii. The Kisii guys demonstrated that Kisii and Nyamira is truly as Azimio zone, and they also confirmed to us the reason why people were defecting from UDA. So I can see this time round, Baba will get much votes in Kisii than any other time ever. Like in 2007, I think Uhuru won in Nyamira and Raila won in Kisii. But this time round, I can see Ruto will hardly get 30% because there is a serious wave in Kisii of Azimio. When you are not in Azimio, they feel that you are not part of them. And that's why people turn in, be it in Kisii or in Nyamira, people turn in large numbers to show their support for Raila. And I was also impressed by the turn up of the leaders. The leaders who are there are leaders of quality, the likes of Joe. They are the people who can say something and people listen to, and that was so impressive. So we are just looking forward to Bungoma today. We see if the same thing happens, and that will confirm to us that. So it's like Coast. I think Baba did well when he was at Coast. Nyamira, he also did well yesterday. So we are gonna experiment in Western, and to start with, it will be in Bungoma. So we will see how the rally for today will be, and how the attendance will be, how excitement will be. And I think when it maintains the tempo of Kisii, I think it will be a greater thing for Azimio team. And when Ruto comes back, or the Kenya Kwanza team comes back from abroad, they will have hard time to even penetrate in these regions. So my prayer is, let these people maintain let them not stop or doing anything. Let them continue like this, and all of a sudden, by April, the whole nation will sing Azimio. So Azimio is really doing well, and the strategy which Raila uses is really reaping fruits, and we hope he will maintain and he will do well. I think I don't have much for now. I'll talk later.
Okay, thank you, Tuele, for your submission. We are glad you are with us. Let's keep talking. Themba Karibu, before I hand over to you, one more response to Seventh Estate. He says numbers matter. And we are talking numbers here. He said, Bernard, about numbers. Losing Kalonzo, losing Mudavadi, losing Weta means Raila is more naked now than he was clothed with all these principles. A good way of looking at it, but just for the sake of you encouraging yourself on what you're calling numbers, because those guys you're calling don't have the numbers. Number one, okay, where is William Ruto leading in this campaign? Where can he guarantee that he will lead? Rift Valley, we are splitting. We may end up with 60, he ends up with 40, or he ends up with 60, we end up with 40. Which other place can he lead? I don't think so. Even Northeastern is ours, Coast is ours, Western is ours, and Nyanza is ours. So the majority of the country is on Raila's side. And when we are sharing the mountain, Ruto is as good as already cooked. There isn't what he can do to make any difference, because the 1.7 from Rift Valley plus the split of the mountain, he will not be able to make to the 4th million votes. And that makes him already at home before we even begin to count our own. So go back to analyze properly. Go and face reality. Stop pretending to do imaginations. Yes, Tony Piquet.
Thank you, Bernard. It's good to tell that brother of ours who is telling, he has done just a sweeping statement that we've lost Kalonzo. And I had earlier explained what will happen in Ukambani, so that I'll not talk about. But Western, let's look at it and let him do this homework. How many votes does Mudavadi command? Okay, go by when he went for presidential position on his own. How much did he get? 500,000 from the entire country or something like that?
380,000.
Okay, so that was the entire country, which means the Luya didn't give him enough votes for that position. And Wetangula, whom he calls a principal, sincerely speaking, for presidential level, would anybody who understands politics bring in Wetangula at this time? No. So let him look at those figures, assuming Mudavadi brings in 200,000 votes, Zawaluya. So we get the 80%. And just as Bernard, you have said, so that means we have Western. Yeah. Tell him to go back. If he wants, he can email, he can inbox me, I'll give him the real numbers. Zile hazijafanywa exaggeration by media. Thank you.
Okay, but 7th Estate huko na homework hapo. Ingia kwa studio, kwa private chat, tafuta namba ya Stony PK, atakupatia namba ambazo vile zinakaa injini, na labda hapo utamakinika kufanya uamuzi ambao unaeleweka. Ukweli ni kwamba William Ruto had a chance to win the elections, but he lost it. What did he lose it? How did he lose it? By failing to do his homework. Assuming that whatever cloud he had in 2013, cloud he had in 2017, he will retain it by talking. You don't retain it by talking. You translate the cloud you have into really people that support you. When you ride on hot air, as soon as the air cools down, it turns into liquid, and then you're gone. You no longer have air, so you drop. So it was a very bad calculation, and that's what he's suffering from right now. And there isn't much he can do to salvage himself, except prepare himself for another election, not the one for 2022. Hiyo ishaenda. Mwache don't set yourself up for disappointment, because you will be disappointed if you continue with that dimension of thought line. Look around different. You may say that we are biased on this particular platform. Go to the Fifth Estate platform, listen to other political analysts, Professor Manyora, Chris Kumekucha, and all these other people who are doing political analysis. If you think we are biased, listen to all these people, and you will come to a clear-cut conclusion that William Ruto doesn't have the numbers he claims to have. That is why he's running into hiding. Hata hii holiday ako nayo nini US inamsumbua, ni kujaribu kujificha kwa sababu kumeharibikiwa. Poleni lakini. Bwana Themba, umerifika?
Yeah, niko hapa Bernard.
Okay, wacha tumpatie Geoffrey, alafu wewe utakuja na uendelee kutoka hapo.
Okay, sasa.
Geoffrey vipi?
Salama sana, habari zenu?
Salama, tashukuru.
Nashukuru sana kwa mjadala wa leo, na nimesikiza maoni ya wenzangu, ni maoni mazuri sana. Mimi nitaongelea juu ya mambo ambayo naibu wa rais William Ruto alisema leo, ambaye alikuwa anakasifu serikali ambao ni mmoja wao. Kama angekuwa ni nchi nyingine, na kama rais Uhuru angekuwa ni marais wengine, angerudi nyumbani. Lakini kwa sababu najua rais Uhuru Kenyatta ni mtu mwenye, yani, let me say, someone who's is a gentleman. This guy, it doesn't have qualities ya kuwa rais wa nchi yetu ya Kenya, kwa sababu that's one of them yenye kuenda kuanza kukatibu ile serikali ambayo ako ndani, is the second in command katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Alafu anaenda kusema kwamba imeshindwa, serikali yenye ako ndani imeshindwa kupigana na ufisadi, ili hali yeye ndiye mfisadi mkuu na ndiye alikuwa na ujumu kasi ya kupigana na ufisadi. You know, that's crazy. I don't know whether anaendanga nasikiza yale mambo ambayo anasema wakati ameketi chini. Kwa kusema kweli, leo niliona kwamba huyu naibu wa rais anatakana aende achunguzwe kiakili, maybe amerukwa nini. I'm sorry to say that, but that's a fact. Mtu mwenye ako na akili zake timamu na ni naibu wa serikali wa rais, alafu anaanza kuongea yenye anaongea tangu jana, there's something wrong with the guy. Kama ningekuwa mtu mwenye ako karibu na yeye, kwanza ni kama amepaniki mpaka akili imeruka, kwa sababu you know that he has lost it and he has spent a lot kutangatanga na kusurura ili kutafuta kura. Sasa imefika mahali ameona kwamba hii imekuwa ngumu, and the thing is vile imekuwa hivi, wenda akatafuta njia ya kuleta shida, asema kwamba ameibiwa kura ndio aleta shida, so that kutafuta njia, sijui atafute njia ya kutoroka Kenya ama kuleta shida ndio aenda kutaka kuwa like 2007. I don't know, there's something is up to, and it's a high time wa Kenya waangalie waone kwamba this guy akona shida na hawezi kuwa kiongozi mwenye ataaminika. If we can castigate his own government, huyu mtu akiwa rais, si hata atasapiga na nini na naibu wake kama ene bodi mwenye ataajiri kama kuwa minister, atawapiga hata mangumi. You will fight them, physical fight, the way anakuwa na hizo na maasira zake. Is a guy who asijui kama atathaminika kuwa nini. Hata watu wenye wanakaa na yeye, hao wenye anatembea na yeye, sijui kama watu wanamwambia kitu anasikiza. No, this guy hakuna mtu mwenye anasikiza. Is someone mwenye iko very bitter, someone mwenye I don't know vile nitasema, mwenye anatakana angaliwe vizuri. Wakati ile miti iko karibu na yeye huko nini,
Sorry, Geoffrey.
Oh, pole. Nasema baba is on the ground looking for votes. Baba anakimbia kila mahali kutafuta kura, kwa sababu anataka ashinde kura yenye iliyo ya haki na ukweli with a landslide. Baba has been winning na saizi anaenda kuwin. Sasa itakuwa maradufu, inaongezeka. The way you see doing his campaign, ukienda kila mahali kama leo vile alikuwa Kisii. Let me say this, I think someone said that, you know, in Kisii we have been voting, walipea Jubilee. Wakati wa Kibaki walipea Kibaki kura mingi sana. Wakati wa Uhuru walimpea almost half of it. So this time wa Kisii wamesema there's no way. Tumeona hii kitu na lazima tuwapee baba yote. Now we want to give him 99%. Sio 94% ama 95% yana wanasema iko saizi. Inatakana kuwe 99%. And the thing is, vile Kisii saizi iko, Ruto ana wafuasi huko. Saizi mwenye amebaki ni Osoro. Osoro yeye atakuja tu, hata mtupia kifunguo ya Yuda akitoroka, atatoroka bila kumwangalia na hata mwambia kwamba amemwacha. Because yeye ndiye amebaki huko peke yake. Atakimbia na hata muona Osoro hataongea chochote. Because he knows that the ground imekataa. We are in for baba and we don't want to hear anything about wheelbarrow. Sisi ni watu wenye tunapenda kufanya kazi zetu. We need economy kuwe mzuri, barabara zikuwe mzuri, ndio tuendelee. Hatutaki kudanganya na wheelbarrow na mtu mwenye anaiba pesa ya nini ya umma, anaacha watu wakisumbuka. Watoto wake wanaajiriwa kazi, yeye anataka kupatia watu wenye graduate wheelbarrow. Tunafanyia nini? Mbona asienda apea mtoto wake wheelbarrow? Anaenda kudanganya kwamba isana hasla mwenye ameuza kuku, na hatujaiona mahali akiuza hata kuku mmoja, hata picha zenye amepigwa. Mbona anaonyeshanga watu picha zenye alikuwa anafanya kazi ya uinjilisti na hajaionyesha picha akiuza kuku? He guy is a hypocrite. Anatakana akemewe vibaya. We don't want him. Na ingekuwa kama ni waso wangu, watu wangeanza hashtag arudi Sugoi akifika nyumbani after hii tour yake imeisha, because ni mtu mwenye heshimu serikali yenye ako nayo. Siaende, anatakana aambiwe aende Sugoi, watu wafunge ofisi yake, because you cannot castigate the government ambayo pesa ya nini, pesa ya gari unatumia mafuta ni ya serikali. Hiyo mali ya nini, pesa tax ya mwananchi. Mahali analala kwa nyumba, hata choo mahali anaenda naoshwa na watu wameachiliwa na serikali yenye anatusi. What kind of person he is? It doesn't have. Wacha tuachie hapo. Huyu jamaa ameruka, wacha aende apime, waangalie kama ako salama. Otherwise tuendelee kupigia baba debe. We want him to win on August 9th saa 5 ya usiku, tusikie baba kwamba amewin with 80%. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you, Geoffrey. Themba, you can now come in.
Yes, sir.
You're welcome. Make your submission as I sign out.
Yeah, let me make my submission before you sign out. One of the things that I have noticed about our topic for today is that I think most of us have really tried to push it in. I liked what caught my eye, because I've been listening from the background, is the idea that there was the transportation of people. That was an interesting one. So I looked at that and I was like, so it's interesting how you can transport so many people to a place. So that was, but I liked the way you explored it and you brought it out. Bernard, I saw Kenya Kwanza guys struggle without, they're trying to struggle without the deputy president. But you see the campaign, even the way they're giving their speeches. I saw Professor Kindiki trying that thing that the DP has been doing. Hapa chini, hapa juu, tupeleke. There was no, he spoke for like, I think about 10 minutes. But for the 10 minutes he was speaking, he was only attacking the other side. He was saying nothing of what Kenya Kwanza is going to do. So lack of messaging, campaign messaging, has caught up with them now, and you can see how they are struggling. So I want to submit that I think as soon as the Kenya Kwanza campaign is so focused on one person, and that becomes a problem. Whenever he's out, then you see the struggling. No wonder you could see he was struggling to even tell people to listen to him, and in the absence of the deputy president and Mudavadi, Weta is supposed to be the chief campaigner. Weta, who was not even playing a high league in NASA. So I'm yet to see how that develops. Finally, I think the deputy president, we said here, and I think I've heard some people repeat it, that when the gods want to finish you, they make you crazy. Bernard, I think you played that clip when in a few years back, he was the one saying that now they have gone to the West to tell them about votes here, and votes are sought here. So I wonder if, and the other time we're asking, does he sit back and see the contradiction? Because just the contradiction should be able to make him feel ashamed of himself. And as someone has said, he's in government. You know, he's the deputy president. So can you imagine the deputy president of a country in another country saying that my country is corrupt? That's an indictment. You know, like you're trying to already say that I'm part of this drama. And if you listen to him well, he said some billions that have gone within 10 years. So it is part of what he has actually overseen. And that is the same person who still wants to come and run for presidency. I think then now finally on that, they release a statement. The statement was released by his press team, that is Hussein Mohammed. And then they're saying the American government. You see, the American government has its own spokespersons who can actually speak and give a statement and say that this is what we are going to do. You don't come visit me, and then you give the statement that I'm going to support you. I should be the one saying that this is what you're going to official government statement. There's none. There's no official government statement from the US government. There's none, apart from the statement by Hussein Mohammed. Which American government? Which government official? Who are the people that they addressed that are saying that they are going to participate to ensure that Kenya has democratic election? Which ones? It was a statement from themselves. It shows the desperation, you know. So I think that is what I can say. It is just a charade and an interesting comedy that we are watching. I don't know what else he's going to say about his government, and I'm imagining Uhuru's people will respond accordingly. So debating himself.
I think because I don't know what DP is up to, but I think like somebody said, amekuwa akiaccuse president for being drunk, and I think he has started to do so, because those kind of blunders don't just come like that. Either ameanza kulewa ama kuna kitu ambayo ameanza kutumia kinamsumbua. Ukweli ni kwamba you can't make those kind of blunders. And then what does the support of the American government supposed to scare? Is it supposed to scare us? Is it supposed to increase the numbers for him, or declare him president? Even if the American declare him president, doesn't make him the Kenyan president. So he seemed to have misstepped, and instead of him admitting he has missed steps and seek reconciliation, the fallout between him. For example, you go to America to complain about the handshake. When the American government invited Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga into White House because of the handshake, for them to understand how they were able to, you know, come up with such an approach to bring about peace and tranquility in the country. So if the handshake is celebrated worldwide, then you go to that first world and complain about the handshake. Are you not exposing yourself to be the only, you know, for lack of a better word, the only stranger in Jerusalem? I don't want to use that other one, because the whole world is learning. Congo wants to learn from the handshake. America wants to understand the handshake. Everybody is happy about the handshake. You are the only one that is unhappy about the handshake. Then that sells you as the only individual that is a witch among saints, because what makes everybody happy makes you sad. What makes everybody at home makes you stranger. That makes you a strange person to deal with. And then why should you carry up about whatever the complaint of the government you are in? You say the government is planning to rig the elections. That government, you are part of it. So are you the one planning to rig yourself in or rig yourself out? Hii story inasumbua sana, lakini tunaomba tu makamu wa rais arudi kwa his senses, arudi achukue kampeni yake, aendelee na maneno ya yellow fever, lakini akubali kwamba hana numbers, amechelewa. the owners of the mountain have come back. It's like I relate to DP's claim over the mountain. Like, I bring you home as my friend. We met at the university. I introduced you to my mother. My mother cooks for us. And then we went out, and then I disappeared. Okay. Then DP comes back and say, your son has disappeared, but I'll be your son. I will take care of you. I will da 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 da. Then after all that, I resurface. Then you don't want me to resurface because you had already taken over the homestead. That doesn't add up. When the owners of the mountain meet and decide where the mountain will go, you don't have power to stop the mountain from going in that direction. And so, seed of nasema mpanda hila uvuna majuto. The discord seeds that he has planted across the mountain to cause the mountain to rebel, I don't think they will hold water. The way Jubilee is coming up strongly, kutakuwa na kilio sehemu fulani, lakini mambo ni hivyo tu. Lastly, on the 7th estate, he says Kiamba and Juja ilikuwa dalili ya mvua. Those were by-elections, and by-elections are no bearing for general elections. The interests and the dynamics and the circumstances around general elections cannot be judged using a by-election. That's how you're getting it wrong. You don't use volleyball rules to judge football game. You miss every step. So just settle down, analyze hizi vitu properly, utaelewa kwamba DP is the one struggling to catch up, although Baba started late when DP had already started. Thank you very much, gentlemen and our ladies. I look forward to linking up again later on in the day with another show. Let's keep the conversation going. Themba, take charge. I think everybody has spoken except nobody. Kila mtu ameongea, wengine wameongea sana. So Alex ameongea sana. Kwa hivyo muone. So Alex, welcome. Alex, welcome.
Alex, ongea.
So nilikuwa nataka kuambia Bernard, Bernard uliuliza Ruto amekula nini, amekunywa nini. Ruto is depressed, and Wajakoya, our presidential candidate, alituambia nini anakuja kufanya Oklahoma. Unajua hapa America ukikuwa depressed, dawa ya kwanza unapewa medical marijuana. So don't worry, the president is okay. He has medical marijuana working right now.
By the way, I'm looking for that presidential candidate to interview him. Get me the link. Akuja hapa tuambie vile atatuletea utajiri akitumia hiyo medical.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, kabla hujaenda.
Yes, Mama.
The likes of Kitongo mwenye amewekwa kuwa kwa wenye wanasimamia kampeni ya baba na vile wasungu wanamuheshimu. Inaenda aje? Hiyo watu naona imewekwa laini ya kusimamia kampeni, watu respected world over, especially mtu ya human rights na mambo ya corruption free. Inaenda aje hapo?
That shows how Baba is serious about making this nation great, using the greatest of the best that we have, as opposed to William Ruto. William Ruto wants to use mediocre, semi-literate people who don't know what they are saying and where they are going. We can't have that kind of government. We want the best of our brains, the best of character-wise people to take charge of this country. Now, that lineup of the people running the campaign for Baba, that is the kind of government I want to associate with, I want to be part of, and Kenya is safe with those kind of brains. But anybody who wants to run this government using mediocre people, semi-literate people who don't know where they're coming from or where they're going, that is disaster. And so I'm happy that Baba still believes in the best of this country, and the best of this country can still be found in this country. Only that there are people who have been neglecting and sidelining them. so that they can dance without anybody questioning their dancing style. So I'm happy and I'm so proud of Baba and the kind of machinery he has unleashed. And I don't see any machinery from the other side that can match this one. The world will come to Kenya to learn how to move from third world to first world within 5 years. I believe. Mama Selina, I'm done. Unless
Thank
you
you
have a
so
follow-up
much.
question.
Yeah, Sally Koskei tulikuwa tunasema na wale wote wamekuja. I see tumefurahi. That is what I wanted to hear. Kwa sababu
Yes.
hiyo team ni team hata wasungu wanaweka 100% tick. Mkisema corruption hapa, kina Kitongo watawasemea maneno mpaka wanaingia chini ya kitanda. Asante.
Thank you, Mama Selina. So, Alex, ni kwako ama nani wewe?
You know, Bernard enda ulale. Thank you. These people will not let you go sleep. I'm here. Tuonane later ukianzisha hiyo nini nyingine. Utasikia Alex naye anasema Bernard kabla hujaenda. Mwingine, Bernard kabla hujaenda. So it becomes
Soma hiyo peke yake alafu niende.
Bernard, I like Ruto. He has the best and most learned spokesperson by the name of Sud. Yeah.
Bernard, what I was saying, there is that team is a great team, but we need to give them caution that they do not practice elitism. We need the mind that is progressive, that also reaches everyone.
Alex.
Yes.
We are here. Wacha Bernard akapumzike jamani.
Bernard, weenda ulale. Nimeambiwa hivi, enda kunywa Piriton huko na homa.
Naona anatoa makamasi, hiyo ni immunity imeanza kushuka na unataka kumweka hapa Bernard kabla uende. Alali vizuri.
Bernard, ni kweli, weenda lala bwana.
Yeah. See you, Bernard. Okay, Alex, go on.
No, I was just giving a caution that we have seen before good teams which sometimes forget and become elitists, and they forget that they're working for the common good of all Kenyans. I love that group. I think it's a great group, but we must give them the caution that their purpose is one, to make sure Baba wins, not only to win, but everybody in Kenya should feel that this is their win, and everybody should be consulted and involved in every aspect. They are just the steering, and Baba is the car, but the passengers are in there, so they must listen, and that is the way forward. They should not forget that it's not because of their education, it's because of the privilege they've had, and that privilege is because the community educated them, and not everybody can be educated like the parents who educated them. So as they serve us towards getting to Raila's presidency, they should have that caution that all Kenyans should feel they belong to Azimio.
Temba, can I ask you, Alex, something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Alex, thank you. But there is those guys, and then there is the likes of Ngilu, Joe, Obaranya, because they are in like three different kind of people. The ODM secretariat, the Kitongos, and then the Ngilus and the Obaranya and Joe. So those are, it cannot fail kwa sababu tuko na watu yote, all the categories.
I do agree. Yes, I do agree, and it's only because you know, we have seen a few people before who we really trusted. And I don't know if this because they were conniving and they showed us a different personality that we didn't know, but when they went to work for politics, they terribly failed. You know, when I listen to somebody like Barack Muluka and others, I don't want to name them here. When they speak like they understand the language of the people. When they start getting involved in the secretariat, again, I don't know what happens. So, and that is why I'm saying we must give them the mandate, but also caution them that the purpose is this. And there is a difference between leadership and management. You know, management deals with doing things right, and leadership is doing the right thing. And there is a difference between doing the right thing and doing things right. You can do the right thing, but you may not be doing things right. For a manager, you're a stickler of the law because you know the law is there. But for leadership, you can pave way a few things for the sake of security, for the sake of peace, because those things crop up. So we are going to deal with a big group of Azimio whereby contestation and ABCD ni baba kona bibi wengi na watoto wengi. So if we deal with management only, and that's why I'm just cautioning that we remember the purpose is one. And I'm not saying that it's wrong. And when politicians are also there, politicians fight for their own space. Politicians naturally are selfish. There is a purpose in it that they want. And that is what is politics anyway. And we cannot define politics in any other way. You cannot say good, bad politics. A politician is a politician. The ultimate thing is to win by all necessary means. Sometimes, and we have seen it. So I'm only saying that group is good, that secretariat is good, we applaud it, but we also caution them. And that caution is not that we are not approving what they are doing, because the ultimate goal is them, not the people like Ngilu. These people have been given a task. Wale wengine ni kushield tu katikati tu, just to make it better. But these people, the intellectuals, have a purpose. And I like that they can manage and fire. And if you realize what that news said in the end, and that is what I liked most, because they said this secretariat can hire and fire at any time. Did you hear that, Mama Selina?
Yes, and then Mwangi alitusaidia kwa PPI, the lawyer, and he did a good job in PPI. So if the Mwangis are there, they are good people.
You never know, because at Tonje was in BBI, and last minute he decided to play politics with it. So when people come together, they also come with their personal interests. Remember that, Mama Selina.
I do, thank you.
Alex, Temba, can I add something on what Alex is saying?
Go ahead. Temba has left kidogo.
Okay, Alex, I will agree with you, but I think you mentioned people like Barack Muluka at their time when they joined the secretariat of Baba's campaign. I think this time
Muluka was Musalia's person. I think those are people that you cannot trust, because the principle of his
No, he has worked with Raila. Barack Muluka has worked with the three of them.
Yeah, he has worked with Raila, the first one.
He worked with three of them, but he was from Musalia's side.
No. When Raila appointed him as the one who ran the campaign in 2013. 2013, when Musalia was running on the other side. Remember, Musalia had his own presidential thing.
He has worked with us before he worked with Musalia, Mom.
Yeah, so let me just explain. What happened here? What happened, Salina, is there's been a lot of political, more or less like interference from the political wing of the ODM that particular time, trying to dictate to the secretariat how the secretariat should have been run. And I think this time they have made a distinction. Raila has created an advisory board, which consists of eminent people like Macharia, SK Macharia and Gilu will be there. Joe is there, courtesy of being a deputy. Oparanya is there, and all that. And then on the other side, also he has got the one that is running his campaign, which is being chaired by the governor, Nderitu Mutua, the governor of Laikipia. That is separate. And then he has got the think tank. The think tank, people like where you find Sally Koske, Professor Wanyande is there, John himself, what is his name? John Tiongo?
Yes, Tiongo, yeah.
Yeah, so 7 of them are the ones who are running the think tank. They're the ones who come with strategy. That's where you find Makao Mutua. He's also there. He's the chairman of that particular political think tank. They're the ones who sit down and set the agenda, or economically, politically. They are the ones who set the agenda. They're the overall thing that drive the engine. But the other people like Macharia are advisors. These are eminent people. The old people, the old guard. He wants to hear from them. How the country is supposed to be run. They're the ones who listen to the ground. They're the ones who come to Baba and tell Baba this is what the ground is thinking. And so Baba has an opinion of what needs to drive his agenda. The political think tank are the ones who now think of economical aspect of it, the strategical aspect of it. Each one is running their own parallel committee. But at the same time, they are answerable to Raila, to the advisory board, because the advisory board is where you find they're the ones who are running the engine is the advisory board, where SK Macharia and all that, the political part of it. The campaign is separate. So Baba has really done a wonderful job at this particular time. He has separated them. So there's not going to be any interference whatsoever where the other one is dictating to the other one how they're supposed to do their job. So each one comes into the equation separately with their mind, how the campaign is supposed to move forward. And then they synchronize the whole thing together to make the campaign move forward, So I think that is a very beautiful thing. That's why I was saying that at this time he has really thought about it. I just wish they had a professional secretariat, all these years. So where it does not matter who the chairman of the party, because in the past you'll find Nyong'o is in the secretariat. At the same time, he's a cabinet minister, and at the same time wants to go and run for his office. So there was a lot of interference and preferences, which was creating more problems for even the nomination. But this time it's going to be done very, very differently. Nderitu is running the campaign. They pick their own things under Azimio. They are the ones who set the agenda where Baba is supposed to be going in terms of the schedule. And the think tank where Sally Koske is, they're the ones who talk, meet people from outside the world, investors and things like that, and tell the investors what program they're going to have in case they form the government. So it's a beautiful, beautiful way of setting up the campaign, which anybody who's got a good, bright mind, should be able to see that this man is really, really organized in what he wants to do. Yeah, so I agree with Alex on that part.
Thank you. Themba is not around. Who was next? Who hasn't spoken? Mama Selina has spoken.
I haven't spoken.
Stone PK. Iko kitu na wewe.
No. I just wanted to kind of support you, but Fidel has amegusia about the technical team. It's very well divided, and I share your fears, because we've seen this. We've seen dream teams come, and you know, personally, again, it's good to have participated in some of these things. We had a similar thing, Kalonzo, and then, you know, infighting. Then you don't deliver to the grassroots. Like now, there's still a gap with Azimio on grassroots. This is again, when I go to that, I'll still insist. You know, I don't know why the elites sometimes, you know, I keep on saying, you may do very beautifully, like where they were in Kisii. I don't know the stadium. Maybe Bernard can help me there. But that was at maybe the highest in terms of county level. So what's happening to the ward level? You know, those structures cannot just be left to aspirants. That's a mistake. It's a real mistake. Aspirants, you know, can't really help you so much. You need to have a structured, you know, a system that will really do the grassroots. Grassroots is where they will talk now to Wanjiko, you know, Nyawera, Atieno, and all that. It is very key. It has been missing. The only people who did that kind of thing was Jubilee. As much as Jubilee rigged, but Jubilee penetrated to the kiosk. They penetrated to the mama who was selling tule tusamaki tunaitwaje, tule omena. They penetrated to the boys who are facing sand from the rivers. You understand? So that everybody knows about whoever it is. For example, this time Baba, you know, you go listen to those boys, because if we leave them to, I don't know what we leave them to. TVs are not everywhere. Elites forget. Even look at even when people are doing you know, kind of debates on national TVs. Sometimes I wonder who is supposed to listen to that. Who are they talking to? You're talking to people in the city. People who wake up when you have this morning debate, you know, at Citizen at 5:30. It's only the elites, people who are waking up to go to work, to their business, that hear you. We need to have at grassroots. Pale wanaita kamjeshi, mahali kale kamawe vijana wanakutana. Those bodas in that shed where they meet, who is talking to them? Thank you so much.
But Stompy, if I may just add one thing, I hope I'm not taking anybody's minute. This is why we have different groupings that have more or less like mushroomed all over the place. You have the Women's League, you have the Daughters of Raila, the Boys of Raila, all those groupings. That is the part they should be actually, they should play. What they simply need is funding, where they can go to the grassroots. Those particular groups that have emerged and have created themselves, that is the role they are supposed to go and play. The only thing they need is funding, where they can go to the grassroots, conscientize them, educate them, give them knowledge, make them understand why they are voting and whom they should vote for and why they are voting for, or you know what they are voting for. Because that is the part they're supposed to be rolling, rather than just coming on television and saying they are Daughters of Raila. So Daughters of Raila are supposed to do what? They're supposed to go down onto the ground, to the ground, to go and solicit votes for the person they believe in. I think the thing they need is funding, and they need to be educated themselves, so that when they go down the grassroots, they know what to tell the voters. Those particular voters who still don't know, you know, which side or even why they're carrying their voters card. So the re-education needs to be introduced to these particular groups before they are sent to the ground to go and educate the voters themselves. But that is a role they are supposed to play, you know? That is the role they're supposed to play. That is my thinking. And I think if they do that and then they're able to hook up with the county ones and the national one, it becomes a completely mobilization of voters that is coming from the ground. You know, this big swelling of informed voters who know why they're voting and whom they're voting for. I think that will really help the campaign.
Thank you. Themba is back, but I can add in 1 cent. You are right, Fidel. That is where most of us have failed. That, you see, there is an assumption, the vijana na Raila, warembo na Raila, these are town people. Ni wasichana tu warembo huku wanavaa hiyo ma-t-shirt, wanakula hiyo allowance ya hiyo siku, inakwisha. They don't go to the grassroots.
Wasichana tu warembo.
Warembo sana, by the way, Alex, you should take a leave ukuje. Kuja, tuna kazi mingi ya kufanya. So so it is so, you feel so bad. For example, when I went to Yotha, and sorry to say this, for me, I criticize both sides. I went to Yotha. I tried to explain to these people. I realized Yotha is just an elite thing, for upper mtaani to Nairobi. Take a flight to Kisumu, take a flight to, and then Baba thinks things are okay. Like now, for example, every county is supposed to have not less than 3 vehicles. Those vehicles are supposed to be in the counties. See Nairobi, watu wakikunywa mawine kwa vilabu. Those vehicles are supposed to go to the county because they are for mobilization. Yeah, but wana hold hapa, and then they say we always say we should be able to have a visibility at polling station level. Now that tells you that is a ward, and people have capacity to do that. But again, that is not welcome because it requires funds to go to the grassroots. Unajua sasa hii mambo ya pesa pia has become an issue. People don't want money to go there, wanataka ikae hapa. Just like the way you've been seeing devolution not working very, very well. Because at national level, they don't want to put all the money to devolution. So same thing with the campaign funds. People want to control the money up in Nairobi. When you say you have a team in Embu, there are doubts and all this. So it's a headache that some of us have. Those who really want to see, Baba get votes, genuine votes from every corner of this country, and because they are there, votes are there. But watu wanakwambia sisi hatujawahi ona watu wa Azimio huku. That for somebody who has ever gone into politics, that is very, very killing. Mtu akikwambia the guy you are supporting, hatujawahi kumsikia huku, hata hatujaona anybody huku anatuambia about Baba. So anyway, those are things we will try and see they happen, because this time we need each and every voter from every corner. Thank you.
Yeah, so 30 seconds. Stone PK, you're right on the point.
Alex.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
My question is coming to you, because I think also sometimes we need to interrogate certain statements that we made. For example, we have heard that Raila has put up a think tank, and then you Alex is coming and saying that let them not be elitist. Could you explain further?
What I've come to realize, and this is an observation that has actually disturbed me in many elections in Africa, not only in Africa, in this country. And I did ask myself that some of the things that the divide between the Democrats and the Republican, let me start from the known to unknown. Now that wazee wameingia, I think they can resonate with this. You find that most of uneducated and rural supporters of Republicans are Republicans. And you find that most of Democrat supporters, ardent supporters, and that is why New York and California tend to pick lots of them, are elite, educated, more than civilized in one way or the other, or exposed into many, many other things like culture and so on and so forth. So you look what Museveni did in Uganda when he realized that he's going to lose the elections. He went to the rural and made sure that he had given them numberless constituencies, and that is how he confirmed his and took hold back from Bobby Wine, because Bobby Wine was a colossal that was going all over. And you realize that we do tend to do well with the urban. Raila has done so well in the urban. If there was no rigging, seriously, Nairobi, Kisumu, Mombasa, the big towns are for Raila. And it's easier even us to penetrate to Ukambani because of the proximity to Nairobi and the urbanization of the counties of Ukambani. It's easier for us, unlike going to other areas. Why am I saying so? The way an elitist speak, especially Kenya elites, in my experience, cannot resonate in how the people in the grassroots, now I will use the common name that has been used a lot of time, in the grassroots, so that you find, to my disappointment, genuinely people love people like Sudi, regardless of what. So, and we are not saying they are bad people. They speak the language of these people. They tend to resonate with the words and everything. Even they tend to resonate with their lies. Okay, they tend to resonate with ABCD. So I was not criticizing. I was giving a word of caution that what these people are doing, they are going to do something different. What they are going to do is that they are going to counter us with some stupidity, with some recklessness, some unscriptedness. And that is why you found somebody like Trump gain ground, because he followed no rules at all. Even in the debate, he was abusing Madam Clinton openly, and you could see the people who are jeering and who are happy about it. So I'm not saying it's wrong. They are highly educated. They are also highly qualified. Not only that, they are highly placed in a position to help us to come forth to what we want. But the question that we must ask, let it be that they also resonate so much with the people on the ground, so that we meet in the middle.
Wait, Alex. You see, you're giving your point is assuming that these people will be going to the ground.
No, it matters. I'm not saying they are coming to the ground. The decisions they are making is overall to all voters. Their purpose is one. You cannot say that the decision does not affect. The last statement is that they hire and fire. And that was a big statement. It's not just a statement that you can ignore. Temba. So they have been given a mandate that is only for them, unless one person overrules them, who is Raila Amolo Odinga.
Now,
So
let me ask you, Alex, have you understood the way the campaign team of Baba is working? Because maybe that could help you understand. You know, jumping into an idea that they're gonna be elitist. Have you understood the way the structure is gonna be? Because that will inform your comments.
It's not about, look, we have seen before how it has been structured, and my fear is that it has been hijacked. And one of the people here said, especially Stone PK, elaborated on how, with good intent, something is formed so that it can spearhead, and it is hijacked. Once it is hijacked, something else comes out of it. So it's a caution.
Clearly, your question confirms that you haven't understood the structure, how it's gonna work.
No. I understand. I read and I listened to what they say. And as I said, you know, Themba, the thing is that our understanding of these structures must not be monolithic. Themba, you always come in a manner that you want things to be monolithic. It cannot be, because I come from the school of thought that I must look from the last, how it worked and why it failed, not on how it has been formed right now. And one of the panelists said here that it has been formed before, it has been hijacked.
Hold on, Kidogo. Fidel wants to say something. Yes, Fidel.
Yeah, but Alex, I think Temba is trying to bring you to a point of understanding how the whole. This is why the whole thing has been structured in three different components. You have the think tank, which has got nothing to do with going to the grassroots, and you know that is completely distinct of that. And then you've got the adversary one, where you've got the elderly people, the political, you know, guys, those who have been there, the statesmen, you know, that they are picked as statesmen. And then you've got the campaign committee. The campaign wing is where all these things you're talking about is supposed to be focused on, because the other structures are totally different. You know, they are totally different. So the campaign one is the one you should say, well, I think the Governor Nderitu Muruti needs to find ways in which he can be able to create a committee or people that go to the grassroots, that can be able to identify themselves with the people in Ushago, Ushambani, instead of just focusing in the urban area. You are right, in the sense that that is how Trump was able to bring his votes just close to, you know, although the separation of 7 million from Biden, but he got most of the votes from the rural areas, because that's what Republicans focus on. The Democrats focus on the urban areas, while the Republicans usually go into the rural areas. That's where they get their votes. So a distinction has to be made that to which committee is responsible for what you're trying, you know, what you're basing your concern on, you know. And I think this campaign has made a clear distinction of the separation of work, separation of duty. You've got the political tank, you've got the adversary committee, and you've got the political wing. So each one is supposed to play their own role differently, and your concern should be taken into consideration. That elitism should not come in, you know, and that is actually a fact. If the elitism comes in, then you're losing the rural votes, because they cannot be able to associate with what is happening, you know, by the urban elite. Just like Stormy Pickett said, he goes to a particular place and they're asking, we have not seen people from Azimio coming to us. Because if Azimio, let me just finish one thing.
Okay.
Just one statement, 1 second. If Azimio I think Baba should revolutionize his approach, you know, from the past. Rallies, we have seen what rallies does. They don't really go to the people in the rural area. You can meet millions and millions in a rally. It does not mean that you're popular. You have to find a team that goes into the rural areas, into the grassroots, and talk to these particular people and educate them. Back to you, Temba.
Alex.
Yes, Temba, I'm listening to you.
Yeah, there's a point you're trying to make before Ayara came, but as I said, I mean, what you are trying to elaborate on, my submission was probably it was based in probably the idea that the structures are probably not yet so clear, maybe to you, and that was where my assumption was. Now, I hear what Wayara is also saying, but you know, Alex, I get surprised when people use 2 elections to like a benchmark on the best way of doing an election. There are 2 elections that I really don't think are supposed to be a benchmark of being an election. Magufuli's second term election, and Museveni's the other time election. Those were elections that were not necessarily elections. You know, they were so undemocratic. The media was gagged. The opposition was gagged. You saw you saw Bobby Wine's, you know, supporters being you know, killed, being arrested. There was even one time Bobby Wine escaped and his driver died. You can't call that an election that Museveni went to the ground. You could even see the way they were campaigning, and Museveni would go and send his soldiers to the ground to divert Bobby Wine. I mean, you can't call that an election. You can't use that as a strategy in any place that Museveni was able to win. He muzzled. I mean, that's the most. Museveni was the most ruthless, and Magufuli used the same tactics. He muzzled the opposition. He made sure the press was gagged. There was no reporting of nothing. So we can't use those two as benchmarks for elections in Africa. We can use a case like Ghana. Ghana has always had very peaceful elections, and that is a better benchmark than saying that Museveni went to the ground. I think that was an embarrassment to African elections, especially when you're talking about Museveni. The other side, Rwanda, he muzzled the opposition and then sponsored an opposition so that it can look like there's some form of democracy. I mean, we have had embarrassments in form of elections in East Africa. So I think we can't use many examples in Eastern Africa, but at least Ghanaian election has fairly been peaceful. Finally, I think what we are also assuming is that this is a political competition, and people will form lobbies. I've been part of lobbies that have been formed in Kenyan elections. I've been part of those lobbies, and I know the competition within the lobbies. Everybody comes with a lobby group. Sometimes it becomes like intra lobby competition, So for them to balance that, because there's intra competition and you're competing with others, and you're also having intra competition. Who is going to have the most, the most part, and you find that it's chaotic. So the dynamics around it, I agree, can be a little challenging. I remember once I was part of a lobby group, and we had over like 10 lobbies that were coming on, and every lobby was looking for a way to be seen and to get the monies. So it becomes hard to see which lobby now, which one is run by who. Now, another thing is these people also find this time as a time for them to get money. So there are also some of them who are there for the campaign season to get monies for themselves. So it becomes, I think I like other situations where people contribute to those lobbies, as opposed to where now people depend on the campaign team of Baba to give them money to go and campaign. In some situations, people contribute. If you are coming as Wamama for Baba, or maybe youth for Baba, these youths are contributing their money as opposed to being given money. That way, I think. But for as it is right now, like you see, which lobby group do you think is true? Because you find the same people are also being used by other people. You find a lobby group is with you during the day, during the night they're with another person. It's a very interesting balance. But I hope that as time goes by, as they organize themselves, they will find a true position and way of dealing with the concerns that we are raising. Baba's team also, another thing that is coming out very clearly, there are too many interests, which we should expect will raise a lot of intra competition. So I think that is what I wanted to say. I don't know what you think, Alex.
Yeah, and okay,
Alex,
go ahead.
Oh, you allow me?
Yes, don't be.
I want this to speak to actually what you've been saying, Alex. Themba, the way you are looking at is what has failed most people in campaigns. I'm talking this from experience. People have gone into the science of campaign, the theories, what is written in books. Can tell you things like lobby groups. That's nonsense. Anytime you try to contest, don't ever have those kind of nonsense. They don't deliver, because a lobby group is a concoction of a few people, Baba, on the track, that kind of a thing. The electorate today, they hate those kind of things because they see you as people now who have been given money, the way you have said. So nobody will vote for you because you have a lobby beautiful girls and boys on a truck coming from Nairobi to my village, they will not listen to them. The best strategy is what you have despised. What Museveni did, leave alone the gagging of the press. Museveni had his people on the ground from grassroots. What he did, he gagged others not to reach there, you know, but he had a very good system. I was in Uganda that time. That's where I've been working. And Museveni works like Kanu. During Kanu, you would have an office in the most remote village. You know, you would have people there campaigning in the absence of Moi. As much as people are saying Moi alikuwa na rig, but truly speaking, Kanu was everywhere. You would see a mzee in the remotest village wearing a tie, a Kanu, and a badge. That tells you that somebody is at grassroots level. And the theory is very easy. I'm saying this out of experience, you know, what we did. If you want to have a proper network, just use the locals. Don't send people from Nairobi to go to Machakos. They can go to visit those the structures that you have on the ground. Wanaenda tu kama wale morale booster to visit a team that is there. You know, I'm talking of NGO module of working. Okay, we don't come from headquarters to go down to the community and start giving instructions there. We always put structures there. Politically, that's what we are supposed to do. From ward level, and I always say, a ward level, if each ward has 24 polling stations, you design your own way so that you have your own team, a representation of the people in that ward. Then from there, you graduate to the sub-county level. Then from sub-county level, you graduate to the county level. Then to the national level. That way, you will have touched each and every village. And that structure is so easy, it's so good to do. You only need to trust the people, you know, and it's always led by either one of the leaders there or one of the aspirants, or, you know, you mix the aspirant, you can have a parallel line controlled by a non-aspirant. And it has worked very well for those people who have adopted in this country. In terms of gagging, yes, you know, like Uganda, the gagging was, you know, it was not fair, because Museveni was trying to make sure that Bobi Wine doesn't reach the youth who are crazy with him, yeah, and they would contaminate his people. Otherwise, the network was there. Thank you very much.
Okay, Alex. I don't know. Alex is saying he needs 5 minutes. I don't know what he's doing. But anyway, I still I still want to submit that lobby groups. In fact, even what you're talking about is in terms of Baba reaching there. You reach there through lobby groups. You have to have mobilization. Lobby groups are all over the world. You use lobby groups. They're like in the US. There's NACCP, that is for Africans. You know, they mobilize themselves. They are lobby groups. So you must have lobby groups so that you can push certain agenda. Lobby groups are very important. It's just about how you make use of them, and they are campaign tools. As you may have, the difference is that in some cases there are lobby groups that move beyond the campaign time, and they remain active because there are some of them lobby groups within the workers. There are lobby groups within different sectors of the populace, the voters. So, like if you have something like Women for Raila, you may want it as a lobby group and you truncate it up to the grassroots. So when it has those structures going up to the grassroots, of course you have national officials, then it goes down. It's just a lobby group to, to bring more people. There's also visibility that comes with that. So it's not about the lobby group, it's how you maximize on using it and how it brings out the vote. Baba will not go personally to seek those people. You need certain structures to make you reach down there. You cannot know what is going on in the ground. So I think at the end of the day, okay, fine. They bring certain kind of, of course, administrative challenges because managing them to harness the leadership. But lobby groups are very important. I mean, in a campaign team. You have to make sure that you really organize it up to the ground. You're right about organizing it up to the ground. So if you have youths for Raila, you have to take it up to the ground. I remember when we had a lobby group, we took it up to the ground. We had representatives across the country, up to the village. We even had organized our structure in terms of like Nyumba Kumi that we are seeing right now. Within the villages, everywhere in the country, we had that Nyumba, Kumi, at least in every village, every place, all 10 homes. So we had organized ourselves to the extent that we can have at least 10 homes have a representative across the country. And we presented it. I remember we went presented it to Raila by then, and we gave it as our structure. And now we are going to develop that, and it really worked because we had so many MPs that our lobby group campaigned for, and they made it to Parliament. So it's about how you organize your lobby group to work for the organization, and of course you need to make sure that the management of lobby groups is such that there's no intra-competition. Now, what brings a lot of problem is intra-competition within the lobby groups. If you have 10 lobby groups that are maybe women lobby groups, and there are 10 or 5, you'll find that intra-competition, that especially when you're talking about finances. There's usually a problem when they all meet and they expect the campaign finances to be given to them. Now that, and normally cash issues is a problem in most lobby groups in campaign teams. So like what Stone PK is raising, you come, you meet the boardroom in Nairobi, then you're hoping that you'll be given money so that you go to grassroots. It's different from when the grassroots organize themselves and they say, we've already gotten, I don't know why people should not organize themselves from the grassroots. They shouldn't wait for Baba to come and organize them. We should have people organizing themselves, like it's done elsewhere, maybe like in the like American, here they contribute and they organize themselves and then they call it. So we should be having those lobby groups. Baba may not necessarily be going to those places down the ground. You might have these other politicians who are there coming in and organizing those people. There's a lot of interest in Baba's presidency. So once these people have organized themselves, they have brought in the momentum, then Baba comes and addresses them. So all politicians, not just Baba, as they organize themselves, and I believe that there's such a structure. There's of course the structure, and then there are regional campaign teams, and then those regions, they are now constituency, sub-county, and then they go down to the MCA. So what they are going to be doing after the launch of the Baba presidency, you'll find that every time he goes out, there'll be rallies going on in other places. So like you can find a day, 6 rallies can be taking place. As in, the selling will be continuing and continuous with that, and the lobby groups will be released now to different places. I think we need to move more away from Baba doing it to people now organizing themselves in the ground and getting out the vote. But I hear the fears like what Stone PK is raising in terms of the need to get people out more, talking about him, to get people out more, pushing the vote, to get people out more, making sure that everybody has a vote. And when everybody has a vote, then they get out to vote. Now, I want to tell you right now, there's already a campaign in the ground that people are getting door-to-door campaign. They have moved out of, I talked to some of my friends who are in certain lobby groups within the system. They're saying they have told their members now door-to-door campaign, where you are going. Because we said here and I said here, it is not done until it is done. We are not there until you are there. So you cannot sit easy and say, Baba has already taken it. Not yet, until the vote has gotten there. So they are going door to door. They are actually, some of them not paid. There's no payment while people are busy sitting in conducting boardroom meetings. They are already on the ground. So I'm imagining we can encourage them to keep doing that across board. And in politics, you never sit easy. You never say that you've already arrived. If you have arrived and the vote has not yet taken place, then definitely there's a problem. And I said when after the NDCs and Baba was endorsed by the president, it was more of pressure on the Azimio guys to make sure that we get out the vote. So we don't have the vote until and after the vote has been counted. So it is not yet there. And of course, I perfectly agree with what Stone PK and even the rest are saying about the need to keep doing. In campaign, you keep doing until the last moment. I think we need to move on and, of course, start taking our final rounds. I think I'll start with let me start with Selina Sego today. We take our final rounds. Selina. Selina amelala. I think amelala. Okay. Habari gani Fred Kasudi? Fred Kasudi. Yeye amelala pia.
Yes sir. Mambo?
Unajua mimi karibu na kutupa. Watu hawaji hapa kulala.
Nani huyo?
Mimi karibu na kutupa kutoka hapa.
Amelala.
Aya, toa maoni yako haraka haraka
Network
tunafunga.
nasikia ni kama watu wanakatika katika.
Aya, toa maoni yako, karibu tunafunga.
Halo. Wanisikia lakini?
Ongea Kasudi, karibu tunafunga.
Sijui kama mnanisikia ama ni network yangu ndio iko chini, iko mbaya.
Kasudi,
Anyway, wacha watu
ongea.
wengine waongee basi.
Kasudi, ongea, tunakusikia.
Oh, sawa Alex. Thank you. Mimi sina mambo mengi, ndio nimekuja kwa kuchelewa by the way kwa sababu ya that hinges of network. Nimekuwa na network problem issues, na wasikia within a short while, muda kidogo inapotea, nakaa tena kama 1 hour 2 hours ndio inakuja tena. So nimekuwa na hiyo problem, so sijakuwa able kufuatilia vizuri nisikie vile watu wanachangia. So sina mambo mengi ya kuongea, ila tu kusema ya kwamba unajua huwa tunasema ati ule mtu anaficha mgonjwa. Wewe unaambiwa kama mgonjwa ako kwa nyumba yako na wewe unaendelea kumficha, siku inakuja ambayo wale hawajui ya kwamba kwa nyumba yako kulikuwa na mgonjwa, wataamshwa na ile nduru, ile kilio. Yaani watu majirani nani watakuja kuamshwa na ile kilio ya kusema ya kwamba hayupo tena, ametuacha. Ndio wanasema ya kwamba hamna haja ya kuficha mgonjwa. Kama uko na mtu ambaye hajihisi vizuri wala ameathirika kiafya, ni vizuri kukama out na kueleza ya kwamba kwangu niko na shida. Manake huwezi ukajua msaada itatoka wapi. So it's the same way. Wale watu wanasema na wana criticize sana huyu kijana wetu, huyu deputy president, Unajua yeye kwenda huko nje na kulialia huko kama mtu mwenye hajielewi, anakuwa ndio mtindo, anakuwa welcomed in opposition politics. Unajua wakati kina baba walikuwa wanalia, kwanza walikuwa wanaenda mapema sana, wacha yeye anaenda late. Hao walikuwa wanaanza kupiga kelele mapema sana, kwa sababu walikuwa wanajua everything is not right. But yeye amekaa kwa serikali mpaka the last minute. Hata akitaka kupewa usaidizi itatoka wapi? Hakuna mtu anaweza msaidia. Huyu mtu tu ndiye amekuwa nasikia huko Alex mlimunyima protocol sijui what. Nasikia tu naona kwa mitandao huku wanasema ya kwamba Biden alinyima naibu wa rais protocol sijui sijui, yani wale watu walikutana nao ni wale wa huko chini huko, hata wenye hawana influence, hawana say. So hakuna vile unaweza enda mtu kama huyo usema ati ako na kitu atakusaidia. Yani umeenda kukutana na watu kama sisi, yani umeenda mahali umekutana na watu kama sisi wenye hatuna say when it comes mahali ambapo gava inaongea, we hauna say. Even in the face of the world communities hakuna. Kwa sababu gani? Huyu mtu mmoja huyu ndiye alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kubash out the it was 2013 or 2017 kubash out akisema ya kwamba international communities they have to stay away from our affairs because we have the capability and we have the resource, and that was 2007, yeah, I think so, 2013. Akisema international community haifai kuingilia kamwe. Sasa ndio tunashindwa ni nini kimebadilika, kwa sababu wale watu walikuwa anabash out ni wale tu watu wenye amekimbia kwao kusema ya kwamba anataka msaada kutoka kwao. And I don't think so if at all they will give him any help, kwa sababu wanasema wewe ulisema kwamba in real sense wewe ulituambia kwamba hatufai wala hatuna impact yoyote na hatufai tukafanya make any changes when it comes to strategies and structures of elections in your country. So wewe nenda mwiba wa kujidunga, haunanga kilio wala haunanga pole. Wewe enda tu kashughulike na hali zako, pambana na hali yako vile Wakenya wanasema. Yeye alipeleka hatupangwingwi huko, lakini mimi naona wao wakamwambia kwamba wewe enda ukapambane na hali yako huko tu. Ukiutoboa sawa, usipotoboa basi wewe bado sisi tunakuangalia. Then Alex alituambia hapa jana how Kisii is going to look like, and I proved yesterday ya kwamba actually what he said is true, kwa sababu the way niliona ile rally the way ilikuwa, I say haikuwa kitu mchezo, na haikuwa hiyo si kitu tu watu wameamuka siku moja tu na wakafanya. Hapana, hiyo ni kitu imepangiwa. It has been a journey. Hao ni watu ambao wamekuwa mahali, wamekaa mikutano, wamekaa meetings nje, ndani, wapi. Nikaona ni watu walikuwa wamejipanga vizuri, na hiyo sina hata la kuongeza wala kutoa, but because ilikuwa wonderful. Kile kitu tu niliona, sijui huyo governor anaitwa Nyaribu, I don't know what happened before wananchi wakamkataa, hata hakuweza kuongea. Akaambia wananchi tiko chinga, sijui tikao wote, sijui nini, akaanza kuongea in a very shrewd language, na wananchi wakamkataa kabisa, wako hakuongea. Sijui alifanya nini wala ametenda nini. So
Takuelezea
I
baadaye.
don't know what happened, what transpired there, but I think Alex will explain further. So thank you very much, and I hope mi nawasikiza tu. Asante, asante Themba.
Okay, asante. Ngoja Wayara, najua nataka kuuliza swali lakini tunafunga.
Temba, can you? I'm asking for your permission. My audio is not working. Can I get out and I log back, please?
That's okay.
Okay.
Megi, habari gani?
Niko shambamba. Habari zenu?
Mbona unapiga kelele kwa comment? Tunafunga the station. Si uongee dakika zako 3.
Ni salamu tu, si nimesema hata ni salamu tu. Sasa unajua ukiwa mtu wa siasa lazima upate kitu kidogo ya kuuliza. Mimi huwa ni kuuliza tu maswali. Mbona DP yetu anaenda ng'ambo na kuanza kutupa tantrums juu ya our president? What's wrong with him? Yeah, ameenda kutafuta wenye watamsaidia asiwe rigged. Do they have that nafasi ya kuja kukaa hapa wachunge elections za Ruto tafadhalini? Anyway, otherwise everything is okay and everything is so good, and I loved the outcome in Kisii. Oh my God, that was marvelous. I wish it is gonna be like that, and if it can be that way, Azimio ako mbele. It's only that we don't know other places the way it is, but the Kisii region, iwe Nyamira, since it started, it has been good. Thank you. Ilikuwa ni salamu tu.
Asante. Thomas, habari gani?
Thomas ako salama sana.
Haya, toa maoni yako dakika 3.
Nimekuja late bwana, na Tembo umeanza kuweka masharti ya Ruto bwana. So what's going on right now, it's very amazing because now you can see now the politics is taking its right path, and you can witness that on what happens in Kisii. So those people are complaining about a think tank. I think you can remember what Raila Odinga said the other time, that this time you want partners but not followers, because all over the world, right from 1930s, think tanks were the people that were shaping, coming up with ideas, strategizing. So I think Raila Odinga knows very well, and he knows that this is the last term that is vying for this top seat, and I'm very sure he is not going to take any chance. Ruto's comment was very shocking. I was following his interview, and I think the UDA people, if they can reach William Ruto, they should advise this person to always read about international affairs things, because the way he was answering questions, you cannot relate if he is the deputy president of Kenya, because this is a person that even his comments, the interview he did with the CNN were completely deleted, because by then he was supporting a very a pre-rigged election, and he was really defending the democracy by then. So today, you're the same person now claiming that the democracy of Kenya is on trial. And I was very shocked when he was saying that a democracy that was really fought, and you're the same person that was rejecting the democracy we are having right now. So I think the politics of deceit from these UDA people, I wish all Kenyans should understand the kind of person we have. This is a person that will take us to 1960s regime. So I'm so happy with what Raila Odinga is doing right now. The team is very, very complex. The team is very motivated. Those who have not heard about the Azimio la Umoja or the Baba thing, I think Raila ameanza tu siasa juzi hapa in this 2022. Si kama Ruto alianza 4 years ago. So we should not be afraid. We should be very happy because you can see right now how the strategies they are using, it's really working out. So I'm very sure Raila Odinga is going to win this election. And those who are maybe questioning the issue of trust, if you can look at the structure of these ideologies, you can see there are some of the people that work in the government. There are some that they are working with the NGOs, and there are some that they are just independent. So I think it's a mixture of very strong team that is able to look at politics as science, not just art. Because when you look at politics as art, you can just say anything. Kama hii tupangwingwi, that is the art. But now strategizing and implementing and formulating new ideas, now that is what we look at. We call it a science. The other day I was listening to the Machakos governor Alfred Mutua. He was saying that the polls he has done using his company is placing Raila Odinga ahead with 2% above William Ruto. So I think the direction that Raila Odinga is heading to, it's very okay. I'm just waiting. I'm just praying Raila Odinga health to be very okay, the team to be very strong. Our betrayers from UDA ndo wasikuje kutujoin. Vema, back to you.
Thank you, Ajoga. We are not responding to closing remarks, Fred Kasudi. To respond kwa closing remarks.
No, kuna kitu tu kime draw my attention. Wakati alikuwa anaongea nimekumbuka kitu. Kuna hii list yenye imetolewa ya UDA. When Rigathi Gachagua I don't have information for that, ndio maana nauliza. The person mtu anaweza kuwa na information anaweza niambia, ambapo Rigathi Gachagua ameamua kuifend kiti chake cha ubunge. Alafu hiyo list ukiangalia vizuri, jina moja ndio haiko pale, ya Alice Wahome. So nauliza if kuna possibility ya Alice Wahome to become the deputy to yellow fever. Because watu wote wamejiandikisha na wametoa. So anauliza.
Haya, najua labda Alex ama Stone PK wako na jibu, watakujibu. Haya, Wayara, dakika zako mwisho, za 3 za mwisho.
Well, mine is very, very brief, as usual. I was still thinking of what you guys were talking about regarding Alex is the one who brought the topic about elitism coming into the equation, and I think it's a topic worth considering and exploring. You are mentioning about the lobby group. I think it's just different. It's just different names. But if the objective is the same, it does not matter what name is given, as long as they can go down to the ground and mobilize votes for Baba. cliches and rallies and all that, and you want to win the election, given what is known, particularly what Ruto has been doing for all the past 4 years, zombifying everybody. So when we talk about going and raising the conscientization of the people and the level of awareness to in the grassroots, you need somebody who comes from the locality, who can be able to articulate their issues, because those issues have not been captured properly by the voters who come from the rural areas. So they need to see a face that can be able to explain their concern, and those particular concerns now are addressed by what is in Azimio proposals. So the person goes and explain to them, this is what Azimio is proposing regarding the concerns that you have. It's all captured here. So when you do it like that, then you are able to educate the voter at the same time, and as well as raising his awareness to become a potential voter, because he can see that your manifesto is capturing his aspiration or his ideal. So in that case, everything works very well, regardless of the name you give them, whether they are lobby group, or they're simply Vijana or Raila who have gone down there. But they need to go down there with a person who can identify with the locality where they are trying to press their cases. I think yesterday I was really amused when I was listening to Professor Kibwana when he was being interviewed. He said that if Kalonzo is endorsed as Azimio, then Ruto will win. So automatically there, I think the enmity or the rivalry between Kibwana and Kalonzo is so evident and so glaring that it cannot be. They cannot disguise him. Saying if Kalonzo is given the mantle to run Azimio, then count Ruto as the president. So I think Kalonzo must be sitting somewhere with rage, because this is not something that Kibwana just said to himself. He made it plain, quite open to everybody. Regarding Ruto, I think when Ruto comes back, I hope and I pray that the government, whisk him away to answer some of those particular allegations that he made while he was outside. They are very, very grievous and they're injurious to the reputation of the country. So that is what I would say. Thank you.
Fidel, your recommendation that the government whisks him away is basically will be campaigning for him. The moment the government touches him, that is a campaign for Ruto. Let him come back. Let him be let the government not even say anything to him. Let him come and continue, because what you are saying is the natural reaction that would happen. That probably would come. Of course, you see, he has so many people who had whatever, what do you call them? Corruption cases. The moment they went and they were being investigated, they say, I'm being investigated because I'm supporting Ruto. So the moment he arrives here and the government in any way tries to ask him, even, just call him to respond to those questions, the next thing he'll be saying, you see, now they are harassing me because I'm going to win. That already will give him a mileage, sympathy votes. So the best thing that the government should do is not even respond to him. Let him come and let him continue with his campaigns without nothing. Let him not use that, because that is what he was looking for. Disparage the president, make the president look bad, make the country look like it's in a crisis, come back. Then, of course, now the reaction, hoping that now people will react. He'll probably be called, by the president should not even bother with him. so that he doesn't get any political mileage from that. So the idea of that, for me, I think I agree with people who say that once the Azimio government comes in, then now it should be made to pay for whatever it is. If there's anything that has legal basis on what he said, it should be taken to court. But for now, it will give him political mileage, which we don't need.
But Tema, just 1 minute. Sabina Chege was just, arraigned before IBC for talking about rigging. And here is a vice president, deputy president going outside and does the same thing. I mean, you talk about justice here, and things have to be weighed. The balance has to be made to be seen like to be, fair.
Those are two different people. One is known to be using whatever thing that he has to look for political sympathy. One is a presidential candidate who is looking for that particular thing to happen. Another one has not even declared which seat she's going for. So you see that the impact is more if you touch Ruto. That is why you wouldn't want anything happening right now, and nobody should even wish that anything happens to Ruto. Because if anything happens to him, that's already sympathy.
He should be disqualified then, because him is already going for an office. And
no, he shouldn't even be disqualified. He should go to that. Baba should win fairly, and he should beat him. Ruto should be led to go up to the ballots. Then the things should follow later.
I agree with you on that one. It's just that I wanted to be fair.
There's no fairness in law. There's justice in law. Now let's go straight to who is this? Ngatwele or what? Ngatwele? Let me see. Yes, Ngatwele bin Ngatwele. Ameenda. Ngatwele. Okay, huyo amelala. Okay, Alex.
Yeah, I will give a short submission, and I'll start what Fidel said. Fidel, there is no need to cause a storm out of a cup of tea. I think Ruto's rhetorics are theatrics that we should not respond to. And if we respond to them, we are going to cause, in Temba's words, let me use Temba's words, a sympathy for him, which is unnecessary. The guy doesn't need sympathy anymore. And I think his followers are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. I will caution our people to walk on eggshells when it comes to Mr. Ruto, because Mr. Ruto has no any other campaign strategies apart from apart from what you're seeing he's doing, and that is to arise your emotions so that you can react to even things that you cannot even, you shouldn't react to flies flying around you, man. I mean, you won't even sit down and enjoy the air. So we shouldn't do that. Overall, today was a good day for Azimio because Baba's reception in Kisii reaffirmed that internal democracy will not disrupt our ultimate goal of Baba becoming the president of the Republic of Kenya. Something he has been denied 3 times. But with our resiliency, the resiliency you are seeing here in Kisii, and you're going to see it in NZOIA, that is what gives Baba the hope that what we are doing is right. You see, at the end of the day, Baba is a human being. He gets depleted, he gets tired, and he wants to stay back with his family. But when he sees that we are determined, we show him this kind of love, this kind of support, this kind of maturity. And he looks back in retrospect and sees that his fight was not, he looks back and sees that his fight was for something. And that something is what he sees in us I think we give him a lot of energy. We make him young. And that's why Caleb, when he had fought and he had gone to the promised land, at the age of 80, he told Joshua, give me my land, the portion that I was given. And that is what we want Baba to see what he had fought for so long. And therefore, as he goes tomorrow again to Trans Nzoia, the people of Trans Nzoia, the people of Bungoma, the Abapukusu people, the people of Western, yes, today, make sure you give him the reception, not only that he deserves, that you people deserve, because he doesn't deserve better than you. He deserves what you got, and what you got is what he deserves. So it's a vice versa thing. So let us make our campaign a love affair, a maturity affair, a democracy affair, to a point that those who are on the other side, they desire to be on our side. They look at our leaders like Simbarati. They wish they were Simbarati. They look at our leaders like Peter Kenneth. They wish they were Peter Kenneth. And we don't wish to be like Sudi. We don't wish to be like Mandago. We don't wish to be like Waititu. Nobody wishes from our side to be like those people. No, but they wish that they had us. So that should be our strategy. And we must make the people in the grassroots, by all necessary means, feel like they belong. Because the only reason they are on the other side is because they have been lied to. They have been called names like they are hustlers. Let us tell them they are not hustlers. They are Kenyans. The national cake belongs to them. Lastly, Nyaribo, when he became a governor, in a few months, he was paid millions of money.
And Kasudi, when uliuliza hii swali uko wapi? Sasa ametoroka naye ndiye alikuuliza swali.
No, I will leave it. I will leave it if he has left.
No, it's
so,
okay.
so we are doing well.
Alex, we also want to hear. Continue.
Yeah. He became the deputy in 2013. And he has been paid regardless of what happened between him. That was a home affair between Bibi na Bwana. But when he became the governor, after 3 months, the guy was paid millions of money. At first he denied. When the circular came out and it proved, and people wanted even to go to the bank and prove that that money was given to him, he agreed. Then he said it was arrears. Then the question was, what is the amount of money that he gets paid? And we realized that as soon as he took the oath of office, immediately he went back to corruption. When it came again to his deputy governor, we told him, you cannot choose this man. In fact, he brought the county to a standstill. It is after Raila Amolo Odinga and the one Matiang'i negotiated with the MCS that we finally said, okay, let's not fight him. He's a caretaker governor. That is how we call him. We call him a caretaker governor. He's not our governor, he's a caretaker. So, and that is why you saw that happen. Why? Because we entrusted him. And we did not want even the MCA to touch him, because at some point the MCA wanted to give him problem, because the moment he took the oath of office, he fired all the CS that were serving. And we said, no, give him a clean hand so that he can serve the people right. But he was doing that in retrospect of smuggling money out of some of these ministries that were under some of these years that he changed. So we lost touch with him. We lost confidence in him. But since we were told and we negotiated him as a caretaker, we are showing him that you are a caretaker. Your time is up. You go home. But you are not going to stop. At some point, he was even negotiating with who? Mudavadi. And you saw Mudavadi come to us. When he realized we are so Azimionated, he came back again to us. So he's never been with us. So that's why we gave him that reception. And we told him, no, you finish your work, go home. And that is how we must treat these people who are going to fail Baba. We cannot fetishitize them. We cannot massage them. We cannot sugarcoat them. If they have done, bad work, if they have performed poorly, for me personally, I say this: we are assured Baba, we will treat him well. But these people, it's the campaign time. We must tell them, we must talk to them, because we did not talk to them when they were working. But hata Uhuru alituambia ni wakati wa siasa. So when we talk to them wakati wa siasa, in a political meeting, don't get agitated. As long as we don't fight as other areas fought. Kisii, where there was maturity, respect, love, and democracy. We did not fight anybody. And we hope going forth, we don't do that. But if people did not perform, talk to them. Our master of ceremony was Okongo Mogeni. We treated him nicely. And you saw that. We treated him with cadre, with respect. Why? Because he also treated us with the same. So those are my finishing remarks, Mr. Temba.
Thank you so much, Alex. I hope Kasudi will come and also appreciate those comments, why that happened. Lacha nimlete Stone PK kabla nimlete Ziana. Ziana ananiambianga anataka kufunga. Ama namna gani Ziana? Nisiseme mambo yangu. Ziana? See you confirm?
Niko sawa.
Nisichapwe mawe hapa na Alex. Haya, Stone PK, tafadhali.
Thank you, Themba, and all of the panelists that have been there this morning, this evening. My closing submission actually is an overall view of what is happening. I've observed issues or things that are happening that can cause some jittery in Baba's campaign. One of the things I noticed, and I had a shudder down my spine, is when I heard that Chirichiri has been hired again. He has been rehired, and he's in the deputy president's office. I think our memories are very fresh with who Chirichiri is. And then I stopped to question, really, do we have a government, really? Do we have a president? Do we have a permanent, what we call it, this body that employs? Is this country really with a, do we really have a government? Then also looking at how Ruto is behaving, there's really serious impunity here. So my fears continue to accumulate, whether we will really manage this election, or it will just be shambolic and, UDA will have their way, because it looks like they are the ones ruling. It's crooks that are ruling. Chirichiri comes back. He entered into the server. I don't know whether it was 14 times. I can't remember. Whatever he was entering there to do and all that, is part of what constituted to the judgment that came, the annulling of the election. And then on top of that, I keep on asking myself, we have Chebukati and his IBC. How do we expect a fair election to take place? This also is my personal observation, my personal fear. Because when I combine that with the impunity and our weakness, the government doesn't seem to really, it doesn't seem to be strong. I don't know what sort of democracy this is. That's why I hate democracy to a certain extent. If all this is it's happening because we are cherishing or embracing democracy, then we are headed for very, very huge surprises, and that will not be nasty. Will not be happy, but very nasty. And then I just wonder when the deputy president goes doing all this, and he does it comfortably, and he will come back home. He will be met at the airport, laughing. His foot soldiers are insulting, calling president names left, right, and center. So I'm trying to study what kind of the situation is this? What kind of a scenario is this? It's for the first time I've come across a president like Uhuru. I'm still studying to see. So I'm wondering if things don't work well. I mean, are we really in control? Is the government in control? Is Uhuru in control? Um, can anyone stop to say this is not good? I've not heard anybody stop and say this should not happen, this should happen. Actually, there is no leadership in my own leadership as in terms of controlling and moderating what should be happening in this country. Everybody has gone to sleep. The judiciary has gone to sleep. They are just dealing with chicken thieves and these small thieves, people who have no whatever. The rest, the big fish, they have their day. So those are things that are beginning to unfold and making some of us very uncomfortable. Also, the populace is also getting uncomfortable and wondering whether really anybody is in control. I hope somebody will come and take control. Somebody will come and stop some of this. People are misusing the time, saying that it's politics. I really wonder, is it only in Kenya where politics is about misbehaving and doing this? Politics is a good thing, and it's never dirty. That is an old phrase. How is it dirty? There's nothing that walks around there calling itself politics. It's people who do politics. So if you do dirty things, don't just say politics. Politics is a good game. It's about managing and power and resources. That's it. It is not dirty. So that should not be an excuse for people to do all sorts of nonsense. It's not politics that makes this country not to have a powerful president who can command respect. Those are individuals. Politics is a good thing. It doesn't allow that the deputy president can go, using the kind of language he's using against his boss. This is the only country that is practicing that type of of politics, and I'm afraid where Kenya is heading. Sorry, that is on a very, very bitter note to end on, but that is how I'm seeing the situation. I don't think anything is, we are under control. We are being controlled by some remote cartel somewhere, because if there was control, people would not be talking and behaving the way they are behaving. I wish even these elections could be postponed until people take a breath, think again as to whether we really want to have elections or not. Thank you, Temba.
Temba, can I also add something?
Hey, Maggie, si ulishatoa yako ya mwisho jamani?
Nilitoa lakini vile ameongea nikaona, let me just ask a question. Yeah, I'm always asking. Surely, does it mean we don't have control in Kenya? To speak the truth, I listened to the interview with our DP last night, and I was surprised. I didn't know which kind of a country are we coming from, and what are we portraying outside there. Here is a whole deputy president of the Republic of Kenya now criticizing his boss in front of people because he is in a foreign country. And again, I'm asking, when he was going to the US, he was cleared because being a government officer, you must be cleared. What was he cleared he was going to do? To criticize the president? Did he know? And when he comes back, what is going to happen? Is he going to be accountable for all those nonsense he was talking? It's quite uncalled for. It is a disgrace, by the way. I don't know. I don't know how to put it. It was so bad. I really didn't want to talk about it, but Stone PK has really put something in my mind, and I ask myself, where is Kenya going? And why should we accommodate all these people? Does it mean we don't have control in this country? Because each and every country has got control. Why don't we have it? Thank you, Banatemba. Pole.
Paul and Maggie, remember, no, let me tell Maggie in 1 second. Nobody can control Ruto. Ruto actually is the most powerful guy I've come to realize through my own investigations. And he says nobody can do nothing to him. That is the saddest story. And that's why this constitution we have is a garbage of a constitution. We have to really revisit and look at it again. We can't have this kind of leadership. It will even be worse. Even if Ruto is not going to be president, if we keep the constitution the way it is, it will be bad, totally bad. Where nobody supervises anybody, you go doing whatever you do, it's terrible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stone PK. In allow me to say this, in philosophy, they call people like Stone PK skeptics. Yeah, that's the school of thoughts, you know. They very good.
Stone PK, don't worry. That's a disease called elitism from Themba. And that is why
You know, the likes of Themba, they don't help you when country burns. They are safe in the US, my friend. Them, they are supposed to be in the universities lecturing those theories. Thank you.
Wacheni kunigonga. Stone PK na Alex. Karibu Ziana.
Asante sana Bwana Themba. Mimi jambo langu la mwisho ni kwamba namuona makamu wa rais akirudi Kenya aende Mathare, ama siku hizi ni wapi? Aende Mathare akaangaliwe kichwa kama ni nzuri kweli, kama na akili timamu. Tusije tukamchapa sana, lakini akili alipofika US akili ilibadilika, ikawa kuna kitu ilimgonga, labda walikuwa na Mudavadi akamgonga kichwa kidogo, wewe kwa nini unataka kuchukua Gachagua kuwe nini wako? Akili ikaruka. Kwa hivyo tumsamee, akirudi Kenya naomba akina Stone PK mumchukue mpeleke Mathare angaliwe kichwa, sio mfunge, msifunge mgonjwa jamani. Bwana DP ana shida zake, tumwache. Mimi kile nafurahia ni maneno ya Kisii. Sasa leo akienda huko Trans Nzoia, nimemwambia tu damu iwe hiyo Azimio, tuende mbele wa Kenya, tuende mbele. Stone PK, usiwe na wasiwasi, hii Kenya itachaguliwa na watu hao. Hawata makamu wa rais hakuna mahali anaenda, akili ndiye imeruka, amewekwa kwenye ukuta. Na siku moja Themba alisema hapa, ukimweka paka umemzuia kabisa, anaweza toka hata na kichwa. Hiyo ndio zile vitu makamu wa rais sasa hivi anafanya. Ilhali wa Kenya naona mnaenda na umoja, tuwe na hiyo umoja, kwa sababu Kenya huwa imegawanyika wakati wa siasa kama hizi. Unapata kuna makundi mbalimbali, yanaweza kuwa makundi matatu, lakini wakati huu naona kutaenda kuwa tuna makundi mawili. Ile ya kinyonga, hiyo sioni mahali inaenda. Kwa hivyo hiyo kundi mbili, ile naona iko na uzito ni hii ya Azimio, Azimionated, sijui iko na damu hiyo ya Azimio, ndio tuendelee ilikuwa tunakula machungwa, lakini sasa hivi si machungwa tena. Hii Azimio ni umoja, hiyo ndio sasa machungwa ile imewekwa, sio kama ile mzabibu. Jana nilikuwa naona mwenzangu mwingine alikuwa akikunywa, ni machungwa ya Azimio. Kwa hivyo tukienda kwenye uchaguzi, tuwachague wale watu ambao watafanya kazi vizuri. Kama pale Kisii, tuwachague wale watafanya kazi vizuri. Niliona Alex alituchambulia vizuri, akatuelezea. Lakini tuchague wale watachapa kazi, sio wale watapora mali. Kuanzia MCA, mbunge, senator na governor. Tuwachague wale watu watatufanyia kazi. Nawaomba Wakenya, ninawasihi, ninawapigia magoti, lakini sio eti nyinyi ni Mungu, lakini nawapigia magoti, tafadhalini tuchaguane kwa amani na umoja. Tumchague tu Raila Amolo Odinga. Sijui kama Temba anatudanganya hapa, kama ana voting card kweli. Saa ingine anaweza kuwa anacheka hapa na sisi, lakini ana voting card.
Yeye na Sama wana.
Kwa hivyo tunaomba wale wako naye, tafadhalini tuende kwenye uchaguzi mwema. Nawashukuru nyote, Stone PK, Maggie, Fidel, Temba na Alex, my younger brother. Thank you all. Back to you, Temba.
Thank you so much. As always, I like to recommend something that we can read. There's a book written by Emma Goldman. Emma Goldman was an anarchist political activist, and she has had anarchist political philosophy. And she writes in Anarchism and Other Issues. And there's a quote I like because it gives us some impetus to what you're doing right now. This is what she says. Emma Goldman. She says, people have only as much liberty as they have the intelligence to want and the courage to take. People have only as much liberty as they have the intelligence to want and the courage to take. You will find some interesting things that she says there. But I believe that the participation in this debate shows that the Kenyan population and the Kenyan voter is getting that intelligence, and they're gaining the courage to take that up. And we are going to do that. And Mutembe TV is providing that very perfect platform for us to express our understanding and our desire to have a change that we want to see. I have heard Raila saying that this is the third liberation. And the third liberation, the first one was Kutupa Mkoloni. The second one was the Constitution. And of course, the third liberation now is this one that we are going for, and economic liberation. We just have as much liberty as you have the intelligence to understand and the courage to take. And right now you've been empowered and you can have that courage to take it. And we are moving forward. All is not lost. And this is where we are giving you the platform to share. Mutembe TV invites you every day to come and share. And you only need 4 things, as I always say. You need a working gadget, a computer, you need connectivity, you need something to share, and a willingness to learn. We learn and we exchange every single day. I will not cease repeating. Here we meet as a team, and we don't know, we don't vet who comes here. So therefore, if you interact with anyone, kindly be careful on the people you interact with. Kindly do not allow yourself to send any cash or get into any financial agreement with someone whom you have not known what is it you're getting into contract with, because Mutembe TV will not take responsibility over any engagement beyond this platform. You will be responsible for all the activities that you engage in beyond this platform. So we encourage you, as always, to be for one, because when you're for one, you're for armed. Other than that, thank you so much, and always to everyone who come here and meanwhile for our country, Kenya, because Kenya is our business. We know that things will be better. Tomorrow is always better. We say that our children lent us today. We need to pass it back to them when it is better. We owe them that action. When you participate in a discussion today, you are making it a better place. And there are so many people who are listening to us across the globe, and someone is learning something. So always as you come in, know that so many people, a multitude number of people are listening to you, and they want to learn from what you're saying. Nobody has monopoly over knowledge. So from anybody and from all the people who are here, we are learning something. Because like Alex always doesn't like it, but I say, Socrates says that cast be the day that you have learned nothing. So let this day not be cast because you have learned something. And even a clock that stopped at 3, it will be true and be saying the truth at least twice in a day. So you can say something, and you're never too old to learn. It's never too late to learn. And you can learn. We learn until we get out of this world. So be ready to open up your mind. And thank you so much, Princess. Thank you so much, Stone PK. Thank you, Alex. And thank you also, Fidel. Now, as always, before we finish, I ask you to subscribe to Mutembe TV. We are on our way to 300,000. Kindly make us get that 3000 number. As you do that, also remember to go to my show. After feedback from my members, we were able to tell me that now we are calling ourselves the Thembe and Lulu Show. Go there and subscribe. And also press the notification bell. Alex has run away because he doesn't want to pray. It's okay, Alex. Stone PK will pray, so don't you worry. Stone PK will pray for us. So go down there to the Themba and Lulu Show and subscribe. Hit the notification bell. And of course, you'll be notified anytime. Subscribe to the Themba. It's a show between my daughter and I. So we are just having a journey together. Just find it there. Emma and Lulu Show. So rush there right now. Subscribe. We are only waiting about 20 people. We get to 500. Tunaendelea pole pole. Asanteni sana for those who are subscribed. We really thank you so much. As always, we say we come here from 9 Kenyan time. And then we move up to this time, this late. Those who are coming in when we are finishing, ukiona watu, tunajaribu kuona wale wamebaki hapa, if they are 10, 8, we don't take any more people. So we know some of you are waking up, trying to come in. Tunafunga show. Kikuja kama tumeanza kufunga stationi, we will not allow you in. We only take those who are here. So we are sorry about that. You're too early for the next show. If you ukipata watu 10, just wait at the backdrop. If you wait in the background, if someone drops, you'll be allowed in. Thank you so much. Come at 9. Share, so that now later you don't find it full. Just come at 9 sharp. Bernard starts the show. So kindly, Stone PK, if you can give us the final prayer.
Unmute.
E Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Thank you so much, PK. Tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. Like PK always, Ziana says, undugu. Thank you so much. Tuonane tena baadaye saa 3 Kenya time, inshallah.
Hey, Princess.